I do have a news clip to start off the.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? What? Can you hear me?
We are live.
Testing.
All right, where's that
Sibyllus.
news clip?
Sibyllus.
Welcome to the new world today.
Damn it.
Clint has HIV.
Here's the news clip.
Based upon ancient, old, horrible customs from
बाप दादाओं ने
yesterday.
बहुत कुर्बानियां दी।
Pay attention.
बाबा कौम को टीबी हो गया था, आपके खातिर उन्होंने अपना इलाज नहीं कराया। ऐसे अजीम लीडर कहाँ होते हैं? और हमारे आपके बुजुर्ग अपने हर चीज को कुर्बान करके आपके मुस्तकबिल को आबाद करते हैं। तो हमें जो कर्ज हम पे है, हम सियासी लोग हैं, हम मिल बैठ करके तमाम मसाइल।
Hey, that's the guy who gave Clint his HIV.
He was complaining about grilled cheese sandwiches. He said, "Do not burn the toast on this side. Do not burn the toast on that side."
And when you get to America, you open the Circle
Weren't you
K.
saying beforehand that you want to get commercials and that's how you start the show?
Everyone out there, if you like Clint's show, if you like one personality on this podcast, please donate. Donate now. $2, $5, $10, $100. If you got money, lay down $500. Tell this guy you appreciate him. Give him some love, people. Give him some love. Or do you want a bunch of commercials?
Well, it's never getting any fucking ad revenue, so please send them $1. You can
$1 from every one of you listeners. Buy him a bag of weed. Come on now. What's going on, everyone? How are you? We're so glad to be here on a Friday.
Have you guys ever been to one of those things where there's all the cows and the guy's sitting there? He's like, we got
25, 55, 100, 55, 200. Who's got 500, 700 over there? There's 65, 65, 65. There's 85.
That's called the stockyard, but I don't want to hear about you fucking like hanging out in cow shit just because it's the Festival of Colors, bro. I know
because you wear a cowboy hat, Glenn, on your days off. We don't want you hanging out.
Colors, right? So they burn up cow dung and throw it on their foreheads.
I never heard of that.
Of course you haven't. Of course you haven't.
Well, I'm not cultured.
That's a real thing.
And then when they're done with that, they pour bees in on their heads. Ah, more bees. Give me more bees. I can't take naughty bees.
Wait. We have a lady in the room and says Clint brought up cows. Sabrina, have you ever been cow tipping? Have you ever been cow tipping, Sabrina?
No, and I think it's very cruel. My stepfather had a ranch in Baja California. And so I'm very familiar
big enough
with
to tip when it works.
Farm livestock. Cow tipping is awful, Jonah.
That's horrible.
Do you advocate for cruelty to animals?
It depends on the animal. If it's Clint, fuck yeah.
I had a cow step on my foot once, and I couldn't get the cow to move, and I'm like, my foot's stuck under its foot, and I'm like, ah!
And the cow's like, here's for all your years of oppressing me and using me, eating
I
my
moved it in like 3 minutes.
Family members.
But you know what I always say though, right? Is kind of in the same vein as cows. I always say that my name is Jonah, but I ain't never been in a whale a day in my life.
Oh,
I don't do fat bitches.
Maybe you need to try one, yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to get a green card though. So.
Well,
let me guess.
The way Donald Trump's going, I don't want to be anywhere near the USA. I'm paying $1.50 a liter. You guys are paying like fucking $8 a fucking gallon. Get the fuck out of here.
Let me guess.
I'm not paying $8.
I know that's like Los Angeles.
And I'm on the West Coast, mind you.
But it's Los Angeles.
But it's about
places.
$4.39 a gallon right now.
For regular?
$4.39. No, for
who the
unleaded.
fuck buys anything above regular? You're fucking retarded.
I do.
My car
dad
takes premium.
My
Jonah,
dad
I
told
have a
me put
high-performance
high octane
vehicle.
in your sports cars.
I have
Yeah,
a high performance
You don't want to buy cheap
vehicle.
gas.
Yeah, if you put non-premium gas in a premium car, the premium gas has a lower burn
Shut
temp or
up,
some shit.
Clint.
And my dad's a mechanic, so if you guys got any questions,
the-
he also repairs TVs.
The regular gas will make the ignition, it'll ignite before the premium gas.
Yeah.
It can mess up the timing of the car.
You're giving Rockefeller a bunch of extra money for fucking nothing. You really
It's
trust
not
the
true.
gas
It does
company?
affect performance.
No,
The
it can mess
quality
up
of
the timing of the
petrol,
car.
it does affect performance, by the way.
Yeah, so does whiskey affect
Yeah,
the
it can.
dick
Well, it
performance.
can
Oh,
make your.
boy.
It can stretch your timing belt out.
Come
Your
on,
timing
whiskey
chain.
drink.
You don't want to use that. Yeah.
Jason, Jonah brought up his favorite band, Jason Aldean.
Guess what?
Come on, whiskey drink. I don't want to think.
We reached peak oil in 1955, but premium's better than regular. Get the fuck out of here with your fucking brainwash science.
Come on,
I'm stop
cigarettes.
brainwashing.
It's
My
about the
engine
car.
knocks
Smoking
if I
off
don't
my
put in premium.
regrets.
Yeah, you don't want to use something that's not premium if your car takes premium.
No.
I have a high
Come
performance
on, whiskey
vehicle.
drink.
Okay.
Be a good friend.
My car's high performance too.
Come on, whiskey
I don't want
drink.
to pay. I don't want to buy no fucking timing chain. I already
You
got
got
my
any whiskey?
For sure. Hey, wait. You know what's even funnier? As I guarantee, well, maybe Sabrina if she's still under warranty, but I guarantee none of you are actually keeping up with any of the other fucking maintenance that is recommended by the dealer.
I'm under warranty. I never pay to take my car into the dealer.
Like changing all the fluids every couple thousand.
Exactly. Yes.
They do that for you?
Yes, I have concierge service.
Well, you should tell those guys to donate some money to Clint Show if you get a chance.
Yes.
Concierge.
Concierge.
Tell those concierge guys to listen and tune in to Clint Show.
No,
$5, $2,
but Jonah,
$3.
you know why I do that? Because I don't want to end up on the side of the road.
Yeah,
I'm
regular
scared.
maintenance is good.
I am scared
Concierge, is that
of
like
being
a fancy?
stranded. And by the way, I've
It's a
been
gay French
stranded on
word.
the side of the road when I was single. And
I
fortunately,
got hit by a car once.
Oh my
I
god!
was hitchhiking fucking high on LSD.
Oh,
And he
well,
deserved it too, yeah.
I was hitchhiking on LSD too.
No, you.
I was
I
like
did that
14
once,
years old. I got clipped by a
Oh
car.
boy!
I got up and fucking had to walk the rest of the way, and then I woke up and my leg was all bruised.
Jesus.
I wasn't hitchhiking on LSD, but both times I did have police officers help me.
No, you didn't.
I did, and they were wonderful.
They never
They were
fucking help
angels.
anyone.
They
They're
were
all
gotta-
evil.
angels.
I got a true
That's not
story
true.
that proves things beyond the veil. There's weird things going on beyond the veil. I was up
Okay.
in the canyon, dropped some
Laurel
fly,
Canyon?
drinking some whiskey.
Laurel Canyon?
No, it's in Utah, at Salt Lake. Small canyon called Memory Grove, where all the
like
spooky
you
shit
say
takes
Salt
place.
Lake Canyon is better than Laurel Canyon. Like, come on.
No, it's not Salt Lake Canyon. It's I forget what the name of it is, but that's where you have Hobbit Land and Gravity Hill and all these weird stories of shit that occurs when you go up there. And so it's a great place to grab a whiskey bottle and drop a hit of fry with a buddy of mine. So then we climb this tree that's 80 feet high at the top of this small canyon. The hills weren't too tall. They were probably about 200, 300 feet high. The hills themselves covered in bushes and sagebrush and all kinds of foliage. But we climbed this tree that sits 50 feet above this canyon. It's a canyon that people go in, bike around, drop fries, smoke some pot, probably. Who knows what druggies do. But,
Smoking banana peels.
Yeah, I might have smoked some banana peels. I don't know. We're sitting up in this
Surfers,
tree,
bro.
50 feet high, drinking this bottle of whiskey. And then we finish about, probably finish it, like a liter bottle, me and my buddy. We're 50 feet off the ground. We just climbed this fucker. No one got hurt. Make it down from the tree, and then we start walking down the hill, crying and drunk. This is when I was a young man, my mid-20s maybe. And now all of a sudden I lose my footing and I start crashing through the bushes. I'm not seeing or going down any trail. Now I'm trying to just stop from falling over, from killing myself. I crashed through some bushes into some weird opening. And there's my uncle sitting there in a meditation position in this small opening of bushes up a weird canyon in Salt Lake where people would go. And I look at him and he looks at me and is like, what the fuck are you doing here? I'm frying. I'm like, I'm frying too. Holy shit. The odds of this occurring by just natural, he just was coincidentally there at that moment. I was coincidentally at the tree and on a trip. Now, it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
that was an uncle of mine. Listen, that was an uncle of mine. Very strange. He was in the Navy in the 70s. And he was stationed in California. And he told me that there were witch groups that were in California that were running stuff. And that he joined one of these groups. I'm like, whoa, and this is in the 80s, he was telling me this story. And I was telling him what I knew about the occult and magic. And he's like, man, I can't believe you told me this stuff in a conversation I had with him. It got so deep that I explained, my perception of magic and what I'd learned up to that point and my thoughts about it. He's like, holy shit, you broke the hold on me. You broke my master's hold. I'm like,
what?
He's like, yeah, I have a master. You broke the hold of him. Holy shit, tell me what you just told me. So,
was he meaning metaphorically or
hold?
I think he's saying that his friend was on like
That's my uncle.
God damn, listen to the fucking story.
Your
I'm being
uncle
ignorant, and I still follow.
A friend would be, not so weird. An uncle's very strange. And he told me there was stuff going on behind the scenes. At the time, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand. No, I'm talking San Francisco, Clint, 1970s. He's stationed on a ship.
Clint.
Right next to the process.
You need to fucking listen, Clint.
Right next to the
process. I'm being ignorant and interrupted,
church.
and I still fall better than you.
Holy shit. But I get it.
This is evidence that to my girlfriend that I can't listen to anybody. My bad.
It's all good. You got a lot of stuff going on in your mind.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff.
Me too.
By the way, everyone out there, make sure you go ahead and send Clint a super chat. He needs to get some weed so he stops smoking roach joints.
Yeah, come on. You got to get Clint a fantastic microphone too, like a $200 or $300.
Oh, I did have a new microphone, but it broke.
Then we're gonna get you a better camera.
No, what Clint needs is a good set of headphones so we don't hear ourselves when he's placing it on his fucking computer.
These are only
I like it when
old.
it echoes. It makes my song sound better. Yeah. Down.
I know there's someone.
I don't hardly know.
I know there's someone on YouTube complaining about our sound already.
Down.
Well, it seems I could love her. Oh, never try to go for the high because I can't do highs real well. Crimson and clover.
Hey, Todd, you get the high.
Only problem is it's not echoing for anybody but me. Down. Sorry. I appreciate you allowing me to indulge you in my rock and roll fans. It's all part of my rock and roll fantasy. Guys remember that crappy song? It's all part of my rock and roll dream.
That
was it wasn't Foreigner. It was idiot. It wasn't one of my favorite bands. That's why I can't remember it.
Yeah, damn it. That's
Bad Company.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
That's why I didn't remember it, because they weren't one of my favorite bands. They put out a lot of good songs.
Did they do the Bad Company song also?
Yeah, Bad Company. I can't deny it. Kind of like this crowd right here. Bad Company.
Sabrina's the bad influence.
What did you say, Jonah?
I said Sabrina's the bad influence in this group.
Yes.
Bringing the whole thing down and making this conversation go. No,
we need to send her. We need to send her to etiquette school.
The what?
The etiquette school back in the day,
no,
bro.
That's where you gotta go.
Etiquette, like the movie,
Where you used to send your women so that you could get them to be debutantes and then marry them off to some rich fella.
What was that stupid movie called where he meets the girl and he gives her the etiquette lessons?
Pretty Woman?
No, My Fair
the
Lady.
Old 70s, My Fair Lady.
My Fair Lady. It's a Pygmalion story. Yeah.
Why the fuck would you watch some shit like that?
Because we lived in the 70s.
Yeah, I didn't watch
a pretty story.
That much. No,
That's a good story. It's not a porno, Jonah. you wouldn't be interested. You wouldn't be interested. No.
Don't worry. I only watched 10 seconds of that anyways, bro.
Anyways, it does have the
Is that how long it takes?
No, that's 5 seconds cleanup too.
Oh no! Oh,
man! Please don't open the door. Please don't open the door for Jonah's sense of humor to come through. No, it's okay, Jonah.
Don't try and go with me.
I can't. Okay, I give. I won't.
Uncle, yeah. No more visual images, please. Yeah. Our radio listeners are all throwing up. No.
Clint's going outside for a smoke.
Clint's smoking out still.
So
smoke on the water and fire in Clint's eyes. Yeah.
Okay, there's a 70s song that I really like a lot that I don't think is popular.
Which one?
Todd?
None of them are popular. They all suck.
No. Aldo Nova.
Yeah.
Life is just
a fantasy. One of the baddest songs ever made. One of the baddest songs ever made, man. That blew everybody's mind in fucking 1979 or 80.
Ooh.
It's like 79 or 80 right there. Aldo Nova was so bad. Aldo Nova was so cool that he was allowed to put out a second record, and the first song on that motherfucker is one of the baddest songs ever made. Monkey.
Wow.
Or Monkey on Your Back. I forget if it's Monkey or Monkey on Your Back, which was as bad as it gets.
My sisters had Monkeys albums. I love the Monkeys.
Monkey, he's got a monkey, can't fight it. Monkey, it's on his back, he can't deny a dirty monkey. He's got a dragon that bites. A hole in his arm at night.
Monkeys, the
manufactured
American band like the Beatles.
Yeah, I'm talking about Aldo Nova's song Monkey. If you like Life is Just a Fantasy, Sabrina,
I like Life is Just a Fantasy.
Go look up his song Monkey. It's really cool.
Okay.
Monkey, he's got a monkey, can't fight it. Aldo Nova was trying to bring attention to drug addiction.
But does he have 12 monkeys? Does he have 12 monkeys?
That wouldn't come around for 10 more years. It took 10 years to come up with 12 more monkeys.
Jonah, are you still working? Do you still have your job?
Nigga, please. What do you think?
I don't know.
Of course I do. I gotta work first thing in the morning tomorrow.
Was he on the verge of losing it at one point?
No. It's just like unemployed for like 2 years because why the fuck do I need to be part of this fucking system?
Well, if you don't got to work and you can work without working or get by without working, power to you.
Yeah.
Enjoy those days because everybody might be down in the gutter, being drugged through the gutter, having to work. Maybe work for something you don't agree to or with.
Sell your hole
if we're not careful and if we don't pay attention and try to make our world a better place, we might find ourselves in a position like that.
But don't worry,
Todd. It's possible. I don't know.
But don't worry, Todd. Don't worry. The corporations have your interest in mind.
I know they love me. Yeah, they love me. That's why they're spying and repeating everything I say in the commercial ad. That's 2 seconds. Bro. True.
Amazon gives you great deals, and Walmart.
Unless you check on the same product twice, and then the price goes up like $5. If you look back 5 seconds later, it's like, whoa. Have you seen that phenomenon where you look up something and the price is $19 and you click off and then you come back to it and now it's $25? The next time you look, you're like, what the fuck?
No, usually because I don't ever fucking buy anything, I just kind of go on there to see what they charge. So then
okay. I don't never go on there. My wife does.
Then they send me all these things like, oh, you were looking at this, and so now it's like 65% off because they want to get you fucking suckered in.
See, they do that, but then they also change the price later on, which my wife was showing me because I never shop on Amazon for anything.
Yeah,
but
I shop on Amazon as a last resort.
Ton of stuff. We get a ton of stuff. She's making, and she's helping Jeff Bezos. Yeah.
I'll shop at Amazon when I don't have time to fucking because I live out in the country. So when I don't have time to go into the city and I need something, like last week, I like to wear gloves when it's cold out because my hands are fucked. So if I let my hands get cold, they've been beat up so much that my pointer finger will get stuck in a straight position. So I always wear gloves when it's cold. And then
it locks up. Your finger locks up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a guy I work with. His hand does that. Fucking 2 fingers will lock up.
Yeah.
Could be from alcohol.
Copper evil oil on that.
No, my hand's permanently stuck in the shocker too, eh?
Well, you put some copper evil oil. It'll absorb it.
No, it's only when it gets cold, Clint. It's literally the cold weather.
Only when it gets cold, it gets one of those that Total Recall alien hand signal.
Yeah.
So then, my friend gets that at work.
I tore my gloves at work, and then I didn't have time to go buy gloves, so then I ordered a new pair of gloves to fucking wear at work. So and they had same day delivery. That's good. But,
oh man, that's why I left Utah. Couldn't take cold no more.
My hand's completely fucked.
Horrible.
Look at this shit. Oh wait, I can't even
see
that's
right. Definitely. You got a big lump right in the center. The forehead comes up and there's a lump in the center and it goes back.
Is that a satanic hand sign?
No, my hand's permanently stuck in the shocker. Let me turn off the background.
Is that a swastika on your middle finger?
Of course it is.
But it's going the opposite direction, so that's all it counts. It's not always to the
right. It's permanently stuck like that.
Your finger's gone.
No, it's not. It's stuck like that.
Okay.
It's literally I can't
like that.
Too many times.
People in the fucking head.
He did something too many times. Froze that bitch.
Wow.
No, put some copper oil on it.
No, it's permanently like that, bro. It's been broke a bunch.
The copper oil.
Jonah, is that your right hand? Is that your right hand?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, well, we'll get you some gloves when we get together.
You know, it's really funny. No, I've literally had 3 or 4 girls that I could think of. They're like, "Why are you always waving this shocker at me?" I'm like, "No, bitch, my hand's fucked like that."
Wait, Jonah.
Why do you like doing the pink one in the sink? Why do you like to pick?
You know what you should look into? Leeches.
That sounds good. Maybe some bloodletting too. Little bloodletting.
Leeches can get the blood flowing back.
No, that's not blood issue. That one, the pointer finger is the one that fucks up in the cold, but that one's permanently like that because that's a fucking calcification of the fucking bone.
Oh my gosh!
It's been broke a bunch.
Wow.
And if you think his finger looks bad, you should see the back of his head.
Oh, you should see my fucking penis after.
No, his penis too. You don't want to see that. kind of like Gore lead singer, Odorous Youngus. You don't want to see his penis.
No, what?
Have you never seen?
Stop.
He's
Have you
going
never
back to
seen?
Smart. I love how
Have you
you
never
blame me
seen
for
Gore?
being the vulgar one all the time. Todd just doesn't say fuck when he's vulgar. Like I curse, but Todd's way worse than me. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Jonah's giving me lots of cover, man. I look better than ever since he's come on here.
You still look pretty fucking horrible.
Yeah, I look really mellow, compared to Jonah. Like, right on, Jonah. Keep going, brother. You open up the conversation, I'll come in behind you and wrap it up with some obnoxious shit. Yeah. No, I'm just teasing. To everyone out there in the audience, we love you guys. Anyone listening to Clinton Show, you probably don't, probably everyone listening doesn't love us, all of us, or me specifically. But I still love all you out there. Please support Clinton Show. And if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. Or maybe we would. I love to be
hated, and hate sex is the best sex.
Yep, and Jonah always gets on here and tells us of his sexual proclivities, which no one wants to hear about, but he's allowed. Go for it, Jonah. What else do you like in bed? Tell the whole audience. Maybe you can find you a date.
I said hate sex is the best sex. I didn't say I have hate sex.
Well, there you go. You met your match. We don't need to go any further.
I mean, how much can I hate my own hand?
Yeah, who knows you better?
Oh, dude.
It's sex with the one he loves most.
There you go.
No.
He's a narcissist.
No. I just fucking remembered something. You guys are gonna fucking love this. So I went into the local Dollarama recently, like this
Dollarama.
Dollarama. We call it Dollar Tree down here, yeah.
Yeah. We have the Dollar Tree here too, but Dollarama's like a Canadian version of it. So I went in there and there's like these three girls.
So it's like cheesier.
Yeah, but there's like these three girls that are working there. They're all behind the counter, and then like I mine like fucking candy corn, and the one's like, "Oh my god, are you so excited about this candy corn? Because it's like they're the star character." And I'm like, "Why the fuck would I be excited about candy corn?" They're like, "Oh, but the bag could be fucking bigger." I'm like,
isn't that a fucking Halloween thing? Is it candy corn Halloween thing?
No, it's like caramel corn or whatever. It's popcorn. But I was like, I don't even get excited for masturbation most of the time. Why the fuck would I get excited for candy corn? And all three of them looked at me. I'm like, shut the fuck
that in
up.
public?
Like, yeah.
Well, that's rude.
Aren't you excited? It's gonna taste so good.
Like, I mean, I just like. Sorry, I don't have filters. So if it comes from my head, if it comes from my head, I say it. Like, what the fuck? I don't care.
Yeah, that's why we invited you, because we know you'll say a bunch of crazy ass shit.
Hey, last night weren't you talking about? Did I see King Charles? You had.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
I was listening. Chat DTP just spoke.
Series eavesdropping. Sorry.
Chat DP just woke up and said, "Oh God, Clint's on. Blackball his program. Blackball his program."
What were you saying about the Mountbatten Windsors last night?
Oh, about when they were. Well,
I tuned in. Didn't jump. I tuned in. I listened to a little bit of it last night. Didn't do the whole show, but.
Question for you. Why the fuck do you care about those people? Like, ugly people.
Well,
that's all I can go to prison for saying that, but I don't give a fuck about any of them.
I've been to England, and they aren't bad painters. I'm just saying.
They're not bad painters. So
no, they do look like Prince Charles or King Charles, except for the actors. What, Jonah?
So in England,
fucking retarded chimpanzee with Down syndrome that's been shaved. So that's all he is. He's literally a fucking Down syndrome chimpanzee. Yes, and I know, like, I'm a Canadian, so that's like breaking like 15 laws for saying that. But fuck them people.
Well, that's to do with their secret religion. Talking about the crown and stuff.
Yes,
it's like the crown.
Quint, when were you let him naked on the fucking leash?
The crown is the British version of the ephod. The crown is it's a golden. Think of it like a spiritual conduit, and the ephod is also a spiritual conduit. And but unlike in Babylon, they're not wearing it on their chest; they're wearing it on their head.
You know what's really funny, Todd?
Todd just walked away.
Oh,
But it has to do with the invocation of the supposed spirit of the temple.
Which temple? Which temple, Clint?
Well, I mean, their temple. Well, I mean the. Well, it's like okay. Well, let me explain. Okay, so when the priest when the priest would go into the ancient temple of Solomon, for example, he would wear a breastplate with 12 stones, and then it was said that he was able to talk to God, quote unquote, and that like the Emperor of Rome, the Pope, who's the vicar of Christ, the King of England and Queen are also the vicars of Christ, and that they are supposedly well, I mean, there's this whole thing about ancient deified rulers, deified kings, and that the old all this lore about.
Pardon me. Last thing I missed was ephod. Bring me up to date on everything else.
I was comparing the crown to the ephod, but like
about the temple.
Is that spelled EF? Is that spelled EFHAT?
EPHOD.
EPHOE.
So all the kings would always carry around this orb, and that it's very interesting because there's a Aleister Crowley book, and he says that the orb was contained 72 spirits, and that it was relevant to the Solomon story. Of the orb.
72 demons that Solomon called up to build the temple.
Well, I don't know if they built the temple, but the
72 Goetia.
The 72.
Well, the 72 that he supposedly.
Baby boy, our mascot's arrived, everyone. Our mascot is here.
Aww.
Say hello, everyone. Hi, guys. I'm Max. I'm the pride and joy of Todd's life.
My dog's just
He's all I live for.
Time.
Todd's my human. Yep. He owns me. I don't know him. Yeah.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah.
Clint can't explain the temple at all, so let's sing some Temple of the Dog. Come on.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm going hungry. Yeah. I try to get some bread down the show. I don't got no money. I'm going hungry. I hated those guys. I'm sorry. I was not down with Temple of the Dog. I don't give a shit if it's Soundgarden wouldn't. I probably missed something about them.
So
I didn't get the interest that they were supposed to. We were all supposed to be interested in. They're playing them on the radio all the time. I'm like, who is this shitty band?
Hey, you know who else though? Robert Smith was a queer.
Who?
Robert Smith.
Who's that?
Is that the lead singer of The Cure?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You know who didn't know that? I mean, Rob Halford was a queer lead singer of Judas Priest. Didn't take away from Priest's killer music. Love Judas Priest. There's a lot of gay guys in heavy metal. The lead singer of Accept, Udo Dirk Schneider, gay.
D. Snyder.
Rob Halford, gay. D. Schneider. I don't know about D. Schneider. Whoa. Can you imagine having sex with D. Schneider? Whoa.
That's fucked up.
Oh, man, I don't know.
I don't think
seeing that guy. Whoa! Is there someone for everyone? How much money you got? Yeah.
Let's see.
Put a bag over his head and fuck him. Hey, you guys know Clint Eastwood?
Yeah, he needs a.
I fucked him.
All right, calm down.
That's Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh yeah. Andrew Dice. Isn't he a New Yorker?
Yeah. I fucked him.
Yeah, New York's a very vulgar place.
Andrew Dice Clay was fantastic. I get that humor went away and they shamed him. Nobody can do shameful jokes like that anymore.
No. Red Fox,
Well,
man,
they're
he's way
still
better.
doing it on. They're still doing it on that horrible Kill Tony stand-up comedy thing.
I don't think they're doing quite. Maybe they are.
Well, they're trying.
Humor's
to,
reached a low that I'm like, I can't even believe this. They're calling themselves comedians.
Well, they had
all
that
bathroom humor and fart jokes. Nothing of any intelligence is allowed into their comedic field nowadays. Man, the New World Order's really dumbed down comedians. Really put the kibosh on comedy.
No, that was Nixon for like a Joe Rogan.
That was what?
It was Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Had to shut the thing. Shut it down. No more comedy. No more funny man. We know what they did. We know what they're doing.
Comedians turned into fucking weirdos like Richard
They
Pryor.
just shaped society different so the kids would laugh at stuff no one 30 years ago would. We wouldn't even entertain such garbage that they're peddling today.
6'7".
Now there's a total void of.
I mean, when I found out that Richard Pryor lit himself on fire, that he was a 33rd degree Mason, and that he was a crackhead.
hey, wait, fuck off. You've never
Everyone in Hollywood was a crackhead at that time, though.
I was like, man, what the fuck?
Shut the fuck up. You've never lit yourself on fire trying to freebase? Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you never had a fucking butane torch blow up on you when you're freebase. Kill gas all over you. Whoa.
I'm gonna light yourself on fire on the show one night. Richard Pryor's got you, bro.
I don't think I can handle Canada.
Don't worry, I'm one of a kind in this motherfucking bitch.
So yeah, you're like Canada's your national pride of Canada up there.
They're trying to get rid of you.
They're like, maybe America will take them. Kick them over there to this Clint show. Wild direction the conversation took.
I know Sabrina's a bad influence.
I had all kinds of things I thought I'm going to bring up. Bill Cooper's Behold the Pale Horse. Wanted to read a little bit of that. Conduct Rules Secret Societies again. I wanted to read a little bit of that. Mastering Witchcraft. Wanted to read a small section from that to freak everybody out real good. Tie it all together in some kind of coherent fashion to make a point, possibly.
You want to know how much you love paying for higher gas prices because Donald Trump's giving it to you.
All right, calm down.
Because I don't want to talk about Donald Trump's higher gas prices right now. Let's talk about witchcraft.
Jonah, where did Trump touch you, sweetie?
Exactly. Show us on the doll, Jonah.
It was called Mara.
What did he do to you? Yeah, tell us.
Like Sabrina, I'm always gonna win.
Did he touch your private parts?
No.
Did he give you a slick willy in the ear? Like his pinky and shove it in your ear and twist it around.
Jonah, I'm just kidding. Don't say anything crude to me, okay? You're violating her.
I said something very crude about a piece of shit human being.
No, thank you for showing up tonight, Sabrina and Jonah and Clint. Thank you always for the platform. Where's Ellie? Do we got Ellie out there anywhere? Is she out there?
I think I might have sent a link.
And then hello to the chat. Everybody in the fucking chat. Pedro, hope you're there. Hope you're out there, Pedro. Educating everybody. Making pithy comments.
Tara,
love to see you. Glad you came over. Keep coming by.
All right, I gotta finish all my
thumbs up button and push the like button. Tell everybody to get your ass over to Clint Show. And then who else is out there? Fucking Murray, R. Murray, we love you. It's good to see you. Probably a boomer, I'm guessing.
Bob
who else always comes into the chat? There's 23, whoever.
And none of them like you, though,
There's Worms. Did you piss Worms off, Clint?
Oh, yeah.
You didn't piss Worms off, did you?
No.
I love Worms. He came on here for like 5 seconds.
Hey. Take it easy. I'm shitting on worms right now, anyways, man. I'm fucking a tapeworm, bro.
Oh man.
That's not
But
true.
you need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop frequenting
Did I
those
miss
places,
something
Jonah.
crude? I hope I did.
He said he pooped worms out.
No.
I got a
You've
tapeworm.
been eating old pork.
I got a tapeworm.
Like
I've
to
been
tell you
eating
not to,
fucking.
yeah.
I've been eating sushi or Asian hookers. One of the two. Somebody smells like sushi.
God damn. Let's start a GoFundMe, everybody. Get rid of this venereal disease.
Has anybody here ever seen City Slickers with Billy Crystal?
Oh yeah, that's a good movie.
Do you remember
pretty
when
entertaining.
Jack Palance told Billy Crystal,
Classic.
"I crap bigger than you"?
Crap bigger shits than you, yeah. Classic.
Oh man.
No,
That
I
was
never
pretty
saw that
funny.
story.
It's a cute
That was pretty funny.
It's a pretty good movie. I
Yeah.
saw it in the movie theater.
That was when they were pumping up Billy Crystal as your big guy that's going to be in all your movies.
Well, he got
City
weird in
Slickers was
that.
about the height of it.
When they tried to make him a sex symbol, like get the fuck out of here, Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't think they
When
make
did they
him a
make him a
sex symbol.
sex symbol?
They
He
tried.
got
He was
weird
a
in
gay
that
guy
new
on
TV
the
show.
TV show Soap.
I'll
gay.
tell you what. I'll tell you what a travesty is. Ryan Gosling. This
He's a
is how I
travesty?
know.
Hey, why are you talking
he's
shit on London,
probably
Ontario? Why are you
slept with
talking shit
every
on my
producer
town?
in Hollywood.
Is he Canadian?
Is he?
Yeah. That's
Oh, man. Take him home with you, will you?
Right? Both
Take him
those
back
bitches
home
from
with
the
you.
Notebook have both come from the same city where I live currently.
Ooh. Ryan
Uh-oh.
Gosling looks
Bad.
like an ordinary dude.
And Rachel McAdams. They're both
Okay, he
from London.
kind of does. He
Rachel
kind of does.
McAdams is cute though.
Well, she's actually from St. Thomas, but it's
Was
pretty
she
much
in that
London
movie
anyway.
we watched on JJ's show recently? Rachel Adams?
No.
Okay.
No. That was Emily Blunt.
Emma Blunt?
Yeah, that was Emily Blunt because he kept talking
My
about
dad
Emily
was asking me
Blunt.
who was the woman that starred in that. I'm like, fuck, I think I wrote it down, Dad, but I can't remember because my dad was, talking about the show we did. Always send links to my parents so they can see me drinking and smoking and carrying on. Talking smack about it. You don't talk to your parents? Oh.
I haven't
Why
talked to
not?
my mother since '92, and then my dad. I spoke to him.
Well, you
once
should
this
try
year.
talking to her.
92.
Might change.
No wonder
No,
you're such
fuck
a
that
troublemaker.
Sometimes people
Sorry,
change.
Sabrina. But we've had this conversation before. I'll apologize, Sabrina. That just comes out naturally.
Can you guys see this? This is precious right here. Can you see this little
That
guy
is
snoring?
Todd, that is precious.
Everybody listen closely. Listen, see if you can hear this. Everybody quiet.
She's snoring. Yes. Oh.
If you take a picture of your dog, I'll paint a picture of it if you want.
That's him. Listen, Clint.
He'll paint a picture through ChatGPT.
No, paint a real picture. With
Well,
oil
when
paint.
he's
Can't
happy,
fucking paint.
when he gets into a
What went to
daze,
school
which is
for?
every day when Dad comes home
You
and
can't paint.
gives him loving.
I'm surrounded by paintings everywhere. What do you mean I can't paint?
Clint does.
I'll
Clint
give you
paints everything.
$50
Clint's
to
responsible
make
for
a
most of
fucking.
those train cars you see going through.
Hey, wait,
cities.
no, I got a serious offer. I'll give you $50 to make a fucking painting for me, but just based on all our conversations.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm going to commission a painting from Clint. I'm going to get a one-of-a-kind painting from Clint. He's made me that offer.
No,
In return,
I
I'm
got
going to give him
$50.
some cash money. Can you imagine how much a painting from Clint's going to be worth in 20 or 30 years when the world's completely falling apart? And everybody listens to Clint's like, we told you so. And it's just a barren desert, just a wasteland. And here's one of Clint's picture from Clint. That's like a picture. How much do you think a picture from Bill Cooper, hand painted, of the New World Order would be worth today to conspiracy?
Not nearly as much as Joe Biden's kid.
I'm just saying, a picture from Clint. Anybody out there, if you wanted something for your donation, you give Clint a large enough donation, I'm sure he'd paint you a fucking picture.
No, I want a painting, Clint. I'll give you $50 US. Not even Canadian currency.
Yeah,
$50 US? Wow.
I'm going to send Clint some money.
Jonah,
I should have sent him money a long time ago. Love Clint.
If you give me $50, I'll send you the painting for free.
He'll deliver it.
I'll use the $50
He'll come to your house
to
and smoke out with shit. He'll come to your house, smoke out with you, and explain what
No,
the
just make a
means.
painting. All you gotta do is send the fucking just take a picture of it.
I love it.
Picture.
It'd be awesome.
Whoa.
And I don't want
you think that's worth?
I don't want you to fucking mail it in since you ain't got no job, bro.
That's worth a lot more than $50, Jonah. But okay.
I've got a bunch of paintings laying around. You could have one for free if you want.
No, I said make one for me. I want
a train car that'll be passing through your neighborhood soon.
I want you to like really like smoke a bunch of weed and be like, hey, like if I had to put Jonah on a painting, like not him personally, but his idea,
like a demon. If you had to put Jonah.
I want to see what you paint as far as like your ideas.
Hey, a silhouette of a demon, and there you got him. You got
That's a bad.
You were the one, Jonah, that said your shadow looked like fucking Beelzebub on one show one night.
Oh, shit,
you remember that a long time ago? You were looking at your shadow. You're like, man, look at my shadow. It looks like a fucking demon.
Jonah,
it looks like Beelzebub.
Jonah,
what's that? I thought it was fucking
great show.
Jonah,
great show.
I think
You might have been.
hates you.
Hates him? I love Jonah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Todd
hates us all, but I love Jonah.
Because you just said Jonah
God,
and Beelzebub in the same sentence.
Because Jonah said I look like Beelzebub. He had a shadow on the wall.
I remember that.
Shadow. That looked like a fucking
that. You were here, Sabrina. No, I remember that. Sabrina, you were here.
He did. He looked exactly like a goddamn Beelzebub picture from the side.
I was talking so much shit, and I turned the camera on. And I couldn't fucking look at myself, and then I couldn't plug my phone in, but I could talk shit.
He had this shadow going on the wall of himself.
That's the time I was on so much shrooms. I ate like fucking 8 grams, and then I was talking shit, but I couldn't figure out how to plug my phone in.
Show too.
I'm sorry. Did you say you ate shrooms?
Like 8 grams of shrooms.
That was a serious.
Oh my.
Mind.
Well, that's definitely a good trip.
Oh yeah, and you look just like a demon, his shadow.
Clint, is that?
No, I remember. I turned the camera on. I'm like, "What the fuck? I can't look at myself right now. What the fuck?" And I had to turn the computer off, and then I tried to plug my phone in. I'm like, "What the fuck? I can't plug my phone in."
That's spooky. That's spooky.
But I could still talk shit, and it actually made sense. Like, but I mean, I just couldn't do anything.
Oh yeah, totally. You always make sense, even as you're talking all this shit and smacking. Make perfect sense.
Yeah, no, that's what I did.
With mushroom, anything over 8 grams, it still feels like 8 grams of mushrooms.
Yeah, like they call 7 grams the God dose, right? So kind of like anything over like 7, you're kind of at the same spot. It's not that fine.
You're starting to go into that plane above.
You might as well take 1 more gram just to be safe.
No, just a good handful for me is about 8 grams. Like, if I get a good handful without it falling all over the place, that's about 8 grams. It's with the size of my hand, and then I just throw it in my mouth and chew it down.
So you go to buy these mushrooms. What do they look like? Then you just grab them and run. Is that what you're saying?
That's how I win my quarters, bro. That's how I win my quarters.
I came across years ago. In my youth, I came across a sheet of acid. 100 hits.
I just ordered those off the internet, bro. It's Canada.
Yeah, I'm talking about in the 90s here when it was, you could go to prison if somebody knew that you had this. But I come across a sheet illegal, and I'm like, okay, what's that, Clint?
It's still illegal in most states.
Oh, it's still illegal.
Not in Canada.
It ain't legal here. I'm saying years ago.
Not in Canada.
I couldn't tell you anything more about it, but I had one of these things and I started experimenting. Guess what I did? Take one. I got 100. What's it do to you? Pretty good. Whoa.
Did you ever take 4 at once?
If it's pretty good, if it's pretty good, then take 3. 2 or 3, next one. Boom, pretty good. What happens with acid, I noticed, was your tolerance goes down with each dose. So the longer you're on it, the how more it takes to get you back to that state even with LSD. I got to go through a sheet of that and then realize how much you could do and what happens. You have to replenish your body. You can't stay up tripping on drugs for days on end and then get great results in the beginning. A lot of people realize that with drugs, there's a certain stages where you can get super valuable information or experiences. And then if you go past that, your body fatigue starts to wear out. You need to start over again, quit the drugs, clean up for a second, and try it again. And then you get a fresh start. Because like anything, if you're going to do a drug that keeps you up long term, you're going to run out of energy. And so you can't, who knows what the fuck, why people would do drugs over a period of time, but I had a chance to do that. And I know your tolerance goes way down on LSD. You can't just take it every day and it's not like marijuana. So take a hit, come back to your same high. It's not.
I took it every day almost in like 1999.
LSD.
Yeah, I have no recollection of that year, basically, besides a few trips.
Yeah, it can happen. That can happen like that. I was young. When I was young, I was a psychonaut. You know, before I ever took any drugs, I read Timothy Leary's books. I read John Lilly's books talking about conscious expansion and nature of consciousness, LSD usage. I read as a kid. And so before I ever came across drugs, I was reading some of the counterculture characters that were talking about the incredible effects they had achieved. John Lilly was talking about using LSD with dolphins and doing communication between him and the dolphins, going into sensory deprivation tanks, dropping large quantities of psilocybins, LSD. You know the government's experimenting with every type of psychedelic.
Well, one of my favorite times was
when the dude from Germany. I'll give you the mic, Clint. I'll give you the pass you the bone. When the dude from Germany. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me say this last thing, and then I'll pass it to whoever.
Hey,
there was one guy that went from Germany to England during World War II. He came over during the war. Yep, Rudolf Hess. When they captured him, they sent him to a prison, and they brought in Aleister Crowley to question him. Crowley brought with him mescaline and a few other drugs, but mescaline's on record. So Crowley was already involved in interrogation, drugs. Thought that peyote he knew about peyote, Crowley. He'd already been in America. But England put him in charge of interrogation of that guy to see if he could do anything. So if you don't think the governments work with magicians, everybody, better look again a little closer.
Hey, Sabrina.
So, pardon me.
Crowley invoked the soul of Hess.
Sabrina.
Well, you got to interrogate him.
Hey, wait. Sabrina, are you here? Well, anyone who's actually in the chat, I actually did go ahead and find the links from my Instagram, but
You found that picture you was looking like a demon?
No. I'm just saying. I found the link. This was advertised to me on Instagram after about but you could just go right onto the website. Cocaine premium powder, MDMA, ketamine. Cocaine
Get anything you want.
No. I'm not suggesting you buy it because they only ship within Canada, but I'm just saying, literally these websites
maybe
are
go
all
meet
over.
Somebody in Canada, yeah. Maybe you need to pick up a jug of milk over in Canada.
I'm just saying that in Canada you can get
syrup.
anything you want right
Maybe
off
you need a bottle of real maple syrup.
Well,
you can bounce over the border.
No, but you can.
I mean, I don't trip anymore.
No, dude.
No, I love Canada.
I remember back in
I love Canada as much as they love me.
Well, I remember back in 1999 or
which they probably don't.
98. It was like before I dropped out of school, but
I like Canada. Look, my stepfather's from Canada.
Well, that I would always end up tripping and skateboarding, and then I'd have to go to sleep for school, and I'd be still tripping, and I'd lay down and close my eyes, or even without my eyes closed, it'd be like kaleidoscopes everywhere, like fucking, and it would just be like this artwork.
Matchsticks, man, and you.
Hey, wait. So Todd, dude, here you go.
See is matchstick, man, and you are the sky, you're in the sky. You know,
wait, I got a song. I'll say the lyrics. You gotta guess the song. Or no, Todd's gonna know the song.
All right.
Or Jerry was a piece of shit, and I'm grateful that he's dead. Is that the song?
No.
Oh, that's the music I listen to.
Man.
Sorry.
The only problem is they don't do any Grateful Dead.
Neither do they.
I just don't. Yeah, they don't either. So. But, I wish you did Grateful Dead. No.
How about some fish?
Fish, nope. Don't know a song.
How about some In Living Color?
In Living Color, the black guys?
Yeah.
No, I don't do them. I remember hearing a song or two.
That's the only fucking song I know of theirs. The Cult of Personality.
They called the Cult of Personality. Trying to drop some wisdom in the 80s.
No, what about Jesus Jones, bro?
They're in the song. They're like something Lennon. He was great. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't know that one.
Like, the communist. He said Lennon. He's talking about Lennon.
Yeah, John Lennon, probably.
The sound of that song Todd was just singing.
He was thinking about John Lennon. Probably you just.
No, he was talking about. He was talking about college.
When our leaders speak, our leaders eye.
Tito, what are you doing, buddy?
Cult of Personality.
I said Tito, not Todd.
Oh, Tio. Who the fuck is Tio? Tio, if you're out there.
It's my dog.
Tio. His dog's name is Tio, man.
Actually, you know what a great fucking name Tito is for dogs is because I only realized this afterwards, especially living in Canada. So you really get to find out who all the fucking communists are real fast because they're like, oh, like Tito, Joseph Tito, and I'm like, no, you fucking commie. Get the fuck out
Some of their ears perk up and they get all excited. They met a fellow commie.
yeah. So it's like, oh, okay. It's a really good way to find out who the commies are. Name your dog Tito, and then you'll find out all the commies like fucking because they all want to suck on Joseph Tito's dick.
Yeah. When I was a kid, Salt Lake had incredible bookstores downtown.
Joseph Tito was he was the Joseph Stalin of Yugoslavia. Like they were literally at the same time.
He the one that made that shitty car, the Yugo?
I don't know. Adolf Hitler made the Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Yep. When I was a kid,
I'll be right back. The dog needs to piss.
Yeah, you go take a break. You go walk the dog. Giving the dog
I just take him outside.
a bone.
It's fucking snowing, bro. Like
I said, I'm giving the dog a bone.
He has like 50 mile per hour winds all day. Then it started snowing here too. It's like, man, it was 60 the other day.
It's too hot. It's 95 degrees here. It's going to be 106 next week.
Jesus.
I know. And it's not even fucking summer. Whew. Getting hot.
Well, if I ever moved to Arizona, I'm making all my friends move with me too. So.
On a long way down. Can't stop this spiral. You make me scream and shout. Sorry. Sabrina, you still here?
I'm back.
You're back? Jonah left. Perfect timing. Because I'm back. I'm back for more. I did a song, Back for More. You said I'm back. You're back for more.
I think my next vacation might be in Saudi Arabia.
Your next vacation might be away from Clint's show. No, I'm just teasing. You're break from this. No, love Clint.
You ever went to South America?
Saudi Arabia, they're bombing that place.
Mm-hmm.
I hope not.
They have some really nice resorts in Saudi now.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
Except there's no liquor.
I've seen some pictures. No liquor. Fuck that. Fuck that place.
Yeah, right, Todd.
Those guys can go pound sand. Yeah, lots of it.
I always want to go to South America, go to the Amazon, like that.
They wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the United States. So
I'm sure they got
I'd rather go to Saudi Arabia than Latin America.
Well, I'm talking. I mean, maybe not the Amazon. Maybe we're like Chile.
Yeah, but Saudi Arabia doesn't have big booty bitches.
They do. They just get rid of them after. They get rid of them after their parties. Whoa.
No, that's just
all
boys
these
in the
stories they're
fucking
pushing? Have you seen all these stories they're pushing where they hire girls to go on these yachts and these guys
yacht girls? Yeah, they're prostitutes.
Totally abuse them, beat them, kill them in some cases. No one cares.
I want to go to Shabara. That's the name of the resort.
Gesundheit. No.
Do they gamble there? Do they have gambling?
It's in No. It's in
no drinking, no smoking, no gambling.
No drinking, no
just
smoking,
sit on the beach with them. Catch you with drugs, we chop your head off.
I'm sure I could get alcohol there though. Maybe at the restaurant.
And there's the progressive countries. There's a country that you don't have to wear a hijab over your face.
Hey, wait, you know how you get alcohol over there, Sabrina? You say, "Yalla, habibi."
I don't know. I think it'd be cool to go to South Florida.
Yalla, habibi.
There's a Panther Mountain in South Florida that could have some kind of weird shit buried there or something. Some kind of ancient shit.
Oh, Max, he's
oh my God! You know what? That's really hard for you to make it to. You need a passport and all, right?
No, you don't need a passport to go to different states.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like you're acting like it's like fucking exotic travel. I want to go to South Florida.
Like, well, I mean, I'm talking about like the southern tip. Maybe
it is South Florida for maybe it is exotic for a Michigander.
Well, the Panther Mountain is it's the same size as the Sphinx in Egypt, and I think that the same culture built it.
Maybe.
I think that there could be gold. I mean, I definitely have to report it to a museum or some shit, or some kind of officials or something. I found a bunch of gold. You hear that story? I think JJ sent it to me. It was some guy in Ohio or something found some kind of treasure, and he had to rot in jail for 10 years because he didn't want to give up where he hid the treasure. Some kind of gold coins. It might have been from the Knights of the Golden Circle.
Yeah, I've heard that story.
No, that doesn't have anything to do with Arizona, does it? You know that
Ohio.
Allegedly some guy said he found Egyptian hieroglyphs.
What about what about
years? I think
what about East Palestine?
I fully believe it.
What about East Palestine?
Well, think about the.
I said, what about East Palestine?
I've been down there, man. They created Lake Powell. That's the state I live in. It's one of the most beautiful lakes in the world. They put up a dam and they flooded that area. So all those ruins went underwater so you couldn't access them. But
you mean like they did in fucking Egypt, right?
Yeah.
There's still remnants left. And when I was a kid, you could hike up to these ruins on the sides of these walls.
In Utah?
Yeah, Lake Powell.
Wow.
Lake Powell is a man-made lake where they built the Hoover Dam. And they dammed up a gigantic canyon on the edge of the Grand Canyon. You know, it's right next to the Grand Canyon. But this particular place.
There are parts of the Grand Canyon that are off limits to people.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's super dangerous. You could take a
Is that what they said? It's super dangerous?
Super dangerous. Better not come around here.
My uncle lives on there.
You might see a secret doorway leading to some underground bases.
Well, people just go off the trails and they get bit by a rattlesnake or
Hey Todd.
Yeah.
Hey Todd. You know the one thing that I hate about my dog?
Yeah.
He despises the cold weather, so I just took him out to piss, and then he like tried to so he runs like he's done, like he takes his piss, he runs like he's fucking done. As soon as he gets back in the trailer, he takes a shit in the warm. No, he takes a shit in the warm. But like you fucking bastard, you're just outside, but it doesn't.
Like I can't shit when I'm freezing.
You gotta point at him and go, bad dog.
Jonah, always bringing the conversation up. So I
was just talking about being a good parent, allow my dog to shit.
I hear you. I can talk about my dog's crap, Max's crap, our mascot. But I don't think the audience wants to hear about that right now. If he eats Chick-fil-A, because my dog kind of eats what I eat nowadays. He's only got a year left or two. I'll try to preserve him as long as we can. You know?
Yeah, no, I rescued mine in 11 or 12, so he's old as shit. He's a miniature pincer though.
Yeah, mine's 15. If he goes, I gotta go get another one immediately. Probably, I'll be so heartbroken.
He was 18 months when I rescued him. I don't remember what year though. It's 11 or 12, one of them.
Maybe you should get another one before you get.
That's honorable. That's admirable, Jonah. Thank you for picking up the rescue dog.
Then he could
it wasn't admirable. It wasn't admirable at all. It was I rescued him. My ex fiance wanted a dog, so I gave her like a bunch of conditions, and he met all the conditions. And then like right away, he's like, "No, I'm your dog. Fuck that bitch." I should have listened to him back then.
What was the conditions of the dog?
The dog wasn't allowed to take a shit bigger than I do. He wasn't allowed to be some foofy faggot shit because I knew I'd be the one walking him all the time. There's a couple others I gave her, but I forget. But those were the two big ones. I'm not.
You had to have some extra sharp canines.
No. I'm not picking up a shit bigger than my own shit.
Leg.
No. I literally said I'm not picking up a shit bigger than I'd take a shit myself, and I'm not fucking walking around with some faggot looking thing.
So you didn't want no greyhound, yeah?
No, I've got a plan to make some money. The plan is to go to Europe.
All the free time you have, you better have more than one plan.
Yeah, don't have 26 plans.
This is the plan. I mean, you guys can do the plan if you want. But so the plan is
I bet he does.
To get a German wolfhound from Germany. Actually, you have to get two of them.
Ellie, where are you? Yeah, we need a German wolfhound.
Then you get the other dog, because the German wolfhound mixed with the other dog makes the German Shepherd. And if someone was to remake the German Shepherd breed with good hips, so it doesn't fuck up, that fucking they can make a fortune.
Oh man,
they could sell them fucking $50. Probably $50.
This conversation makes me want to take a gummy, man. I gotta take a gummy.
Your fucking plan fucking sucks.
You guys just made me want to take a gummy here.
There's a breed of
I wonder if you can show a brand if they get pissed if I show this brand. Does that piss people off, or is that good or bad, or do I get arrested if I show the brand or something?
No,
the border police in Jerusalem use
no one knows anymore.
They have a canine unit, and they use
that's
dogs
designed to chew up the
Palestinian kids. 17 feet.
Wait, what
Do
kind
you know
of dogs?
What kind of dogs those are?
Wait, what? Jump 17?
What?
Yeah, they kind of look like German Shepherds, but they're not, and they jump very high.
Are they those Switzerland dogs that have the weird hips?
Swedish
they look like very slim down
or whatever
German
the fuck
Shepherds.
they are, aren't they?
Yeah, that sounds like the right breed. I don't know how to say it.
Malamute.
No, I'm Malamutes. The Malinois are the ones that are like a lot.
Yes, Malinois. That's it.
Yeah, it's really fancy dog.
They jump very high.
Yeah, those are expensive.
Very expensive. Yeah.
The Kita was like $5,000.
Those dogs, they can smell like explosives and gunpowder. I forgot how many feet under the ground. They're very.
That's because they're trained like that. But you know what's really funny is they couldn't do a fucking thing on October 7th for over 12 hours, and it takes 6 hours to drive across the country. Just saying.
Yeah,
that'd be a good
kind of weird.
Jonah, were you there? I've been there.
I'm just saying what the public reporting is.
What do you think happened there,
It's so
Sabrina?
weird.
Do you have any opinions about that?
I was actually down there, not on October 7th, but less than a year later. And it was weird to think about.
It was September 10th. So was it October 7th?
October 7th of 2023.
Okay.
And they didn't know, Hamas did not know that there was going to be a festival down there. So it was a double score on a killing spree for them.
They got
And
lucky.
they were the ones that did the killing, and they were so proud of what they'd done. They're the ones that uploaded. They took video of themselves committing.
Could you imagine that no one
atrocities.
ever thought of using a hand glider until just now? There's so many holes in the story. That's all I'm saying.
Do you find anything weird about that story, Sabrina? The attack, how it went down?
No. Let's ask the real question.
Oh, here we go.
No.
I'm just wondering. I mean, have you or have you not? I mean, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just asking.
Boy.
No,
nothing weird about that.
Well, what's the question? Hurry up.
It's kind of like 9/11. Is anything weird about 9/11?
That's going to be my question. Do you think there's anything more or less weird than?
No, she did say something weird about it before. She said that her friend was being urged by some Islam lady to go down
she
there.
was supposed to go
to the concert.
festival,
and
the festival. And one of her girlfriends had an Arab friend who she'd been friends with for 20 years, who the day before was trying to convince her to go down to the festival because she knew that there was going to be the killing. And this
her
is
friend wanted her to be there. That's no friend.
And she wanted her to go down to the Gaza border to the festival so that she could be murdered.
So what you're saying is never
trust. This was a sleeper cell. There was a sleeper cell.
There's a sleeper
cell to go to the festival.
And by the way, Hamas knew because the workers that would cross the border from Gaza into southern Israel, they would do work at some of the kibbutzes and they had jobs. Because of them, Hamas mapped the kibbutzes. They knew the families. They knew which families had, this family
you could probably look them up on Google Earth, though, couldn't you?
This family has, that's how they were able to do it. So when Hamas showed up early in the morning, the first thing they did was kill the dogs. They knew who had pets, who had innocent Gazans, gave them a layout. And
so as they're coming across the border,
hold on.
The first town they're coming.
It used to be that kibbutzes, because they knew they were in dangerous territory, they were all very well armed. But because this trend toward, we want to be friendly. We don't want to be, we don't want a lot of firearms. They were sitting ducks and they had very few guns on the kibbutzes on the border. And by the way, I was at Kibbutz Be'eri, and I saw how they absolutely burned and destroyed these homes. One of the survivors invited us over. He is having a really hard time. He has survivor's remorse. His family survived, but many of his friends and the families around, they're all dead. They were all murdered that day. And
that would mess you up. That would mess you up big time.
A very hard time with survivor's guilt. But even if you want to say, Israel, a scorpion doesn't crawl in the desert without Israel knowing it. Hamas ran across the border. There were other circumstances on October 7th, that day, that were going on. And Hamas ran across the border with the help of ordinary Gazans, the innocent Gazans, and brutally killed. I saw the footage and it's very disturbing. I can't stop thinking of it.
I saw it.
So anybody who tries to call out Israel, man, you're barking up the wrong tree, because I saw it all.
No one's calling out Israel. It's not calling out Israel. It's like, did you notice anything weird about that?
It is.
The story.
It is.
Yeah, the people got past the security. That there must have been an inside person or something there that let them know or something. One of the border guards or something.
No, it was before.
But
they cut the chain link fence with these wire cutters.
It was on Shabbat.
But then they also got all their funding through Qatar, through Israel. But that's just out of the Israeli media. So,
man, come on, you guys. In 2004, for peace.
No, I'm talking 2004.
The Israeli prime minister kicked every Jewish occupant out of Gaza. Okay, and the reason that Israel had Gaza is because in 1967, Egypt decided to attack them. They lost. So Israel gained territory. In
The
I think about
67 war.
1979 or 1981, the Anwar Sadat, Israel gave back the Sinai to Egypt. But even the Egyptians, they don't want any problems with the so-called Palestinians. They have built effing walls to keep the Palestinians out of Egypt because they're troublemakers. They don't. El-Sisi does not want that crap in Egypt. So, I mean, you're barking up the wrong tree here. And I'm just really sick of Americans who know nothing, who don't have to worry about rockets being, rocket sirens in their homes, and people trying to justify why we are here, as if do Americans honestly believe that when we launched rockets in Iraq and Afghanistan, that women and children aren't being killed? Is that what you think?
I mean, there's 186 children last week, but that's a whole different story. Big head stat.
Israel tries not to. Israel does not target schools and hotels and nurseries, but Hamas purposely puts their ordnance in those places. And there is a very, very, I don't know if you can still find it on YouTube, but during Operation Protective Edge in 2014, when this started, there was some jerk French journalist pontificating in Gaza and talking about how Israel targets nursery schools and hospitals. And this journalist was at her hotel, and as she's giving her report, you hear the right behind her, and she's like shocked, and she looks back because a rocket just launched from her hotel. That's why they have to target. And by the way, here's the other thing Israel does that only the United States does, and it's the door knocking. No other country in the world besides the USA and Israel let you know, and now they send texts, we are going to bomb you. Take cover. So that if you really are innocent, you get the hell out of there.
Like the Canadian Neil Young says, we have a kinder, gentler machine gun hand. Because that's basically all that is.
Fuck Neil Young.
Neil Young, what is that expression?
Machine gun hand. He was making fun.
All right,
Neil Young was poking fun.
So somebody said, "Oh, ask her about the USS Liberty." That was during wartime, all right, Murray? That was during wartime, and Israel immediately owned it and apologized. I know, I'm very well versed in that. I know what's going on, but man, you people need to give up on the anti-Semitism. Shit.
Did we say one thing anti-Semitic here tonight?
It is.
So we can talk about all the shit America does. Full tilt. We can criticize our country all day long in every way, shape, or form. But if you say one thing about the policy or anything that's happened to Israel, it's anti-Semitic.
What? Okay, you tell me, Todd. Yeah, then you tell me, Todd. Tell me about Israel. Tell me about Israel.
Well, America is made Israel.
Tell me about their policies. Because, by the way, I do have Israeli friends. Now, they don't like certain aspects of the government, so they complain to me. But I guarantee you don't know anything that they have an issue with. So this is everything that
you're
hearing.
Right. You're probably right.
You're hearing.
You know what I do know, or what I have heard?
Media and the BBC.
Israel is the number one lobby group
in the United States. A country of 9 million people. It is a blip in the Middle East, and over 2 million of those people are non-Jews. They are Bedouins, they are Druze, they are Arabs. They're from all over. So Israel's population is not homogenous. And I know that because I've been there. I've rented a car and I've actually driven around. I didn't go on a tour to very specific areas to be fed propaganda by these groups that will host Americans. to show them, look what they've done to us. It's just not true, man.
Sabrina, all I am doing by answering your question is getting myself in trouble because you know you can't even talk about this subject without being called a Nazi and threatened with an inch of your life by God knows who.
It's one thing to ask questions, and it's another thing to ask a leading question. And all I hear are leading questions. The questions already have their judgment, and they're saying, "What do you have to say for this?" I have encountered legitimate curiosity, but I'm not hearing legitimate curiosity. I'm hearing explain this. Explain this. That's why I get irritated.
So when I bring up lobbyists from Israel,
what is a lobbyist?
That's people that pay money and go influence our politicians on our policies. When I hear Israel's the number one lobby group in Washington, is that anti-Semitic to say that?
Okay, Todd, do you know how much money Egypt gets from the United States?
A ton, I'm sure.
Do you know how much money Iraq gets? Do you know how much money any of these countries
All
get?
of them.
Saudi, exactly.
I don't want to give any of them money.
The focus is on a country of 9 million people that is leading in technology.
They wouldn't be leading in technology if they weren't allowed to, Sabrina.
Your investment
a lot of these countries are shaped and formed
you
by the globalists.
Todd, the Israel is part of the U.S. because it's involved with the strategic. In that one book, it said there was 52 nukes in Israel, and it's like.
You know what I want?
If those fucking crazy
what's
Islam,
best for America?
Crazy, you know. Well, I mean, I think
if
what
giant amounts of foreign aid to Israel is best for America, then how about it?
What I'm saying
but
is
please
that
show me how and why. Because when I look at our policy, when I look at the leaders in my country, Clint, because we're criticizing America every fucking show. I go, how the fuck is this good for us?
Well, I don't criticize America.
I'm saying our policies are not helping us. And they're not explaining them in a way that makes me go, okay. I'm looking at a big rigged system myself. I don't know what everybody else is seeing.
Well,
but I'm not liking the end results. I'm not liking the end results because it's getting worse and it's deteriorating. Whatever wealth and money and capital and power we have is now watered down, weakened, and we've turned the whole world against us when we literally set up the fucking world government structure so everybody could come here and get along. So no, we're not. I don't. If America's doing good, right on. If America's doing shit, call it. We don't sit and go, America's good no matter what we do on this show.
Well, I think that from my understanding from that encyclopedia,
we don't say whatever any country does is good on this show. We criticize them for their good side and the bad side. And if you don't think Israel has a bad side, Sabrina, if you don't think Israel's done some dark stuff.
My point is you focusing on a country of 9 million people out of all the nations of this world, because that's what you are getting from mainstream media. You're pretty brainwashed there too, Todd.
Yeah, I probably am. I never said I wasn't.
And every
talk
time
about
you
brainwashing all the time.
You don't ask a question about Israel. You make an accusation. And what about this? And what about bulldozing those settlements? Oh, let me tell you about bulldozing those settlements. Let me tell you about that. So if you built in your neighborhood, if you decided to just, I see an empty lot here. I'm going to build a couple of homes here. What do you think the government's response is going to be to that?
Well,
they wouldn't let you do it?
Exactly. Same thing. So you're not getting the
I live in Arizona where if you want to remodel your fucking house,
think about this though.
You have to bring an inspector in to get a thumbs up or thumbs down, and every nail you put in there has to be approved by him. So yeah, I get that. America's full of that.
So think about this though. think about
You can't. Arizona does allow people to go park in the desert in RVs, and you can live the fuck out there if you want. They won't harass you because you probably won't want to do that, and you're only there because there's nowhere else to go.
Hey,
or
Bedouins in Israel in the southern desert, they live in freaking tents with their goats following behind them. Israel allows it.
California has giant tent cities that they allow people to just shit on the streets and put up a tent anywhere you want.
Yeah. Well, so there's a reason why the leftist rainbow crowd is aligned with radical Islam. There's a reason behind that, and I think that it is the Nazis, and that all the Nazi sympathizers may be shaking their heads, but that Dennis Cuddy shit really blew it open with that fucking the hormone shit, the fucking and then the connection with the Raelians and the fucking Solar Temple, both of them.
I don't hear Nazi sympathizers here. Do you hear Nazi sympathizers here?
I'm not talking about. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about sometimes in the audience, but sometimes
hopefully
guests
not. Yeah.
So, anyways, But
in America, I believe anybody can be whatever the fuck they want to believe if you're not hurting someone else.
Let me explain here.
You can believe anything you want to believe. It doesn't mean it's true.
Well, I believe that there's fucking. I believe that the Nazis
believe in a guy sitting on a fucking cloud in the sky that's going to judge you.
Well, I believe the Fourth Reich is aligned with the fucking.
Says the magician.
The rainbow stuff and
that's
the
right.
Islam shit.
Wow.
Wait, what'd you say? I didn't.
She said, "Says the magician."
Well, what you gotta understand, Todd, I think that what's going on is that World War II never stopped. It physically stopped, but there was a Cold War on top of a Cold War on top of a Cold War, and that fucking and that I think it's been going on for quite some time, and that they've been throwing money at all sorts of shit that they can't tell us about, and that fucking they've made ways
we can't
to divert
say for sure.
Well, what I'm saying is
what exactly is going on, but we speculate all day long. Definitely, there's wars within wars, covert wars occurring. If you think you know what's going on in the Middle East right now, you're probably mistaken about all what's happening at the moment. They're not going to tell you exactly why they're doing what they're doing. They're going to tell you the bare amount of information about why they do things. When we went to war in the Middle East,
that's such a broad statement. You're right. Yeah, there are things we don't know, but I've been places. I don't know. Maybe you've been there. I'm making presuppositions about you, but I've been there many times, up and down.
Yeah, I have not. I have not. Nope, I've been there. Just have to take your word for it. I mean, what it looks like, what it is. And so, I just asked some questions. I'm not anti-Israel.
Todd, come on, man. You are asking questions with the conclusion embedded in the question already.
Okay? Is that right?
It's a what have you to say what have you to say about this? You're not asking the question out of genuine curiosity. It's what do you have to say about this? And what do you have to say about this? And what about this?
Well,
what do you have to say about dancing Israelis on 9/11? What do you have to say about that, Sabrina? The dancing Israelis. What do you have to say about that?
Oh my God. Are you effing kidding? There were no dancing Israelis. There were none. Okay, you know what? Let me put it this way. By the way, there are no dancing Israelis. And here's the thing. That you want me to judge the United States by the roles in the KKK?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm going to judge the United States by the roles in the KKK, which are less than 5,000, probably even less now.
One of our top senators, Byrd.
It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Byrd was like the grand cyclops of the KKK in the late 70s.
We're talking about a country of a little over 9 million people. There are no dancing Israelis. Again, I can hear
one of our senators was a grandmaster of the KKK, Sabrina.
Unbelievable, man.
Do you not know the FBI has reports of this? This is not me making it up. It was on the fucking news.
No, you're repeating what you've heard through Western media.
You haven't heard this?
Yes, and the first thing I did was look to source. The first thing I sought to do was source. Is it true? Is this really true?
Okay.
No, it's not.
And source said, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, I don't
and again, your disbelief, but I'm just asking questions. I'm not an anti-Semite.
So, okay, me neither. I mean, all I can say is, wow, all these the reports that have been circulating for years.
Let's pretend
nothing
I'm a
to
judge and you guys are lawyers. And I would say that in the court of law, some dancing people by a building, even if it was real, it doesn't mean anything. It's just some drunk people that were fucking...
Do you know any of the allegations, Clint? Is this the first time you ever heard this? When they were asked by the police, "What are you doing?" they said, "We're celebrating." They said, "What are you celebrating?" "You're going to get involved with this." "What are you going to get involved?" "We're not your enemy. We're not your enemy. They're your enemy," is what these guys said. It's not us, it's them. "Why are you doing this?" "We're documenting this," what they said. There's over 500 of them that got picked up, I think, after 9/11. Not picked up, but on the radar. And they were art students on visas and weird stories. Doesn't mean I'm blaming anybody. It's just stuff that I guess circulates around the internet.
You're right. And if it circulates around the internet, it must be true.
Not saying it is. I'm saying, you heard this?
You are presupposing that it is
this,
true.
I was kind of talking about this the other night where I was like, what if loose change, and what if esoteric agenda, and what if zeitgeist, and every other like 2000s conspiracy video that was out that was about 9/11, what if it was all propaganda, and that the government made
I
it?
believe most of it is zeitgeist and all these loose change and Michael Moore is showing you the bad side, the dark side of war, and it's in theaters everywhere as they're going to war.
Yeah. So then think about the motive of what if it was all propaganda, because each one tried to say one simple thing. They tried to claim that there wasn't Arabs involved in 9/11. There wasn't radical Islams involved in 9/11, and that it's very interesting because they were all very well produced, all hit the web around the same time, and that
this is the worst fucking topic to talk about because everybody's gonna take sides and he's a Nazi.
Well,
don't got a Nazi bone in my body.
No,
I'm saying it's a green. I've got a Nazi bone in my body.
All of this is
JJ.
Evening. How you doing, man?
JJ.
I'm Mr. Phil A. Buster.
Holy shit, you got me right as I was getting ready to go on a rant. So thank you for stepping in here.
Oh, that's what I'm here to do. So I'm here to filibuster right before you go on a rant. That's what I'm
Please do. Please do. I'd put my foot in my mouth.
JJ, these are feminists for Newsom.
Ooh.
Are you joining or what?
What?
Yeah, you win with this.
I believe you're talking to Mr. Phil
White dudes for camel face.
Kamala Harris actually sent me. That's who I came here to represent tonight.
2028.
Knocking on doors in Pennsylvania. In what world does anyone in the state of Pennsylvania want crazy ass Looney Tunes? That man named Kamala Harris knocking on their door, with them big old man hands.
I'm handing out flyers for Newsom in Portland tomorrow. You want to come?
Are you being serious right now? Of course I do.
Excellent.
Put me down 3 times on the
Sounds
chart.
like a great place to filibuster.
What's going on, JJ? Glad you stopped in.
Oh, not much. I think a lot of this stuff around the dancing Israelis distracts attention from the known knowns of the large-scale, widespread Israeli intel operation known as the Israeli art students. They were in every state across the union.
Oh, man.
500 of them, I heard.
It's
500
all a
plus.
distraction.
What if it was counterintelligence against radical Islams?
Here's what it is, Sabrina. Have you ever seen the film The Man with One Red Shoe?
Yes, with Tom Hanks.
What?
There you go.
It is the man with one red shoe. All these unintelligence agencies are out there trying to be dumber than the next, and they're all looking and spying on each other and doing hood rat shit against each other. And that's what I think in large part that's what we see with that, because we know the funding came from the Saudi royal family. It's the same element that is comprised of the same Muppets that have been instituting globalism in America for many years, such
House
as
of Saud.
Alawi bin Talal.
Yeah,
but it's a
US
wing.
is
It's a
sucked
wing
into
of that. He was going to be the king, but he got thrown out for the MBS's dad.
So when they got overthrown or basically taken over by the new regime, they kicked the one guy out.
Outside of the CCP, who do you think owns all the not only the federal bonds but the municipal bonds across every state in this union, Todd? It's a war between the Sauds and the Chinese.
Yeah.
Yep. I was just reading this article earlier today about how the Pentagon's selling access to the people with a lot of money, countries with a lot of money. You can get what you need.
At what point in time is this separated from the Jeffrey Epstein situation? We know he's operating in Saudi Arabia. We know he's got an address in Saudi Arabia. We know that his buddy Bill Gates is business partners with Alawi bin Talal. Alawi bin Talal was likely the financier of Barack Obama, and the primary reason why his records needed to be sealed outside of the fact that he was not born in Kenya. He was born in Indonesia to an Indonesian father and an American mother. But nonetheless, it was the Alawi bin Talal connections, whom he probably met when bin Talal was in college in San Jose, and Obama was in college at Occidental University there in Santa Barbara. So it seems that they crossed paths in around that time. But again, being from a CIA family, and being that's the component of the CIA we see operating, like Bandar Bush, right, the Saudi ambassador around 9/11, who him and his family escaped despite him and his family, those fucking Muppets. Speaking of psychological operations, his niece testified in Congress on Capitol Hill, claiming to be a Kuwait. Or no, I'm sorry, that's the Kuwaiti guy. No, what did his family do? His family invested in the Carlyle Group, who was also a big component of the 9/11 stuff. I got confused with the Iraqi soldiers throwing down Kuwaiti babies. That was the Kuwaiti component of their little world.
They took the babies out of the incubators. They threw them on the cold floor.
Yeah,
there you go. By that incident, Todd, to what we're dealing with today, right? That was a complete
House of Saud. Several
so
of them,
cold
they're good buddies with the Bush family.
Yeah, that's the Bandar Bushes. That's the Alawi bin Talal side of the equation. That's the Adnan. That's what I'm saying. Epstein's all around that side of the equation.
And what came out later after that was they hired the ambassador's daughter of Kuwait to make a false statement in front of Congress about the babies being thrown on the floor, and that was widely known about 2 months after they lied about it.
What?
To get us to go to war.
Really? They hired a firm. They're cousins with the Sauds, the Kuwaiti royal family. So it's all one fucking Muppet family. But
during the Kosovo Wars, there's fake pictures.
No, we're talking Kuwait. We're talking about the first.
Well, I mean, after that
Iraqi.
Before Kuwait, wasn't it?
Well, if you want to understand the Kosovo,
are you talking about during like 34 years ago? During
first
Bush
Iraq. Yeah, the first Bush.
Yeah,
they hired a PR firm. JJ was the same thing.
Congress to get us into the Desert Storm, and she happened to be the Kuwaiti ambassador to America's niece.
Daughter.
She was not. She was not present in any hospital. There was no Iraqi soldiers of Saddam spiking young babies from incubators. But that's what babies. Congress. That was actually developed by a PR agency. Developed that whole narrative.
And they allowed that to take place on the floor of our Senate.
And
to convince all of us to go to war.
Yep. Saddam's uncle, though, he was trained by.
And no one said, "How dare you?" or "Shame on you" after this whole stupid event. But you know what? That stupid event was only like a month-long campaign, and it was over. we weren't. That wasn't the 20-year forever war. Later on,
what happened to all the gold though that they stole from there?
Yeah,
probably went to the UN or something.
So that was a whole different time.
Marky Mark, they stole a bunch of gold, dude.
They always do. They want the gold, I think, for the
they
aliens.
stole artifacts too.
Different assault on ancient Babylon. That's what it is, though. It's ancient Babylon.
Yeah, because I always wondered why did they go to Nineveh? What are they looking for? Fucking Nimrod's fucking tomb or something? You know? You ever see that video that's supposedly Nimrod in the tomb?
Didn't
like a giant.
Didn't some of the Epstein emails mention Nimrod? Was it just Atlantis? There's a bunch of weird shit besides just Atlantis.
There's a supposed video that was leaked from Billerie's emails or some shit where it's got a video of like some kind of supposed ancient Babylonian shit, and it's supposedly Nimrod, and he's like 10 feet tall, and his skin is all like black and like fucking purple black, and it looks like it's like a big mummy or something, but with no wrappings.
It sounds wild.
It's got a bunch of jewels.
Sounds crazy.
It's like some really low quality.
Did they make that in a bobblehead? Can I get a bobblehead version of that?
Yeah,
it's like one. Remember those really shitty phones when the videos first came out with phones? You know, it was like one of those videos. It was really bad quality.
Hey, did you do a show tonight, sir?
Did I do a show tonight? Who's asking?
Yeah, Friday. Did you do a Fridays?
I did. I had the host of the Vulgence podcast, two young gents who use the brain hole for God's intended purposes, and not as some folks do in oversized paperweight.
I gotta go check that out.
Jolly West, and I had Landon as the co-host.
I love Landon. Fantastic character.
I was to send him an invite.
I hate and love that we have to go head to head on Friday nights with you, JJ. Over here on
I'm happy to collaborate again. If you guys want to do another next time you're on Fridays, Todd, we can mash them together. Is that 2 weeks?
Next weekend? No, not next weekend. 2 weeks from now. Yeah. 2 weeks from now.
I'll put you guys on the calendar. We can mash them together on the 27th.
Yeah, put that down. Let's simulcast. And thank you, JJ, for inviting us over on your show. I love the movie reviews. I live for that. I learned so much.
Sure. Now we're doing this week. You, me, Clint, and Phil, and maybe Julia, maybe Doctor. We have another party. I'm not sure what yet, but
anybody you get.
I want to try to get female opinions on some of these films in their review, obviously. And Julia's.
Let's get Sabrina in there. Sabrina's pretty smart.
That's where I was going. How dare you, sir?
It's okay, JJ. You don't have to invite me.
No,
that's where I was going with it. I was about to say I don't know if you're big into films. It seems like you are based on your comments.
I am big into films. What were you thinking of?
Well, the next one we have is American Made.
What was it?
It's Tom Cruise March Madness. So we're doing American Made, and then we're doing Oblivion.
Oh, American Made. Got
it's gonna be good.
Yeah, that's the you mean Arkansas, the weird take they did on Mean Arkansas and Barry Seal.
CIA agent flying drugs in.
Yeah, well, you got Barry Seal, likely Society of Cincinnati member Barry Seal.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't aware of that movie up until a few weeks ago.
Well, if you'd like to watch it, ma'am, and join us on next Wednesday at 9:30 Eastern Time, come on down.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, JJ. Appreciate the invite.
So it'll be us four plus Phil, and then I didn't dislike the film necessarily, but it's just a weird. I thought it was the same way they did Gary Webb's story with Kill a Messenger. I thought it was just kind of a weird take.
Kind of watered down, dull presentation.
There we go. Very nerfed, very dulled down. Yeah.
Right. No one even interested in this. It's barely even. You kind of yawn at the end.
Hey, JJ.
Yes,
JJ, Barry Seal was found on a beach with his hands tied behind his back, right? Like in the early 2000s?
I thought he was found in the back of his car in like 86.
It's a while back, yeah.
February 19th in Baton Rouge. We share the same birthday, me and old Barry Seal, July 16th.
Okay, I might be thinking of somebody else washed up on a beach with his hands tied behind his back.
Yeah,
a number of people probably.
Barry Seal died. I believe he was shot. He was under numerous indictments and whatnot, and I think he was shot and put in the back of his car. I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I got a meme of that.
he gave a lot of information about what he was doing. About he spoke out, if I'm not mistaken.
Out of prison, right? Dude, as much bullshit as these people claim they're saying, dude. They're saying bullshit, all right? They're saying a lot of bullshit. Because no one tells the story about Karen Greenberger, a.k.a. Laney Jacobs. That was her Iran-Contra name. She was the head of the Medellin cartel. She's allegedly in prison today in the state of California. However, they don't have any mugshots. The last mugshot they have was 2000. And, according to
another fake,
they're required to take mugshots for felony murder for their life in prison. And for some reason, the former head of the Medellin cartel in America, she don't have to do that. She's under investigation out of Florida right now for the murder of her husband, who was the head of the Medellin cartel in America. She took over, and then she's in prison for the murder of Roy Raiden and the Cotton Club murders, but allegedly. No one tells that story. Johnny Depp's whole story about that whole trafficking, that's the same fucking network. You see Karen Greenberger's husband depicted in the film Blow, but ain't no one talking about how Johnny Depp's. Do you know who gave Johnny Depp, who funded his first directorial debut? Cocaine Bob Evans, produced by Cocaine Bob's nephew.
He looked at the young Johnny Depp's body sweating and he went, I'm going to make you a star. You like cocaine, kid?
Oh, he made him a star, all right. He had to go shit in the slide or whatever.
Jesus Christ.
JJ, it's so funny. I ordered a copy of Compromised. I know you know that book, right?
I don't know that book.
Compromised by Terry Reid and John Cummings, Clinton, Bush, and the CIA.
What year was that? That sounds familiar.
Clinton.
Yeah, this was published in 1994. 94.
I think I'm pretty
I know Carl Oglesby's. It's about Bush and the drug running in the CIA.
Yeah.
Cocaine no. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say the used copy that I got in the mail is actually signed by Terry Reid, and it says 2/28/1998. James, help form a third party. Terry Reid.
Interesting.
Which a third party is what some want to do right now.
Oh, for sure. I'm reading about the book right now. I'm going to have to get this book. Thank you for recommending, man. I appreciate it. Now, I was thinking The Yankee and the Cowboy War by Carl Oglesby. You familiar with that one?
No.
Yeah, definitely. That's the war between the Eastern establishment and the Texas oil barons kind of establishment.
Yeah, it's like a prequel to what we see popping off with the Iran-Contra, like where that came from.
JJ, say that title one more time.
The Yankee and Cowboy War by Carl Oglesby. Conspiracies from Dallas to Watergate.
I have that book.
That's where I read that book, and that's when I realized it's the same enterprise. It's the same criminal enterprise from Dallas, 11/22/63, to Watergate, to the Iran-Contra hearings, to so on and so. It's Colby Squares. It's the same.
And the one that ties them together nicely is the George Bush Senior connection, because he was kind of
he gets into that. That's what I'm saying. It's the predecessor right there. That book gets into Bush, and it's the predecessor to what we see in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, pure evil.
Yeah. Big mile of intelligence.
JJ, I'm so glad we got John here, buddy, because on that last show, Joe, I listened back and I think they were making my headphones sound worse than it really was. Does that sound bizarre? No, it was when I was on your show, everything that Jonah was saying was irritating the shit out of me. And so I want to apologize for ripping on Jonah, because I love Jonah. But there was a bunch of shit I didn't get to cover because in my headphones,
I like Jonah's style, but it's like a bull in a china shop. You just got to let him kind of
set him back.
Sometimes he can say some really good.
Yeah, wait till he tells the guy quit breaking out of the china for a moment. You know what I mean?
I've heard him go into all the details about.
JJ, that book is expensive.
He's always got a barn burning fucking suggestion about everything. So I was.
Oh hell yeah! No, I enjoy this conversation.
What's that, man?
He gets
JJ,
crass.
the Yankee and Cowboy War is very expensive. It's not getting printed right now. I'd have to get it used.
Oh no, it's an old book.
That's an old book.
So I can probably get it on PDF somewhere if you need it.
Yeah.
I need a hard copy. I might have to fork over.
You can print it out on the computer.
JJ, since I'm lucky and I got you here, so
books from Internet Archive has a free library service.
Yeah.
And I use a Kindle service through the local public libraries, but there's the Internet Archive version of it.
Yeah, you could.
JJ, since I got you here, sir, pardon me, Clint.
Where am I, dude? I'm not here, dude. I'm
just
Mr. Phil A. Buster. I'm here to filibuster.
Because of Jonah yelling and shouting and screaming and doing his stance that he does all the time. No, he was quite polite.
But he's
I didn't get to say a few things about the show that we reviewed. Everyone go check out JJ's show on the Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise. That was
AKA
a great
Live,
show.
Die, Repeat. Thank you, sir. I appreciate
And there's a couple things I didn't get to say to you about Doug Lyman, the director's parents. Do you remember me telling you that his father was chief counsel for Iran-Contra affair?
Yes, sir. Pop blew up my brain hole. In fact, I did not know that.
His father.
Who's his daddy? What did he do?
He came from Russia. Jewish.
Typical.
From Moscow or Belarus?
Around the time when Russia was overthrown by the commies.
Well, you know where?
Kind of like around the same time that Ayn Rand. I wrote down the notes on it.
Jewish Lyman. I was thinking maybe he was a Society of Cincinnati Mormon Lyman out of Lyman, New Hampshire.
I wrote down the notes on it. His dad.
No, I see that. Yeah, he's from Russia.
Yeah.
Russia.
Once again, we have these. Who else came? Anybody heard of the?
Dude, Vladimir Putin came from Russia. He's the devil, dude. I've seen it on the TV.
Well,
strange though.
I think the
he immigrated to America from Russia right about the time of the Bolshevik Revolution.
Dude, could you imagine if you put Richard Nixon's mummified corpse in like fucking the middle of Whittier, California, or whatever?
That'd be fantastic.
Like Lenin.
Have it all pickled.
Yeah, speaking of Lenin and Trotsky, weren't Lenin and Trotsky trained in New York?
Oh, for sure. The Rockefeller and the Wall Streeters got them both.
Yeah, there was
across the middle of a war zone. That was the Paul Warburg and his brother Phil Warburg. I don't think that's his real name, but one was the head of the German bank, and the other one was the head of the Federal Reserve over here.
Yeah,
Paul Warburg and his brother. One was the head of the bank in Germany, the central bank in Germany. The other was the central bank in the United States.
Shit, dude. It's all Rothschild.
They're all Rothschild employees.
We got a Rothschild nation called Israel. That's all Rothschild shit. We got Jeffrey.
We got a guy named Jeffrey Epstein that says, "Go talk to my bosses, the Rothschilds."
It's all about that British Israelism. Well, you got
exactly, dude.
The British Israelism is a Anglo-Saxon group that thinks that they are the true tribe of Judah, and so they.
Bunch of queers, if you ask me.
They're offshoots. That group and the other group are both listed as radical groups because I mean I think they're connected with Nazis.
Yeah,
I think they're radical morons.
Nazis, commies, aliens, whatever. Yeah, they're there.
I think maybe the aliens are Nazis, dude.
Alien takes your freedom away. Yeah,
they were aliens, dude. They invaded the place.
That's where you'll find them. Pushing for subjugation.
It's like we can nail down the Illuminati doctrine to the OTO and communism, and then the Nazism seems to be connected to theosophy through Ariosophy and Thule, and that the Ariosophy and Thule is connected to Baron von Reichenbach.
Connected to the shin bone. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yep, the shin bone connected to the leg bone, and the knee bone connected to the thigh bone.
I think part of the brainwashing is that they're using this old the 1700s technique called animal magnetism, and that they were It's just like
a great
Crowley,
Scorpions album, Animal
remember when they
Magnetism.
said that Crowley was walking behind a person, imitating the person. He was somehow magnetized himself to the person, and then he made himself fall and then made the person fall. They can do that with taste, any sense of the body. They can, and then mixed with hypnotism, it becomes a dangerous tool.
That's the story that's told. Yeah, Crowley claimed that he went around practicing the art of invisibility too. He thought he could
if you hypnotize
make
somebody,
himself invisible in situations. I mean, there's stories, Clint. There's stories. No one witnessed it, but I've heard those stories.
Well, he might have hypnotized people to make them not see. He snapped his fingers and they fucking.
It's funny. It's funny, JJ. On your show, I kept calling the director's dad Don, and somebody in your audience after the show's over said, "His name's Doug, idiot." So sorry to that guy.
What? You wave.
Sorry to that guy. It's Doug Lyman, not Don. Anyways, the director of that movie, you learn things going on JJ's show if you go do a little research. We know about Tom Cruise's Scientology connection, which do we need to explain how weird the Scientologists are? Probably not.
Yeah.
Go look into the directors of these movies. Seems like nobody in the United States just makes it on their own. Somehow they have connections to weird.
They could be making propaganda films to cover up.
So always stay educated coming on your show, JJ, man. You wisen us.
Oh yeah.
And so I'll go on about a couple other things that I wrote down. Did I write anything of interest on that? Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet. I can probably turn it up if you want.
But it's okay. I can do enough talking for everybody.
You had some intelligence notes, Todd?
Yeah, I had a couple notes I didn't get to say on JJ's show because who wants to sit and listen to long form notes? Lyman's grandparents were Jewish immigrants from Russia who settled in New York City. Lyman's mother was valedictorian of her high school class, Phi Beta Kappa, at Hunter College.
Phi Beta Kappa.
Lyman attended Harvard University, where he studied political science and graduated in 1954. Lyman decided to become a lawyer after he attended the McCarthy hearings. He had chosen to write his thesis on the threat that McCarthy hearings posed to our concepts of civil liberties and limited government.
So he was a communist.
Lyman recalled, by the time the hearings had ended, I was shaken to my core. Lyman pursued his law degree. See, I couldn't say this because Jonah was on there screaming, "Fuck you, Todd." Anyway, Lyman, the father of the fucking
Anyways, I'm at the gas station. I'm about to
pursued his law degree from Yale Law School, graduated in 1957, and he, quote, said, "Yale taught me above all that lawyers could make a difference in the type of society that we had." So aren't we living in a great society because of these lawyers, everybody? From Yale and Harvard? Holy shit.
There's a team of lawyers before the UN
company.
There's a team of lawyers before the UN charter that made they started making the compartmentalization where they
the Bar Association is a communist organization, is it not? I mean, they control everything in a very stronghold situation. You can't represent your own. You know better than I do. You can't you can't represent your own rights in court. You don't have it.
Clint's tried and lost, or tried and failed.
That's the thing about the Article 1, Section.
Well, the Bar Association is the greatest, and inhibits your ability to do those things. They do it in a clandestine because it's behind closed doors usually, from my experiences. And they do it in a manner that has nothing to do with justice or liberties or rights. I just think I've been subjected to. I've witnessed a lot of shit. I'm just like, man, that's some shady ass shit.
it's like they've created it's like the legislative branch created its own executive, judiciary, and legislative branch, and that it's like through Article 1, Clause 8 or whatever. This is Congress has the power to legislate cases and legislate all things whatsoever, and that so once after the Civil War, they had well, no, it was more like 1890 or something. Well, they started doing all this fishy shit where they took the national park.
I'm gonna have to take another gummy if this story goes much longer.
Well, I'll try to sum it up. They took the national park
It's all right, as long as you want.
and then they turned them into federal judges in the states, and then they started operating federal law in state jurisdiction, which is a violation of the 10th Amendment. And then fucking because the federal law can't have a jurisdiction over the citizen, and that the well, the 10th Amendment, but like well, no, excuse me, if the state has jurisdiction, the Fed cannot. If the Fed has jurisdiction, the state cannot.
Yeah, but you're talking about the U.S. Constitution, dude. That went out with executive actions, quite, and freedom. Yeah. I mean, it's been eradicated over time through various legislations and acts and whatnot. But executive action, dude, we have governors doing executive actions now, dude.
Well, that's what I was getting at with that legislative branch creating its own executive and its own judicial, where its judicial is operating under statute law and compelled performance of contracts, and
we have activist federal judges that won't enforce American laws. The idea that you can have any piece of legislation that restricts gun rights is in violation to the Constitution.
Yeah, well, that's because they're all under silent judicial notice to withhold from the public that they are to rule in favor of the UN laws as opposed to our own Constitution. It's fucked up. I've wrote to so many people about it, and they're just like, they don't even write back or anything.
Well, they said, what the hell's Clinton trying to say here? I don't understand.
Well, I wrote to the Attorney General. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Oh, they don't give a fuck, dude. They're like,
that guy said, who's this guy? Yeah.
It's crazy. It's despicable. It's
it's not good.
Well, it's crazy because all these Marxists
slightly better than living like 200 years ago in some
we don't got no Western
town, but
we're already in the
social. Oh, dude, again, I mean, all the judicial system is just one big criminal enterprise, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the criminal justice. What is that joke? I'm just gonna open another roach joint. Yeah, fucking. Well, it's like that's the thing where it's like I've been harassed by police walking on the street, and I'm like, the first thing I say, I'm like, did you take an oath to the Constitution before I say anything? And they'll say yes, and then they're like, we want to search you. I was like, well, I have a 4th Amendment right, and you just said you took an oath to the Constitution. The Bill of Rights is part of the Constitution. They're all brainwashed. It's really fucked up. I mean,
I have a 4th Amendment right to filibuster. And speaking of that, Todd left, but Todd was mentioning the McCarthy hearings. The Kennedy brothers were deeply involved in that.
Wait, the Kenyan?
Kennedy brothers? Yeah, RFK was the chief legal counsel.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Cooper says that McCarthy just didn't understand the Masonic conspiracy and that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I kind of came to that conclusion. I started to question Joseph McCarthy when I was in middle school, was portrayed as, a lunatic senator who was out on a witch hunt, right? The McCarthy hearings, in the same way that the New Deal by Roosevelt was promoted as a wonderful thing. It got us out of the Great Depression, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt was the best thing that happened during that time.
Cooper says McCarthy
and there are just so many fantasies. Roosevelt was a Fabian.
Yeah, he's related to Clinton Roosevelt. Yeah, Cooper says that he believes that McCarthy was injected with some kind of substance, which I'm not going to say in the air. But
he died young. I mean, they smeared him. He was smeared in the papers, and He died very young and alcoholic. I mean, they
Well,
absolutely
that's what they
demolished
claim,
that
but
guy.
wasn't he at that Bethesda hospital or whatever? Or was that? There's a bunch of Cooper had this episode where he's going over all these shady deaths at Bethesda Hospital, and it blew my mind. And then he was going into the Admiral Borda dude, and just all these all the people surrounded by Billary, and it was just like it was just like holy shit. There's some crazy fucking mafia shit going on. Fucking
Yeah, you're right. He did pass away at Bethesda Hospital. I couldn't get it out. Bethesda Hospital.
I used to go to the doctor there. I used to go to Bethesda.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. That's when I was stationed in DC. That's where my doctor was, and I was impressed. The Navy treats their senior NCOs way different than the Air Force does.
The official cause of death of Joe McCarthy was hepatitis, so cirrhosis of the liver. At 48 years, 48 years old. It's very suspicious.
Yeah, but he was a big drinker. He was a different 48 back then. He looked 72, right? I mean, he looked old as shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is. Is young, but I'm just saying he didn't.
Everybody looked old as shit back then, JJ.
That's true too. You ain't kidding. It is weird how people look older back
Plus, they lived longer too back then. They looked old and lived longer. It's really weird.
Oh yeah.
Some of them.
You want to see some gangster shit around Billary, dude? Look at the death of Ron Brown. He died on an Air Force C-21 jet or whatever, those old jets. For meeting with Enron and Hillary, the Enron executives and Hillary over there in was it Kosovo? One you were saying like
I remember that name.
It was over there in one of those nations, I think Bosnia or Kosovo. And
the
Enron jet and Hillary survived.
Kosovo wars did. They opened up America
Commerce
to a
Secretary
bunch of immigrants.
Brown, his jet goes
JJ,
down. But
he was only 54, I think. 54. Ron Brown?
Yeah, and he was alive when the plane crashed because his autopsy report by the Air Force medical examiner, because it was an Air Force jet, says that he had a gunshot wound in the back of his head.
Jesus.
Oh, wow.
And someone came by and finished him off.
That's fucked up.
He was seen the week prior being thrown out of the Oval Office by Bill Clinton. His son was under indictment. Ron Brown's son was under the indictment at the time, and supposedly he was trying to get Clinton. He was a longtime associate of Ron Brown's. Bill Clinton was trying to get Bill Clinton to get his son out of trouble. So, but here's the deal: this is all pre-Enron crash, obviously, but they're doing weird business deals with Enron. We still know the extent of those business deals. He was the Commerce Secretary. He knew the extent because he was the Commerce Secretary. And Hillary wasn't anything but the First Lady. What the fuck's she doing over there?
Yeah. Then the supposed helicopter that was supposedly attacked but wasn't in the Middle East with that journalist.
The Black Hawk Down, or which one?
There's some kind of weird. There's a whole bunch of string of weird events around the whole thing.
Dude, name a journalist that hasn't lied, dude. That one dickbag from Connecticut, that senator, says he thought he was in Vietnam because he watched it from his end of the lady. He goes, "Oh well, I lied about it because I thought I was in Vietnam." He lied and said he was in Vietnam. When he got called out, he goes, "Oh, I thought I was there because I watched it from the TV on my couch." Go fuck yourself, Blumenthal. The senator out of he's a big Clintonite.
Yeah, there was controversy with Bo Gritz as well, where he was claiming some kind of medals or something. He didn't have them or something.
Bo Gritz has did the unforgivable sin of stolen valor. Stolen valor.
Yeah.
Is that what they call it?
Then there was also he tried to fake his suicide.
Yes,
I'm eating a bowl of Bo Gritz right now.
Yes, Jonah.
Hey, Todd.
Yes.
Fuck Donald Trump, man. I just went to a fucking store.
I know you love. You got
TDS. I just waited to put fucking gas in. No, I went to the store and I put in fucking gas. It's $1.65 a liter right now. God damn, what the fuck?
And when you look at that, you see
he's so far up the Rothschilds and fucking Rockefeller's asses.
America?
What's that?
We don't use
what you
liters.
Say, JJ?
We're making a liter of cola.
Yeah, we don't have no tins over here.
Basically, a gallon's like $4 liters, pretty much. So you're talking at $1.65. You're looking at like $6 a gallon.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, that's your government.
Whoa,
That's not Trump.
Jesus.
That's your government doing that to you.
That's California
Yeah,
prices.
no, our
right
government
there.
has nothing to do with the barrel price. I mean, I know they pay the taxes. That's why I only put $5 in because I'm going to the res in the morning. I go to the res, I don't pay taxes.
You go over to the Indian gas station.
Fuck yeah.
Casino or dot?
Casino.
Casino.
I go to the Feather, man. I don't fucking no. Fuck the Patel.
We don't
Take
have
some
a Canada
peyote.
anymore.
Drop
It's
some
been a dot
peyote while
invasion,
you're over there,
Punjab.
too.
They shoot everywhere here in Canada.
Dude, I see so many Sikh truck drivers at the truck stops and gas stations around here when I by the highways and whatnot in northern Montana. Every time I stop by a gas station, all I see is Sikh, drivers with Alberta plates. So or Sikh drivers. I'm sorry.
Dude, I was telling these guys earlier, you weren't here, and Sabrina's gonna bitch about me bringing it up again, but I was doing a fucking side job at a fucking truck mechanic this weekend, and he's like, no, man, like, they bring in their trucks in all the time, they cut the floor out, and they just shit on their drivetrain, then they bring it in to get it fucking serviced. I was like, man, I'd fucking hit him in the head with
and the drivetrain spins around and throws the shit back up into the cab, I'm sure.
Jonah, you got it wrong, dude. They're enriching our culture. No, it's good stuff. We're all
That's right. We need more curry dishes.
Hey, JJ.
You can't get enough curry.
JJ, I thought you were going to do a show on Jim Jones.
Oh, I am.
Stop interrupting the lady. She wants to speak.
Specifically, their invasion, their Scientology like invasion of Ukiah, California, in the later intersection of Aquino and 2 daycare scandals there, SRA scandals in Ukiah.
Ukiah, that's a town.
Got that coming up. I don't probably next Thursday actually.
Yeah, but you're not just going to talk about Jim Jones. I mean, you're also going to talk about Senator Ryan, aren't you?
Oh yeah, the intersection of all that stuff. I don't think Ryan. I think he's in deeper than like it looks like on the surface. He had a deeper interest in whatever's going on down there.
Well, he comes in and gets killed at the end of the story, so that should be.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he sat on the committee that authorized the CIA's budget. So
yes, you read my mind.
That's a good guy to get rid of. Yeah, he's got to go.
Well, who signed off on the stuff for the funding for that operation? I assume it was probably Leo Ryan.
Mm-hmm. And the Process Church is like 2-3 blocks over from the fucking Moonies, or not the Moonies, but Jim Jones.
Process Church does not exist. It dissolved in 1974. Come on, get the fuck out of here, Todd.
Yeah, you apparently see the Netflix
so Jonah, it absolved just like the MK Ultra program.
It's like New Orleans when JFK got shot. You know how Jim Banner's station office is here, and the CIA's over here, and the OSS over here, Navy intelligence over here, and it's just a coincidence that Lee Harvey Oswald's going and visiting Banner.
You mean Teddy Roosevelt's cousin, Lee Harvey Oswald? Barry Seal's childhood friend from the Civil Air Patrol.
Yeah, when New Orleans was a hotbed of these guys.
Kerry Thornley's basis of his character for a book before the murders. The same Oswald? Okay.
Yeah, it's like they went from New Orleans over to California after the assassination.
Yeah, but are you talking about Bannister, the FBI guy, or because my fucking phone's breaking up? I'm driving down country road.
Guy Bannister. Sorry, I'm calling him Guy Banner.
I was gonna say I don't think Steve Bannon was.
I'm calling the director of the
back. I mean, he's an old disgusting fuck.
Well, Guy Bannister was in charge of the X-Files. That first sighting of a UFO by Fred Chrisman, the alleged grassy knoll shooter, according to Jim Garrison. The first UFO sighting there in July of 1947. He was the FBI special agent in charge of the Pacific Northwest at the time. That's what started the quote unquote X-Files, and Guy Bannister was in charge of it.
Yeah, and Lee Harvey Oswald was reporting to him.
Yep, for sure. And so was Ted Cruz's dad.
The X-Files was good old Canadian David Duchovny. Come on.
And Lee Harvey Oswald said, I am not guilty. I'm a patsy. I'm a patsy.
Trump was right about Ted Cruz's dad being involved with the JFK situation. He's photographed with Oswald handing out those same pamphlets with Guy Bannister's address on it.
What?
Yeah. Old OSF.
Ted Cruz's dad. And then he came up here and was hiding in Alberta, right? And then that's where Ted was born.
Yeah, he took his American wife and went to Alberta. That's right. And Ted's like, I can be president. No, you can't, dildo Ted.
Yeah,
I call him dildo Ted because as the Solicitor General of Texas, he had a 3-year battle of trying to imprison a lady for having a sex toy party at her house. He used a bunch of taxpayer money on a very weird battle against a lady out of Houston.
Who was the guy that was in the movie JFK that was that Tommy Lee Jones played?
Clay Shaw.
Clay Shaw. Yeah, there you go. That sounds like the kind of parties he was throwing.
Kind of deal. Well, no, this was like those sex toy parties, like a Tupperware party, dude.
I was talking about those sex parties.
Yeah, a bunch of horny ladies get together and fucking buy dildos like fucking Avon, bro.
Oh,
and Ted,
no.
Ain't you been to one?
Ted tried to prosecute one of those ladies.
Oh, Sabrina, don't act like you haven't been to one of those parties, because I've been to them before. I have not
been to one of those parties.
Are you fucking kidding me? Even I've been to one.
No, I have not been to one of those parties.
Sabrina's a classy lady. Come on, Jonah.
Yeah, you know what my favorite is, though, man? When I used to work at the bar doing security, my favorite was always the mother of the bride at the fucking bachelorette party, because she's the biggest fucking whore on that night. It's always hilarious to watch. I swear to God, every time the mother of the bride for her daughter's wedding, she just gets obnoxious and does the most debaucherous shit, and it's hilarious.
Ugh.
And you're always there to scoop up the at the end of the evening.
Hey, Todd.
Jonah,
don't be knocking the gummer. Don't be knocking the gummer until you've been having one, bro.
I'm married. I'm happily married, Jonah. I will die with my wife. Hopefully, happily.
No, you won't. You'll die before her, statistically.
In a fiery nuclear blast.
No cursing anybody here.
Don't curse anybody.
No, men die younger than women. That's the fucking moral of the story.
My wife was buried with me in the pyramid.
Speaking of weird things, have y'all ever heard of Harry Houdini?
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. I love your show you did with
he just left.
Occult Rejects. Yeah,
Jonah just left too.
Jonah disappeared. Oh well.
The filibuster crew has left.
Well, there you go. All the star talents left. Now it's the second stringers, the second city performers. We're the not ready for primetime players. Are you ready, Sabrina?
What?
We're the not ready for primetime players.
Saturday Night Live?
Pretty much. We're Friday night instead of Saturday. Are you ready? Let's do this. Now we've had all these incredible personalities on here. Let's do a good show for everyone.
Oh yeah, I just ate.
Anybody out there in the chat? Is there anyone in the chat? Hello out there, whoever you are.
Yeah, Pedro needs.
Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs some love. Some love.
Yeah. So I forgot where we're going with that conversation. I had to take a leak and grab a bite to eat.
You go take a leak, grab a bite to eat. Me and Sabrina will talk. What's going on, Sabrina?
No, I already did it.
Oh, you already.
Okay, then the three of us will talk. What's happening, you guys?
I mean,
I wrote down some stuff. I mean, the world's at war. Does everyone want to talk about war?
No.
Do you want to talk about bombs dropping? Do you want to talk about people dying?
I don't want to talk about bombs dropping.
Yeah, neither. I started reading them headlines, and it kind of brings me down, man. I don't want to think about all this bullshit going on.
I had to watch Singing in the Rain tonight.
Troops, so hold on, Sabrina. I pray for our troops that whoever's leading them is leading them in the best possible way that they can. I pray for their safety, and thank you for your service, everybody that's over there doing whatever you got to do. So we pray everything comes out good in the end, and that whatever we're doing is for the best. But definitely pray for the troops because they don't have, they got to do what they're told. Right? So they don't want, maybe they want to be there, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. Thank you for your service. Please, government, we use our troops wisely, not selfishly for some bizarre interest.
Todd,
yeah,
the troops have been used selfishly for bizarre interests throughout the 20th
Forever.
century. Yeah. I mean, I respect the young guys that enter the military, but unfortunately, if you've read, is it Secret Weapons for Quiet Wars, or
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars?
If we suspect that is a legitimate document, it absolutely ridicules people who serve in the military. It's really disgusting. But think about what war have we fought to protect our borders? What war?
Well, that's where the world government thing comes into play.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we're the country that built the United Nations. We're the country that the globalists got a hold of because they knew we had all the resources and all the power. They created this place so they could go around the world and institutionalize their system. For a lot of years, I mean, it's already been documented. We build our enemies. The people that run the world sharpen their teeth by creating the worst enemies they can and then using people to fight against them. That's basically what they do.
Well, I do think that the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini is definitely a factor.
You think that's legit?
I think it's definitely legit.
I've heard both sides.
Think about this.
Legit, not legit.
If it is legit, Albert Pike said the word Nazi before anyone.
Doesn't mean the word doesn't mean anything, Clint.
Cooper goes into the colors of Freemasonry with the red, black, and the white. I don't remember which degree it was.
They're a political movement that disappears, arises and disappears in Germany. It's not It's not like the Illuminati. The Nazis aren't like the Nazis were around in 1670, and they creeped through here. Whatever the Nazis were, Clint, are probably connected to whatever runs the world.
They had the same man is God thing going on. They were all Odin. They were all the Odin God man.
The more Nordic traditions.
Yeah,
they are in the Nordic areas. It's not odd that they would think of Thor and Odin.
You gotta look at the blueprint. You got to take away the names. It's all man is God, secular humanism.
That's take away the names. All the same system draped with names, depending on which culture they're dominating.
So that's how they get. That's how they seem to get the collectiveness of the people is with.
Anybody heard about Odin that lives in Germany and Norway and Sweden? Anybody heard of Odin? Yes, everywhere.
I'm familiar with the ancient legend. He got his eye plucked out. He was crucified to a tree.
I'm saying over there, they know that tradition.
Yeah, but
go to another part of the world and they have a tradition. Go to this part of the world, they have this tradition.
The occultists do the same thing with each culture. They take something that's ancient and then they modernize it, and then they put the secular humanist man as God sales pitch into it, and then the masses eat it up. And then they use that.
We're not disagreeing. We're not disagreeing on that.
Well, I'm just adding details.
All I'm saying is they use, they talked about, which legend should we use? Why don't we use the one that we all know, the Nordic ones? They're not going to use the ones from Europe.
I mean,
they're not going to use Catholic.
Well, in the story, though, Odin didn't have the eye just plucked from his head, just plucked from the center of his head, just like Horus.
Most of those countries, Clint, subscribe to Nordic traditions. Why? Because for 10,000 years, that was their gods and traditions.
Well, I mean, all the religions seem to stem from the same story. I mean,
Thor
there
is
may be
not
2 or 3.
Nazi. Odin is not Nazi. Nazis are a political group that arises and disappears.
Yeah, but
as fast as it shows up, it disappears.
They called the Aryan race the Odin man, the Odin God man, and that the Aryan race stuff is all the Blavatsky and all these other people are talking about this Aryan race.
Friedrich Nietzsche was writing about God man. They took parts of what they liked about Nietzsche. They took parts of what they liked about everything when they were brainwashing their citizens.
Well, Nesta Webster thought Nietzsche.
They liked the doctrine of fire and ice. They tried to rewrite science. I mean,
well, that's what I'm getting at. Nesta Webster thought that Nietzsche was the counterpart to Karl Marx, and that he
was a philosopher of a lot of influence. Definitely,
she was claiming the clash of the Marxists and the Nietzsche that it created these 2 different.
The idea of the Superman, the Ubermensch. That's from Nietzsche.
Well, he wasn't the first to, or the last to bring about such a concept. That's what.
But his books were ones that brought him to the popular consciousness of that area at the time.
The modern Christ consciousness, Baha'ism, so many esoteric groups, they're all practicing this man is God religion.
Yeah, they're all connected. Definitely. I wanted to once again go through a couple of these things and think and see what everybody's opinion is on these matters.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to, Sabrina, have you ever got the book, The History of Secret Societies? Have you got that yet? By Archon Darul?
Let me take a look at it. No, I don't have that one, Todd.
It's really good.
Get yourself this one.
He's got a couple
It brushes you up about as fast as you can.
3 books, I think.
All the secret societies that super influence.
Wait a minute. Do I have one about all secret societies. I don't think that's it, though. I have to check my library.
First chance, you can. Bill Cooper. I found it through Cooper.
Again? What was the title?
A History of Secret Societies by Archon Darul. Am I covering the name? I'm covering his name. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I can see it.
ARKONDARAUL.
I wouldn't have known about this book if it wasn't for Bill Cooper. Back in the day, it was super cheap when I bought this. I read this book so many times that I had to fucking put tape around it because it was falling apart. And it's filled with footnotes and markings. It's not a very long book, and it just covers about 10 pages on like all the most influential secret societies. But one of the most important parts of this book, one of the parts that Bill Cooper tried to pay attention to, bring everybody's attention to, because this book was written in 1961.
Yeah.
That's how old it is.
Well, plus, talk about the background of the author. I mean, he went into each of those secret societies and then he was a spy and wrote the book.
He didn't go into all of them. He went into as many as he could. He got information from other secret societies because he was recognized as a member, kind of like the Masons that, have all these different lodges and shit. If you're a member of one lodge, you can go to the town, hey, I'm this lodge, and they invite you in. He was using his credentials to go into a few of these societies. One of the ones he went into was the Peacock Society. He got invited into that. And he describes this fantastic thing that happens to him at the when he went there.
The yellow flower paste that was
the Order of the Peacock Angel.
Well, that had the yellow paste that he ate, and then he had some kind of datura in it, and then he
possibly because he visited more than one. He went to the Himalayan area. What do you call that?
He said he's seen.
He met monks. Nepal. He went there. He met monks, and they gave him a bowl of porridge or pottage that definitely what he tested later, and it had alkaloids in it that make you hallucinate. because he talked about sitting there while they were chanting, and they're banging on these things and ringing these things, bong.
Whoa,
And pretty soon his consciousness was starting to meld with it, and then he tested what they fed him because he kept a little bit of it, and it tested positive for alkaloids. The Order of the Peacock Angel, he didn't have evidence that there was hallucinogenics, but he claimed whatever they were doing, it looked like a hallucination. The peacock
that one. Yeah.
part when they did their rituals.
He was like in a play or something, watching a play or something. And
he was invited into Sufi lodges, and a bunch of other types of secret societies brought him in and told him things that he wrote down in the book. In the book, he covers the Assassins, the Templars, the Illuminati, the Sufis, the Mithras cult, the Gnostics, the castrators of Russia, the charcoal burners, the Garduna, holy warriors of Spain, the cults of ancient mysteries, false cults and societies, the high priesthood of Thebes, the decided ones of Jupiter the Thunderer, the Order of the Peacock Angel, which he got invited to one of their ceremonies, the Masters of the Himalayas, the Secrets of the Witches, the Cult of the Black Mother, the Rosicrucians, the Holy Vam, the devotees of the Guardian Angel, the Illuminated Ones, the Tongs of Terror, and primitive initiation societies. So he covers all this in 1961. How many books do you see around today that talk about things like that in such a way? Zero. Why? Because what's in the book is what they don't want you to know. The basic techniques that secret societies use to open your mind and implant suggestions so that they rest indelibly. You can't get them out, and you could be re-triggered by them, programmed.
Yeah, hypnosis.
Our government at one point had more anthropologists in the CIA than anything else, because they were trying to figure out how primitive man mind works, how tribal initiation societies controlled their members, and they wanted to know how to institutionalize this and put it across a mass of people. So this is the reason this book is important. It's interesting to know the history of different secret societies. It wisens you to how the world was formed. If you go back in history and look at a lot of these countries, civilizations were controlled by secret societies of their time. And so when you go back and look at the history of the secret societies, you see the progression of knowledge and information that they use. And you can almost understand how they moved modern society into a situation where they can use what they learned against us. Are you with me so far?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that part.
If we go, are you here, Sabrina?
Yes.
If we go into this, I'm going to read a few things I highlighted. This is Archon Darul, Chapter 24, Primitive Initiation Societies. All secret societies require an identity of desire. The society must be working for something, and that objective should be known to the members. So tell everybody what the fuck we're working towards. The custom of having degrees of initiation has in many cases been taken advantage of to inculcate different views of the world or of the object of the society into the minds of the initiates as they proceed from one stage to another. This process is one of the marks of less primitive, more sophisticated society, which practices initiation, preparation, and secrecy. The tribal initiations of Africa, Amerindia, or Polynesia are training systems designed to initiate the men, and often the women separately, into the cult in which the community believes. At the same time, the conditioning technique is employed to make the new member submissive to certain rules and to certain elders or chiefs. The objective of these societies is generally consistent: the protection of the community in the material and spiritual sense, and the maintenance of the privilege of those who are too physically weak to assert it otherwise. So they train their young ones to protect the old, decrepit, wrinkled, shriveling prunes from challenging their power. That's me. That's my introduction to this story. Fraser, in his book, The Golden Bough, and elsewhere, everyone go read The Golden Bough. It's 1,000 pages of study of secret societies going back 2,000 years and their different traditions. But it says, Fraser stressed the magical and ritual aspect of these initiations at the expense of the purely expedient character to which he paid little attention. Fraser was just explaining what the secret society believed in his book, The Golden Bough. He didn't break it down and rail against it. He was telling you what he learned. He wasn't for or against what they were doing.
Yeah, he was just copying down the magic.
He was just documenting what the documents he'd seen, the groups he'd met. He had access to a lot of material. That book, The Golden Bough, is sick. It's a lot of research in there. It's quite a lot of information. But to jump ahead, it says, since his time, which is 1920s, the 20s, of course, many writers have pointed out the various weaknesses of his work. Professor Hutton Webster, the writer of Primitive Secret Societies in New York, 1908, on page 46 and 47, was one who showed with remarkable clarity that the supernatural beliefs of the initiators were far less important than the fact that they were working effectively upon the minds of the initiated, and not necessarily for altruistic motives. This is what applies to what's going on today. Quote, the long fasts, the deprivation of sleep, he says, the constant excitement of the new and unexpected, the nervous reaction under long continued torments, result in a condition of extreme sensitiveness called hyperesthesia, which is certainly favorable to the reception of impressions that will be indelible. The lessons learned in such a tribal school as the puberty institution constitutes abide throughout their life. Do you get that?
Indelible means permanent. I had to look that one up when I read it. I was like, what the fuck does indelible mean?
Are you following, Sabrina? Did she leave us?
Yes.
She might have stepped out. Are
yes.
you following
us? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep. I'm going to bounce ahead a paragraph or two to break this down a little further. Suffice it to say, the most primitive secret societies known to man carry out ceremonies, rituals, and processes which are not to be distinguished from those employed by modern brainwashers. If these activities have a divine basis or liberate the mind, something more than the physiologist or psychologist would expect is not the point. The mechanisms which are used can be summarized as 1, the desire to participate in the ritual and expectancy of something's going to happen. 2, isolation, vigils, hunger, or abstinence causing debilitation and time for reflection. 3, noise, lots of banging and drums and gongs and goddamn probably some of those fucking rattle shakers, you know, constantly while you're all tired, just in your mind, in your ear. horrible. 4, real, and here's an important part, real or symbolic potions. Sometimes they're narcotic and hypnotic. This is what they use. 5, threats or frightening happenings, generally staged and not genuine perils. They make you think you're going to die, you're going to get killed. You lay in a coffin. Yeah, with ghouls and ghosts going over the top of you. Everyone's encouraged wearing devil masks to freak you out while you're in a coffin with red ribbon tied around your genitals. 6, symbolic death and resurrection with probably a renaming ceremony. Does that sound familiar to anybody? When you come out of the coffin with the red ribbon on your genitals and they take a bone with your name on it and throw it in the fireplace, they give you a new name. Something like Poppy or something like that. Or Long Devil if your name is John Kerry.
Yeah, a potion could also be considered wine. Such as wine
7,
from the skull or from
the use of special signs and signals and key phrases, which will help to awaken the conditioning or training for special or general purposes at different times. That's it. But more than just a trace of these practices is to be found in the ceremonies of most of the world's great religions, even in the public devotions of the practitioners. In the case of mystical and other dedicated orders, training systems and rituals in far greater detail are found, generally bearing out the above thesis. So all he tried to do is give you a list of things they do to program people. Jump ahead a little further. We've gone over this so many times on Clint's channel. We should just be, accused of.
It's a really good book.
Plagiarism. Yeah. It says a few paragraphs ahead, correspondence between tribal initiation among the North American Indians. Up there where Jonah's at. Jonah's probably got some North American Indian in his Canadian ass. And that of the Bulgarian student body, Bulgaria, all the way across the world over in East Eurasia or wherever, should prove the point. There's little likelihood that the Indians of North Carolina had much cultural contact with the Bulgars of the 19th century or even earlier. It is more likely that by trial and error, certain procedures applied in a certain order were found to have a conditioning effect. Everybody understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lawson, in his History of Carolina, speaks of the Huskana ceremony, which is designed to make Indian braves at puberty obedient and respectful to their superiors. And as they say, it is the same to them as it is to us to send our children to school to be taught good breeding and letters, to have their minds conditioned.
Yeah.
Once a year, the young men who have not undergone the ceremony before are herded into a large cabin. They are kept in the dark and half-starved. This continues for 3 weeks, during which they are lectured on their rights and responsibilities. When they are brought out, they are kept under guard, having been administered intoxicating plants. They either really are or pretend to be dumb, and they do not speak for several days. Quote, I think 20 or 30. They look ghastly and changed by the time they come out. Now they are fully fledged members of the secret society of the tribe. Although the writer does not specify the intoxicating plants given to the initiates, this custom is common to many other Indian nations. In the case of the Wallapai of Arizona, the leaves, roots of, and flowers of Datura stramonium, that word tripped me up, are steeped in water and administered. The Powhatan Indians of Virginia and the White Acossan are a decoction of the leaves and twigs of cassina or ilex. So he goes on to name these goddamn complex drugs they use. The initiates of these societies within the tribe are dedicated to such things as obedience to the elders, the maintenance of certain principles of conduct, and the welfare of the tribe. So there's the American Indians. The Bulgarian initiation is preserved in an account by the Turkish author Yawad Bey. At certain Bulgarian ceremonies in which he visited in the early days of the 19th century, he says, he saw the ceremonies of admission of the students. These were young boys, scarcely old enough to bear arms. They were taken by priests and told that they were about to undergo a test which would determine whether they were fit persons to serve the Lord Jesus Christ. A large wooden house, which was used for no other purpose, was used. Sometimes the place was quite full. There were no lights in the hut, only hard planks to sleep upon. Their food was the most meager gruel, while for drink they were given something that provoked thirst, drink which contained henbane. For 40 days they continued thus.
I forget what henbane is.
Priests. Henbane's like datura in large enough dose it can kill you. It's a witch. It is a witch.
Witch's bane. Don't they put that in one of those imbecile or some kind of sleep medicine or something?
Possibly, but I wouldn't. I don't think it's straight henbane. But it says they were compelled by the priest during all this to repent, to determine to reform, to resolve to become loyal, submissive, and dedicated men. And here's what I highlighted. When brought out from the hut, they were made to run several times through files of priests who beat drums and shouted, "Dumb, dumb," at them. "Dum dum, dum dum. Hey, dum dum, dum dum." When spoken to, they did not reply, but made signs only. In a month, all had recovered their power of speech, but were solemn, fearful, and alternately happy and completely submissive to the priest. And I believe much changed for the good, although their faces were not pleasant to look upon. Why were their faces not pleasant to look upon, even though they're all happy? Because there's an old saying, if you're so happy, why does your face show it? Because your face shows what you're feeling inside. That's me added to that. Anyways, one more thing I highlighted here. The remarkable thing about these two accounts, the Indians in America and the Bulgarians, is that they agree in almost every particular. The hut is there in both cases. The segregation, darkness, potions containing alkaloids, periods of time between 42 and 40 days, then 20 or 30 days and 1 month. Dumbness, a change in appearance. The motives for the training, of course, are almost always the same.
Hypnosis.
It's hyperesthesia. What we are going through in modern Western society is a constant state of agitation. Let's take what these primitive societies learned and used on their citizens. Let's take what our own intelligence agencies wanted to learn from them so they could use it against us to control us. And let's talk about how they're using that right now with every single exciting thing that's going on. Every bomb blast and flashing lights and casino and dancing girls. They've created a state of hyperesthesia, constantly on alert, constantly awake, constantly going aware, excitement every day. You can't calm down.
Yeah.
End of the world. You get that?
Constant state of post-traumatic
agitation.
stress.
Yeah. And you know what post-traumatic, you know what it does when you're at war? They've studied soldiers. Are you still here, Sabrina?
Yeah.
They've done studies when they realized that, man, we're fucking these people up. After World War I, they didn't know what to call it, but there was this thing where they called it shell shock.
Yes, I'm familiar with
They've
that.
been around too many bombs going off constantly. In World War I, they fired more munitions. I mean, like just tons of them at each other, just nonstop. That was the whole battle, was just as many guns as you could fire. And people were going nuts from never getting a break from a bomb going off. They called that shell shock, and it would create a condition on people's faces that they have pictures of today. These people in World War I, they are gone.
I've seen that. And we've watered it down. We call it PTSD now.
Mm-hmm.
But in the ancient world, they had it all dwindled down to like a science where they were conditioning the initiates to be in a shell-shocked state. And the initiates were then malleable for total control by
the
leaders.
What happens if you think about it?
So that's kind of happening right now.
When you wear yourself down, your senses to a nub, you become more sensitive inside your mind. That's why they practice sleep deprivation and constant noise stimulation, waking up and never allowed to have a calm moment. Because the more worn out your body gets physically.
I'm familiar with trauma-based mind control and then shell shock and I forget what they called it during World War II. It wasn't shell shock. It went through another name.
Yeah, it did. I'm trying to remember
I can't remember what it was, but yeah.
Because there's a whole history of this. They realized they had a problem on their hands. Guys were complaining, and they realized, man, there's something wrong with that guy. He was okay 6 months ago, but now he looks totally fucking nuts. We don't know what's going on. You know, he's probably faking it. Do you remember when in the movie Patton, where George C. Scott comes through and slaps that guy in the face that's crying?
No, I never saw Patton, but I'm familiar with it.
Great movies.
I know
great movies. He's in the fucking infirmary, and there's all these guys laying in hospital beds with their legs blown off, and he's like,
Jesus,
you did a good job, soldier. George C. Scott playing Patton. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, the scene. But he goes from bed to bed, and then he meets this guy that's got nothing wrong with him. No legs blown off, no arm, no eye missing. And this guy's like, he's like, what's wrong with you, soldier? Well, I just had too much. What? And he looks around, everybody's all wounded everywhere, and this guy, what's wrong with this guy? He asked the nurse, and he's like, oh, he's just had too much. I forget exactly how it went. But he's like, what the fuck? Slaps this guy in the face, you know, you weak thing. And so he doesn't realize that it made a bad impression on somebody that's seen it, and they made a scene out of it or whatever, you know. Him criticizing this poor guy because he can't go back to battle. He just doesn't want to do it. He's just depressed. Everybody else in the room has their leg blown off, her arms, her eyes blown out. Go watch that movie, Patton. It's classic.
I don't think I want to watch that.
Oh, it's good. It's good, Clint.
It's considered
Academy Awards.
Yeah, it's considered
tells you a lot about.
I used to love war movies. I can't watch war movies anymore.
Yeah, I don't watch. I mean, fuck every other movie I watched this week is a war movie. I watched Machine War for about 20 minutes. I'm like, I don't want to see this. Can't take another war
I really
movie.
used to love them. Like I can actually. It's even hard for me to watch Apocalypse Now anymore. And I used to love Apocalypse Now.
Such a good movie. Yeah,
it is a great movie. And you know what? One of my favorite war movies is Bridge on the River Kwai.
Yeah, I can't remember that. Is that John Wayne?
No, it's Bill Holden and Alec Guinness. They're prisoners of war.
Oh yeah, I remember it, but I can't. I mean, I know the name and I can almost picture it, but I can't.
And there's one that I wanted to watch, and I just thought I can't watch it anymore. It's called Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, with David Bowie. Have you heard of that one?
I have heard of that. I haven't even seen it, but man, I couldn't tell you. Probably
David Bowie.
Too much pot, yeah.
David Bowie, yeah, and it's a serious war film. Yeah,
and he wasn't in a ton of movies. He only did a few movies.
He only did a few movies. Yeah.
Man That Fell to Earth or whatever that one was.
I never saw that
really
movie.
Weird.
That's supposed
really
to be
weird.
Scandalous.
Look, I saw it at the movie theater. It was a bizarre thing where I went and saw that Man That Fell to Earth. He played this alien that wakes, he's just like naked, comes here, kind of like Jeff Bridges in Starman. Mind you, that's stupid.
Well, that movie was super occult.
Or Last Man on Earth. God, I can't remember what the fuck it was.
When I rewatched Starman a couple years ago, I was like, "There's no fucking way." I was like,
the one crazy. With with Jeff Bridges?
Yeah,
Starman. It was super.
That's
he was
super occult?
Yeah, no, it's weird. I don't know, cult?
No,
probably
a cult.
Like Jesus, like a Jesus figure
from Jupiter or something, and then at the end there's like a blue UFO, and it's all this fucking. I'd have to bring up screenshots because it's. When I was watching, I was like, Jesus Christ.
But I wanted to go on here a little bit because I didn't just read that Secret Societies thing just to entertain myself and the audience. I read that because Bill Cooper pointed that book out as explaining a lot of things that, if you think about them, we're being manipulated by these exact same techniques. Cooper breaks down exactly how the cults, the techniques they use to induct members and have a lot of influence over just society in general and get them to do what you want.
Yeah. Well, it's like I bring up the fact that I've got an Eastern Star book from like 1910 or something, Eastern Star Constitution, and that it says flat out that they can't marry people that aren't white. And so it's a cult order that is literally telling the initiates that there cannot be.
The Mormons couldn't let black people into the priesthood until 1978. So I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying.
And that's because they were threatened with litigation, right, Todd?
The Mormons?
Yeah.
Probably. They were. Well, it was a public.
Marriage. They had to stop the plural marriage in the 70s too.
It was a public, like a campaign. Yeah, that's what people are like. What? You're bringing all these people from the Hawaii and what are those other islands out there in the Pacific? The Mormons went crazy and brought pollen from Polynesia and all these Polynesians here, and they come from this beautiful desert or tropical island to a fucking desert. They brought them there, and they were initiating. They were baptizing. They were bringing. Mormons are famous for their recruitment methods, right, of their missionary program.
Initiation.
So they brought like all these islanders here during the 70s into Utah and just filled it up, just as many people as they could bring from the islands. And then all of a sudden, all these people that join the church and love it so much were told that if you're not white, you can't be in the priesthood, which is classes of religious, like go up the ranks.
Well, I mean, it's racism.
Start out as a young choir boy. They don't call it a choir boy in Mormonism. They call it something else. I forget what they call the low, because you don't want to remember that stuff. When I was a kid, my I was lucky. My dad's side of the family was a little more religious. My mom's side wasn't as religious. Her father would have missionaries over and he'd sit and smoke cigarettes and drink beer while they're proselytizing to him. The missionaries, those guys.
Yeah, sometimes I would invite them in.
Sometimes
I would invite them in because they were cute. Was that?
Yeah, they got those blonde-haired, blue-eyed Mormon guys, young studly kids riding their bikes. Hey, and if you're a guy that's a Mormon girl,
it's like, sure, come on in.
Hey, you want to talk about Jesus?
Yep, that's what they say.
My friend would always drink with them. He'd invite them in, and
they don't
he'd be
drink.
They're drinking a fifth. No, they wouldn't drink. He would be drinking, and we'd be smoking weed, and he'd be all like asking them about their Bible and shit.
Oh man, tell me about your world. What kind of world be? What's going on, man? Tell me your world.
He would do comparative religion to the Mormons.
That's fun. It's fun.
Where he was showing that their religion wasn't theirs.
It's pretty fun. They'll sit and put up with all your questioning, and if they don't know something, they'll say, "We'll bring back an elder. He can probably answer your question for you." Some of them's more smart will come back next week. I heard you ask a complex question to my new neophyte, 18-year-old. No, they don't talk like that ever. They're very polite, like Warren Jeffs. Ugly too, most of them. But you guys know Warren Jeffs, right?
Yeah. Creepy.
The polygamist, the offshoot sect of the one marrying the 13-year-old girl, deciding whose 12-year-old girl is going to go to what guy and how much money he pays. God knows what's going on over there.
Some kind of Mormon thing or something? That's fucked up.
Yeah, polygamist. Well, the Mormons got a weird history where when polygamy got outlawed, the United States government sent troops. And they came in, they said, you're not going to have 28 wives. And we decided that America's going to be, like 2 people can get married, a man and a woman, not a man and 28 wives.
Don't they still do that shit, though, in Mormon land?
Well, what happened was they said, you got to drop the polygamy thing. And so a lot of them didn't want to drop it, and they went to prison. The United States government imprisoned them. But a lot of other ones, they ran to Mexico. And they set up a bunch of compounds down there, and they went down south. And that's where that's where Mitt Romney's family's from, if you want to know about Mitt Romney, why he's so wealthy and popular. Because these guys went down to Mexico and they got pretty powerful, and Mexico protected them, and some of the craziest fucking Mormon mafia type groups are down there battling it out right now.
Yeah, there are Mormons in Mexico. I mean, they are separated from everybody else. They have their compounds.
And polygamy is accepted, and polygamy is accepted.
Are they polygamous?
Some of them are.
Mexico.
And so Utah allows these polygamists, and some of these other states, because they've been around so long, probably have so much power, allows them to hide inside the United States too and get away with stuff.
Well,
God
it's
knows
interesting.
How this is.
My husband had a Mormon boss, and the guy had his wife living at home, and they'd gone into a discussion.
Do you remember that? Hold on, Sabrina.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sabrina. Do you remember that Beach Boys song? God only knows where I'd be without you.
That's a Mormon song?
No, it's a Beach Boys song.
Oh.
God only knows where we'd be without these assholes.
His boss was still trying to make the case for polygamy.
Oh yeah, there's
even though it's
technically
not sanctioned by the Latter-day Saints anymore. He was making the case for women who don't have husbands, and the guys should do their duty, and right, because I think, Todd, doesn't a woman need to be married to get to heaven?
Yeah, I think so.
What, isn't
not
the
to get to heaven, but I'm not sure about the woman getting to heaven has to be married. I'm not sure about that. It's possible.
I thought that was a reason for polygamy. One of the reasons for polygamy.
One of the things, though, that Mormons have.
Could you try again?
Sorry.
Siri, tell me the secret of the universe. I want to know right now in like one sentence. I want not a paragraph. I want it boiled to a sentence, Siri.
You mean to ask the graph?
Grok, tell me what the secret of the universe is. What were we just saying about the Mormons? We were talking about some stupid part of the.
Oh, the reason for plural
Women.
marriage. Women can't get to heaven without being married. And then I think getting spirit
Well, no,
children.
what happens?
Here,
what happens is when you marry the husband, you're given a secret name, and the wife's given a secret name. But the wife can't come out of her grave after. At the end of the world, unless the husband calls her out and up. So the husband actually has the say of whether that one's going to come and join him in the afterlife.
Ooh.
Got a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
That's
so if you was an obnoxious, you didn't clean much, maybe you were ugly, I don't know what happened.
They brainwashing people with that.
You might not get you might not get called up.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's kind of a powerful thing to hand to the man.
That's definitely fucked up.
Mormons
claim they're.
I'm sure no one believes that. Yeah.
Fucking, we don't want those Mormons running shit.
Mormons have a thing like the Muslims where you get your own planet. Populate that son bitch.
Yeah, aren't the Mormons and the Muslims like hand in hand, the same thing almost?
No, I mean
they're very similar.
Very similar in the.
I don't think so. I don't think they're similar.
I'm not modern Mormons. Sure the more fundamentalist weird sects like the ones that still adhere to ancient beliefs, dressed like pioneers and shit. There's whole communities where they dress like pioneers, like the Hittites, but Amish, but even weirder.
I've seen stuff on Twitter about people saying about the Islams, polygamy, and all sorts of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you mean, do they have bow down in common? Yes, they all bow down. They bow down.
Well, the polygamy,
the mind control is strong with them. Yes, yeah. Well, Mormons, some of the coolest, friendliest, most helpful, trustworthy people you ever meet. Most Mormons, they're not.
I'm sure the
creepy Scientologists. Most Mormons, they don't try to convert you to Mormonism. You ever met these born again Christians that can't sleep until they save you?
I do have some that try to say, but I mean, they're very, very nice. I know that I can count on them, but they've made comments. It's like we're gonna convert
but
I mean, but they're not high pressure. They're not high pressure.
There are some that are, and there's some that aren't. But Mormons aren't going around selling Mormonism. Here in Salt Lake or wherever, they have their communities and they all get together and they're all real friendly and they're nice people on average.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They don't drink, a bunch of them. They don't smoke. They follow all these standards. They're real patriotic. That's one reason the government loves them.
Yeah, but they're all fucking wacky.
They're not all right. Well, they are kind of wacky, I guess.
Their religion is fucking crazy.
Pure life is wacky.
And some of the men have they're a little, their sexuality is a little messed up, and I don't know why that is.
Going on missions with other men at
I mean, as far as I know, I've known through work and acquaintances, a lot of Mormon men are into PORN and affairs, and I don't know.
Well, you've heard these wacky stories where you can't have sex before you get married. So these Mormons have developed these ways to have sex without having sex because they're so whacked out on this weird religious shit. What happens when you live in a repressive society is it causes people to become wacky, trying to live up to ignore their desire, to.
Yeah.
It causes people to become slightly wacky.
I went to a high school class reunion a couple of years ago or something, and there was a Mormon chick there that was all preppy in school,
When you tell people don't look at something, whatever you do, what do they do? They're going to go look. Well, what do they not want me to see?
Well,
Fucking almost forces people.
Class reunion, and she lived in Mormon land, and she had that crazy look in her eye. It was like, whoa.
Crazy, let's have sex look.
The vibe was weird. That it was a creepy vibe. It was like, man, there's some shit going on up in fucking Utah.
There's shit going on in Utah. I'm hearing these stories about Utah. I'm like, whoa, I lived there. I never heard this shit.
What?
You know, the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary?
Yeah.
Dana Dudon's going on about all the time. I'm like, fuck, I know those guys because I don't know them. I mean, they advertise at every newspaper. There's fucking ads.
Yeah.
They have animal shelters in Utah. I don't know how every other state works. Does your state have a place if you can't take care of your pet or you need to get it fixed that you take it to? Does your state have those?
Yes.
It seems like it's some kind of cult shit that they're laundering.
In Utah, if you bring a cat or a dog in because you can't, for whatever reason, take care of it, they take it in to the shelter and it has 1 month to be adopted and then they put it to sleep. Is that what they do where you live?
To put the pet to sleep?
They have 1 month. They will house the pet in a kennel, in a cage.
Yeah,
they let people come through and look at it.
Unless you find a no-kill shelter, yeah.
So
people
speculate. Best Friends Animal thing is a no-kill shelter that advertises we don't kill our animals.
But so they people do, right?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know what goes on.
Back in the day, I never even heard of that until Dana Duda was saying, Best Friends Animal Sanctuaries is connected to the Process Church. I'm like, holy shit.
My old lady,
the only reason I say that is because
my old lady was looking into that shit before I ever, had podcasted, and like it was like, basically we seen that like this little tiny building was somehow doing $6 million of business in the middle of nowhere in Utah. This Best Friends Animal Society. It's like,
your girlfriend is saying this.
We were researching it. Me and her were watching TV, and some kind of documentary was
showing pictures of it.
Yeah, it's something weird about it. And
see, I never went there because it was down south, and when we called them, because my wife at that time, she was like what you might almost call a cat lady. Had like 13 cats, kind of like Clint.
I don't. Well, those are all wild cats. But
they're still yours though in your backyard.
One of them, well, they're not mine. They just fucking all just come
they're
to
wild.
the table to eat food.
Anyways, there was a cat or two that we had to take to the shelter. Saddest thing you ever do is take an animal to the shelter, so we looked for alternatives. Best Friends Animal Sanctuary was one of those no-kill shelters advertised. When we called and tried to take a pet in, they were full up. That's what they said. That was as much interaction as they had. We never went there, never saw them again. But they were in all the newspapers and ads around. So I never heard about any of this Process Church.
Are they selling the dogs, or what are they doing? Giving the dogs away?
They're giving them a home until someone else adopts them. They won't kill them.
Well, I know, but when somebody adopts them, when somebody adopts them, they usually have to pay like a $200 fee or some shit.
I don't remember what the deal is. I bet you could look it up online and it'd probably tell you what the fucking deal is.
I'm sure you have to pay to take an animal, because otherwise, I've read, and this is an issue up here too, that if you just give away an animal, they're afraid that people use them as bait for dog fighting and.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Or anything. You just want to make sure it's going to a good person.
Right.
If I ever had to get rid of a pet, because I did have a situation where it's like, yep, one too many, I would have kept them. My wife said, no way. I'm like, I'll keep 10 fucking animals if I can. My wife's like, there's no way. If she's right. So there's a time or two where I had
garage.
But you know what? No, Clint. You know what I did? I made sure whoever got them I knew they were in good hands. That's what I did when I had to do that because my pets are almost like my kids. You know, a kid. They're little souls that you can't just allow to be used as dog training or something. I had a friend that adopted a pit bull that was used for fighting pit bulls.
Oh, that's dangerous.
I know.
This is a long time ago, like in the 80s when we was a young punk adults. And we went to somebody's house maybe to score a sack of weed. I don't remember what happened. And these guys were fighting dogs. Didn't even know these people. But the one guy's like, I'm going to get rid of this dog. And my friend says, oh, don't do that. Okay, the pit bull, he's all chewed up from fighting. Let me have him, please. You know, let me take him. So my friend took this pit bull that had been fighting some shady characters, fighting pit bulls. He took it home and gave it a bath because it was covered in blood and scratches and wounds and shit. And he just cried over this dog. Man, that dog took to him and was just his best friend. So there's people around doing some fucking evil shit to animal. I hear you.
So he rehabilitated the dog.
Yeah, he took the dog in. It was one of the most gentle.
That's pretty
never
impressive.
Aggressive. Fucking bring a tear to your eye.
Well, that makes me believe more. Cause I always think the dogs and stuff they can read your mind and shit. And I think that maybe the dog knew he was like safe or something. You know.
I think so. If anybody's had a close pet, their nervous system almost like syncs with yours. If you're sad, they can sense it. If you're happy, they can sense it. I don't know if anybody else has had this. Have you ever had a pet?
Well, they can sense when you're coming home and stuff too.
Not just sense when you're coming home. If you get sick, they almost feel sick. They almost look like they're sick.
One time I made a bet with my two friends. They had a Malamute. The dog was like my dog. Like I knew the dog so well, and I made a bet with them. I'm like, that dog can hear. That dog understands English, and they're like, that's not true. And then I said the dog's name in a really nice voice, and then I said in a really nice voice, "You're a fucking idiot." Then the dog was like,
got mad at you, wasn't gonna let you talk like that.
I blew their mind because the dog proved that he knew that I was insulting him, even though I said it in a nice voice.
Oh yeah,
I was pretty impressed.
We talk sometimes. I like to talk a lot, as you guys know, about magic. There, in my opinion, there is some kind of twilight language that exists between all the species. Something that's subliminal.
You mean like the psychic connection?
Yeah, psychic communication, a language that we don't understand, at a conscious level. I think these guys have been searching for that, the people that run the world. That's one of the reasons that music is so important to them, because they've been creating some kind of weird subliminal language program that we're all unaware of. And that's why they play the songs over and over, because they have something in them, some form of language,
I think they're
some
trying to
communication.
I think they play the songs over and over because they're trying to sync everybody by. If everybody in the whole country is listening to the same song at the same time, their minds are going to be synced psychologically. Yep. They're trying to sync everybody.
I think there's absolutely something to the frequency that is more pleasing to the ear. Clint, I think there's something to what you just said. They changed the frequency of music. I think but they did this years ago. Yep. So I believe the most pleasing frequency is 300. Wait, is it 432 megahertz is the most pleasing, and they've changed it to like 440.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely
agitating. One that's more agitating.
What I was saying though, is like imagine you're in a secret society, and that you're all performing some kind of play over and over, and it's this repeating play, and that what they're doing is they're syncing
Adam
everybody
and Eve
up.
and the devil. Adam and Eve and the devil.
Well, then take the songs. People hearing all the songs at the same time. The songs.
Well, we're not hearing the songs at the same time
Well,
anymore.
then-
That
then-
might have been true 30, 40, 50 years ago, but
Well,
not anymore.
Sirius radio.
Right, young
regular
kids are
radio
not.
station. So-
Young kids might be hearing some old 50s songs, but a lot of
then-
those songs they re-released, Sabrina. They just
then-
it sounds different, but it's the same song. They do that over and over.
Well, think about this though: that a majority of people of all different radio stations are listening to something all at the same time across the country, and that it's not really what the music is about or anything, but rather that they're all experiencing the same thing at the same
A
time.
feeling.
And so
Yeah. Maybe it
imagine
reached.
like the
Yeah.
Maybe it
internet.
didn't reach
What
everybody,
I'm
but
saying
reached
is
enough
that
of them.
doesn't happen anymore.
Well,
That
no,
does
then
not
Doesn't
happen
it?
well, hold
anymore.
on though. Let me elaborate. Then
I,
take the
I
modern
would say,
internet.
Sabrina, it's
Hold on,
happening,
hold on.
but it's changing.
It's
The
no,
way
yeah,
it's
that's what I'm
happening
getting
is
at, is
changing.
that the modern internet, everybody's on Twitter, Facebook, blah blah, and that everybody's synced up, and whenever something comes out on the news, everybody sees it at the same time. We're all experiencing the same emotions from seeing the same.
Like Sabrina's saying, everybody's
we're
seeing a
Oh,
syncing
different
up.
yes.
news feed, though.
When it comes to news on the internet, yes, I would probably
Well, it's
agree with you. But even everybody's on
singularity
the
of what
internet.
Well, Elon Musk was spewing that singularity online. He's like, blah blah blah.
We're heading in
singularity.
that direction. We're heading
Well,
in
no,
that direction.
no. What I'm saying though, it's not a microchip thing. It's a psychological thing.
I
And
know. I'm not saying it's a microchip thing. I don't think they need to.
Well, I
chip
mean, like
us.
when the news hits
Come on, people
Twitter,
now.
for example, and
Smile on
everybody
me,
sees it,
brother.
they're all
Everybody get
having the same
together. Try to
experiences,
love one
like
another right
Epstein or
now.
whatever.
What, Clint?
You know, well,
What-
it's
can
like
you repeat what you said?
it's like when everybody sees the same thing, it's different from the music listening to it all at the same time, or the ritual of the lodge doing it all at the same time. It's different. It's because it's so take the
The
Masonic
only
lodge.
thing I can tell you, the only thing
hold
that
on,
we
this-
do all at the same time
Well, hold on.
anymore is the Super Bowl.
This
the
has to
Super
do
Bowl.
with ritual magic, where
But
every
less people are
lodge-
doing the
hold on,
Super
hold on,
Bowl
hold on.
than ever.
Every
Yeah.
lodge in the United States, when they do the ceremony in the time zones, they're all doing it at the same time.
Do they?
Psychologically, when that happens, a big sync of people, they tend to sync physically and mentally. Like
I
fucking-
know, but that doesn't happen that much anymore. That's what I'm saying. We're
Well,
not
it's-
all watching the same things anymore. We're not all tuning in to the same FM radio stations that every 2.5 hours they would play the
Well, I mean,
latest song. The
you-
closest to what
well,
you're talking
I
about
could use it as
is
an
the
example
Super
for
Bowl.
no. I'm talking about
Well-
the news and stuff. Like I could use an example for both.
I'd say
leftists
I
and
think you're right.
Republicans.
I'd say I think you're right, Clint, and I think you're
For the
right
left,
also,
right.
Sabrina. Where what they're doing is different. They're breaking everybody into camps, and then they're getting fed a constant stream of information, the different camps. So they've taken the one broad thing that they used on us a long time ago, and that's been boiled down to the smaller camps. So the mind control is affecting this
You're talking
camp,
about
that
different
camp, that
groups.
camp. Instead of having message across the space, everyone, that, like Sabrina's saying, what they've done is they've broken it down into groups now, are getting the same
Yeah.
information that is
Yes.
pitting them against
Yeah.
each other. It's pitting them against each
Yeah,
other.
there's definitely algorithms that are clashing. The algorithms of the people's minds.
So
But I-
they're feeding Trump haters lots of red meat, and they're feeding Trump supporters lots of red meat against the haters. So you've got that dynamic going.
But I
The
would say the
haters.
closest we are to the old style is the Super Bowl. I mean, everybody I know tunes into the Super Bowl every
I didn't
year.
watch it myself.
I don't
I've
either.
watched one for years.
I don't either.
When I realized the state of the country, I saw.
I watched donuts.
I'm done watching sports.
Oh, I know. You had a nice team on donuts.
Yeah, I
for the
did on
Super
my
Bowl.
screen. It was. I don't usually watch sports. I think it's all rigged by the mafia.
It is all rigged. I agree with
My
you.
best friend loved sports. The one that died here in January. My best friend died. He
What was
loved
his favorite
football. He
team?
loved fucking baseball. He loved basketball. He loved the Jets. He was big on the Jets. We live in Utah, so Utah Jazz, of course, was his favorite basketball team. And he watched it all the time with his son. That was a young man, like in his 20s. His son, they'd get together and watch games and loved it. And who can hold it against him? That was fun to watch. I'm kind of a nerd, man. When I saw how bad the country was, I'm like, I can't sit there and be distracted every year on all this useless information. I'm going to fill my brain full of useless conspiracy information that won't really do anything.
It's not
much.
useless. I mean,
No, I know. I'm kidding. I'm saying.
It kind of is.
In this garbage.
I think Todd is right in that sense. It kind of is because most people don't care. They're not going to change anything. I think the majority of people in this country are in a trance. And if you try to even approach any non-official narrative, they will lash out at you. The automatic response is to lash out. So they are trapped.
Well, you know the old story.
Propaganda.
The old story of there was a, I can't remember how it goes. It's like there was some kind of dairy farmer or something, and that he has a bucket of milk that he leaves out on accident, and then a mouse falls in, and that the mouse falls in the milk, or no, was it two mice fall in? No, two separate. Wait, I don't remember if there's two separate milk things. Well, yeah, one of the mice falls in, tries to get out for a few seconds, and then drowns. And then the next mouse falls in, and then the mouse refuses to give up and keeps swimming and struggling, and eventually the milk turns into butter, and then he climbs out of the bucket and lives. And so
he turns his own escape route by swimming. He's turning the butter.
Us sitting here nonstop thinking about the conspiracies, all what's going on, everything.
It's like that movie Tom Cruise is in The Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah,
we're churning the butter, and we will escape the bucket.
Did you see our show with JJ, Sabrina?
No, which show?
The last one with Tom Cruise.
Oh no.
Edge of Tomorrow.
No.
That was fantastic.
The movie was halfway decent.
Please go watch the show on JJ's channel. Quite entertaining. Jonah was yelling at everybody the whole show. At least that's what I heard. Here's 5 people trying to have a conversation. Somebody say something. You say a word or two, and you're like, oh shit. JJ start trying to say something. No, fuck. So it's like that for an hour and a half. About an hour and a half. I love Jonah. Any notes he had, but forget those, because there's no way you can read anything but anybody. Fantastic show though, because
the movie had some crazy
the movie was cool. If you haven't seen it, I was pleasantly surprised. The aliens are really well done. It's a time loop movie.
Yeah, it was like
Groundhog Day. I like a good time loop movie if they do it right.
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day.
Should I? Oh, it gets a 7.9. No spoilers.
Well,
yeah, people were saying don't ruin the ending when I was talking about the other
day mixed with Starship Troopers or some shit.
Yeah, Clint made a good point on that.
It's like Starship Troopers.
Yeah, but it's Groundhog Day.
It's in the future.
Don't stop saying that.
Invade.
Don't say Groundhog Day because I can tell you want to spoil the ending.
No, I'm not.
No, that's the whole premise of the movie. It's a time loop thing. So.
Yeah, I had to watch it like
the movie
times.
came out in 2012.
So I didn't fucking understand what the hell was going on.
So 2012.
There's another movie that I wanted to watch called, because I don't watch much new stuff because I think it's absolutely terrible. It's called Something Under the Silver Lake.
Oh, yeah, God, it's so
definitely
good.
A must watch.
I love that movie.
The one with Andrew Garfield?
Under the Silver Lake, I think it's called.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, I love that movie.
Good. I mean, I didn't watch
that movie is put out by them, in my opinion.
So this film was released in 2018, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking,
give us the details, because if you can look it up, I can't.
The movie was. You definitely. I don't want to say anything about the movie because it would spoil it.
Well, I mean, it's about a young guy, I think, living in Los Angeles, whose neighbor, a pretty gal, she goes missing, and then he starts looking for her. And what happens?
Yep.
As
fantastic.
he's looking for her.
Well, I don't want to say.
As he's looking for her, he meets weirder and weirder people along his search, and then he starts realizing there's some kind of weird conspiracy going on. There's a dog killer.
You don't want to.
Yeah, don't spoil it. I'm trying not to spoil it.
I'm not spoiling it. I'm saying, isn't that weird how it relates to the accusations of using dogs by the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary? What Dana and these guys are researching, what they're doing with the dogs.
Well, if those people are connected with the Nazis, and they're doing some kind of scientific experiments on the dogs, that would explain.
Are you familiar with the allegations against the German Shepherds and all this? Are you familiar with this, Clint?
Yeah, I wouldn't repeat them on here, but
it's not repeating. I'm saying
it's
you
fucked
heard
up.
These strange.
If those people are doing that shit, then they should be prosecuted full
killing dogs. Somebody was saying, like Linda Lovelace.
Oh no! Don't say anything about Linda Lovelace.
Don't say anything about Linda Lovelace.
Because I know there's something really disgusting, like from the early 70s.
Very disturbing, that possibly exists with the mafia and her and dogs.
I don't want that in my psyche. I don't want that in my brain.
No one does. No one does. We're not saying that to place it in your brain. We're saying that to kind of point out that there's some weird thing that's occurred in the background of our society.
Yeah, these cults.
This is being allowed. This is not like a weird anomaly, a strange thing. This is something
it's being allowed, right?
But it's
a program. It's an operation. It's an operation.
Well, it's not a coincidence that Son of Sam guy said that his dog was talking to him, and that the dog is the dog star.
Wait. I'm sorry. Did you just say Son of Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
remember
all these
that.
cults.
He said that his dog was talking to him. Or
it wasn't his dog; it was a neighbor's dog. That he could, kept torturing him, telling him to do things, bad things.
Like how the books do the religious comparison stuff. It's like these cases all have anomalies, which that all fit like a certain profile, and the supernatural stuff. It's like they're doing stuff on the dark side of magic that is evil, and it's like
that's what I always get around.
It's very bizarre that they're even practicing such things, because it's like I don't think that it would actually do anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what it does is it makes people do things. You don't think the magic does anything, but guess what? The person goes out and does something.
Well, there's
that's
cults
the
out
part
there
you're
that
not.
Talk about injecting blood of lower animals into their own body or some shit, some kind of crazy shit. And then there's psychological disorders.
Cults say all kinds of crazy shit
where people think of that type of shit, and it's like, where the fuck are these people getting these fucked up ideas? Like,
listen.
Well, then when I read that Rosicrucian book, and I'm like, and it's all talking about strange blood and all this weird shit. It's like they were talking about not just some kind of weird occult science, but also some kind of magic, and that it's very bizarre.
Listen. There are magical techniques. That's why I'm a proponent of magic. Magic, in my opinion, I'll just riff or copy what I've learned. Is a system of mind control. Basically, it's mind control of your own mind.
Well, there's many types of magic.
Exactly.
That's one type.
All kinds of magic. But they practice techniques that are designed to give the mind control. These corporations are operated upon magic principles. They've got seminars. The biggest, some of the richest people in the world are these motivational speakers. They're using magical techniques. One of the biggest aspects or parts of magic is visualization. A lot of people take magical rituals that they've read and they think that you have to do that literally. There are people that have come out and said that wasn't meant to be done literally, it's meant to be done symbolically.
Yeah, so it was profane.
So people are confusing, like devil worshippers, the idea that you have to do this horrible thing to do this ritual. They're confusing that the ritual can be done in the mind. And that's what they're hiding from the masses also, as these groups are doing these things, these rituals. Aleister Crowley has a part in one of his books where he talks about when he was going up through the Golden Dawn, there were levels that you had to learn certain practices, and then you had to test out to rise up in your rank of knowledge. And he was traveling the world, climbing the Himalayan mountains and traveling on camels across Egypt. He slept in the Great Pyramid for one night. Him and his wife at the time went to Egypt. That was one of his big encounters. But while he was somewhere, I think in Tibet, riding a fucking camel across the desert, he realized that all these rituals that the Golden Dawn he had to go through and practice could be done in his mind. So by the time he got done with this long trek, he practiced all these rituals that they wanted him to do in his mind. And by the time he got back, he realized you didn't have to do these things literally. You could do them mentally. It's in one of his books where he talks about this.
Projecting astral projection in some kind of internal universe. I've read about them talking about that multiple times.
These secret societies tell you, like the Golden Dawn, that you get magical tools together. You get an altar, you build an altar. The tools that you have on your altar, they're like a cup, a dagger, a wand, and a pentacle. And then there's other ones that you can have on the side, but those are the main ones.
Well, those four things
that represent.
Well, those four things are symbols of those are symbols of the four elements: the cup, the dagger, the wand.
So they encourage initiates. This is 150 years ago. This is 150 years ago when this is going on over in England in the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn is this magical fraternity based, built, filled by their highest educated people. It's secret, but it's not like the Masons where they're shaking. Probably a lot of Masons.
You have to be a master Mason to enter into the Golden Dawn.
I don't know that for sure. Okay, but anyways, it was like a magical. It's like a Harry Potter thing, where they're teaching magical techniques, and you have people above you that test you. Here's your program. Go read this, study this, get back to me. And they were working on all kinds of magical abilities, like psychic training and all different aspects of magic. It's hard to explain how many aspects of magic there are, but they would go do
tarot, Ouija board. Well, I don't know what the Ouija board, but
I mean, those are just tools. The tarot's a tool, Ouija board's a tool, communication with spirits. They were doing all kinds of things: meditation, visualization, invocation, evocation. I mean, there's things that they're learning. They're training their minds. They're telling them.
Yeah.
One of the first things they teach magicians. Let me just throw this out to the audience. One of the first things that these people would teach magicians, important thing, is the LBRP, that lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. And the LBRP is basically this. You go to your temple, go to the center of the temple, to your altar, grab your air dagger.
I think you've explained this before.
I explain this all the time.
Sorry.
Air dagger is a small dagger, not like a sword length, more like 12-inch length. You use that to trace a circle of blue magical flame about you, 8 feet in diameter. As you trace it into the floor around you, you meet it in the circle. You created a circle around yourself of blue magical flame. Then 8 feet out from the center, trace a pentagram starting in the left corner. Go up, down, up, across, and down. And when you finish tracing that in blue magical flame, charge the pentagram with your sword, with your air dagger. Boom! And then picture the flames lighting up, picture the blue flame lighting, and you being surrounded by a cone, sphere, or circle of magical energy where you just created a barrier around yourself. That's what they teach every first initiate, because if you don't have a barrier around yourself, when you start interacting with this magical stuff, it could get to you. So it gives you protection when you start doing your whatever the fucking magical operation is that you're going to do. And there's all kinds of things that you might do. You might just visualize healing yourself. Maybe you're sick.
Well, there's symbols though that are okay. So when they draw the circle, the symbol of the circle, the same as the compass and the square. It's a symbol of in the right hand, it's the making of the universe, I think, and then the counterclockwise, the unmaking, and the.
I'm just telling you how the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram works. That's one of many of their things that they teach. That's one of the first ones.
What just to a little bit of what I know about the symbols of it.
Do that, but I'll finish with. If you do that, they claim you blow all magic, and as you do it, as you charge the star, it blows all negative energies out of that circle, out of that cone for a minute, and gives you a brief period where you're protected from anybody sending anything your way from energies.
Yeah. Well, let me read my camera's always going. Okay, so imagine it like a practice in which psychologically it would make the person who has some sort of psychic ability they would be able to use their psychic ability beyond their taught known thing of the universe, because they would and that the symbols and the ritual of doing such a thing would help the person believe that it's all happening so that the psychic ability could be used. It's like because it's like humans are it's like we're all born to not believe in anything supernatural. And so I mean, think about how many people do you know that their families have reported they've told of ghosts and shit, their kids seeing ghosts. They say that the kid walks up to him and says, "There's somebody in the room," and they're old or something, you know, and then the person goes in there and there's nobody in the room, and it's like, and there's all sorts of weird ghost shit with. I know this chick that.
Are you familiar with the idea of card counting?
Yeah. Well, hold on real quick. There's this chick that I know that used to be friends with my girlfriend, but she said that when she was a kid that she seen a ghost man, and that he talked to her, and that she told her mom, and her mom freaked out. This chick was like 27 or something, but like she was a first-hand witness of having a ghost experience, as you know, and that it just blows my mind because it's like
hey, didn't Annie Besant say the same thing? But she wasn't visited by a ghost. She said a man, like an Eastern-looking man, went into her room and spoke to her when she was a girl.
Well,
do you guys know that story? You know who
I
Annie Besant
have.
is.
I have heard that. Is she Theosophist?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's New World
Took
Order.
over for Theosophist. Because I read Madame Blavatsky's. I've got Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine. You know, there's so many Blavatsky books. Did you realize that Blavatsky's book is not just one secret doctrine? 1,300 fucking pages.
Yeah.
This version. There's like 40 other books.
Yeah, I only have ISIS Unveiled. I don't have the Secret Doctrine.
There's 40 other books. There's not one Secret Doctrine or one ISIS Unveiled. Yeah. There's so many volumes. Like the Secret Doctrine is like, fuck, I don't know how many volumes.
It's torturous. I mean, it's a read. It's like,
I don't know who can fucking go through.
I've tried to go through it. It's like, man.
It's very. I mean, I've read parts when I was super interested back in the day.
Quote from Ellis Fitz Levi, the other half she's making up.
Yeah, but you don't just come out and be published. You don't just come out and be published and still to this day hanging out in Barnes and Noble if they didn't want it to be there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean it's true. That just means somebody's making sure that you know Madame Blavatsky. You know my theory, guys. If it's in the news, they want you to see it because they don't let you see things. They don't promote things they don't want you to see. Yeah, go to your local Barnes and Noble cult section. Whatever authors are in there, sometimes you can find.
Let me tell you, Barnes and Noble has an enormous occult section now.
Pretty good size where I was. My local one. Definitely. I bought, what did I buy? I bought some pretty cool ones there. They had that Bramley's book, Gods of Eden. You guys read that? What's that? God, what is it? There's that really cool book by
sounds familiar.
Lawyer where he talked about aliens or UFOs, like they go back in history. He had this theory that during the Middle Ages, the Grim Reapers with the sky thing, there were reports that he showed in the 13th century that sound like people in hoods with masks on spraying noxious chemicals, fumes of them in the 13th century that they would associate with death. Yeah, there's these recordings from 13th century where it sounds like chemtrails, they're spraying you with a bunch of shit. Next thing you know, about a week later, a bunch of people are dying. But the other thing that, God, what is this? Wilford Brimley, the guy that did Grape Nuts.
Well, there was
the Gods of Eden.
Some of the oldest.
Thing you were saying that was kind of cool.
The guy who's looked like he was 70 since he was 35.
Oh, you talking about
the one in the movie? No, I just
diabetes.
But something Bramley. Apparently, I can remember the goddamn name.
You got to get some Quaker oats.
Grape nuts. It's good.
Grape nuts.
Good for the world and good for you.
Diabetes.
Anyways, this guy, he wrote this book about the aliens, and the other thing other wild thing that he was posing was this idea that all the wars are created by the aliens. You can go back through history. And right before all the great wars start, all these.
What if the aliens aren't physical? What if they're like a consciousness that invades someone's mind or something? Like, what if it's like a ghost or something?
Yeah, no, it's even weirder than that because that's why Lovecraft always keeps playing around and back around into this. Lovecraft doesn't make no sense if you take his life story, how he came up with these monsters, and then how they would get steeped into our public consciousness so thoroughly now.
Well, I think
he died penniless.
I think he was,
and no one even heard his stories till after he was dead.
Well, I mean, I think he was taking ancient lore that he dug up in books, and then he was putting new names on it. The names may have even been, some of the occultists will go as far as to change the name in different languages or a made up language.
What's strange is he's creating a character, a magician, a black magician called Abdul Al-Hazret.
Yeah,
that's using grimoires and magic spells to open portals because the elder gods want to get back in these ancient alien beings. And at the exact same time he's writing these stories, Aleister Crowley is doing this. And they don't know each other, supposedly, at the turn of the century. There wasn't television.
I don't think
you're not seeing like a person on.
Crowley was on the dark side, but I don't think what's his name was.
No, Lovecraft was straight-laced. He was straight-laced his life story.
He was friends with the dude that wrote the Conan the Barbarian books.
He's a nerd. No, he was friends with all the great writers. That's Robert E. Howard.
Their fathers might have been initiates, and that perhaps
there must have been a conspiracy of writers between the writers.
Well, I mean, the stories that they were writing, it seemed like it was I don't know. It seemed like
they call it the Cthulhu mythos. Lovecraft invited all these writers to join him.
Yeah,
and use his creatures and use his thing if you want and write some stories. And so all these very important writers, famous writers later on, wrote all these Lovecraft stories because he invited them to do it. He only wrote like 37 stories over the course of his life because he died at like 40 years old or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible he was writing about real events.
He didn't write it like a big. I don't think he even wrote a big book. All his stories were short.
Called Dead Names. It's
yeah, I'm familiar with it. There's so many spin-offs of Lovecraft books.
Necronomicon series, but it's like that book's weird because it's like I've seen the other books. And they're written, like a certain way.
Well, what we need is JJ to come on here and tell us how Lovecraft relates to all this and destroy Lovecraft for me.
Well, that Dead Names book in particular, it's written from a perspective of somebody claiming that they and their friends took their college tuitions and started a fake Byzantine church, and that they got so high up with this fake Byzantine church scam that they were able to. Be at the procession of JFK's funeral. They were granted access.
That's all it took for Clinton to say JFK's funeral.
Did we just lose him?
We lost the host. Can you hear me, Major Clint? Can you hear me, Major Clint? Can you hear? Am I floating in this tin can? Far above the world. Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing we can do. Anyway, Sabina, that was pretty cool song you played earlier by the Rolling Stones. Okay, that was pretty cool. Kind of cool.
So, don't get off base here. Basically, those college students who made the fake Byzantine church. They claim that they went and that they claim that they had taken. They claim. Am I here? They claim that they had taken. They claim that they had taken they had made copies of a book, and it wasn't called Necronomicon, but they called it the Necronomicon, and that the copy of the book was that basically the book claims that the Necronomicon was real, but it wasn't called the Necronomicon, and that after they had done that, they had all started getting merged.
All right. Hello.
Oh, it keeps freezing.
Said the wrong word. Necronomicon. No, I don't know.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
You're back. Sabrina, you ever read any Lovecraft?
Shows
No,
a couple
I have never
newspaper
read
articles.
Oh, it's really good. It's really easy to read because most of his stories are about 10 pages long.
Well, like, so it shows these newspaper articles in the book. I go get the book when it makes me sneeze, but it's talking about how one of the priests was found dead, and that the people that were involved with the stealing of the book, or the copying of it and releasing of it, were all found dead, and that the book's said to be a fiction book, but it's all presented in a non-fiction form. It's creepy. And that one of the drawings from one of the people, that one of the dude had a band or something, and he drew these weird alien looking people and all this weird technical looking shit. And it was,
have you heard the allegations that are floating around from people that supposedly have been through these SRA satanic ritual abuse things where they're killing people and eating people and blood letting and training these people? Man, these interviews, Cosmic Peach over on JJ's show, she's got probably about 3 or 4 last shows are talking. They're not even her. She's playing the interviews of people, women that claim to have been taken by these people, trained since they were little kids to do the most horrific shit.
Yeah, but that's where I wonder: are these people brainwashed
he's gone.
Into thinking like she believes all this stuff that she says was the psyop? What was the program to hypnotize them and then for them to then disseminate
plant false
the idea?
memories?
Yeah, they
made me think of something.
Well, I think
JJ's been doing a whole series on the satanic panic, which is trying to tie in some of this weird shit we're talking about.
I think some of the intelligence apparatus, I don't know which one, but I think that they're brainwashing people to say stuff, like Kathy O'Brien, how she's like, oh, the Satanists, and, saying all these big names and stuff. I think that she was brainwashed to say it all. It was some kind of weird.
That's what we're sitting here trying to break down is some of this might be manufactured and some of it might be real.
Well, hold on.
That's the jive I'm getting.
I do think there's real Satanists, but I also
of course there is. They're on fucking TV and film. Telling you.
Well, I also think
they're putting statues up in cities.
But at the same time, I also think that there's people that are being brainwashed to say that they've seen aliens or satanic rituals or something, and like it's a weird.
High schools have satanic after-school clubs in them. Across the United States. No, you're still here. We're with you. Maybe we lost Sabrina. You there, Sabrina?
Internet.
Yeah, I'm here.
What was that? What was I saying? Something about
Satanists. There's Satanists or something.
Oh yeah.
Goddamn Satanists.
So there's all these different grades of Satanists and stuff. It's like there's fake Satanists, wannabes. There's real quote unquote Satanists.
Kids that get a copy of the Anton LaVey book. I got that book right here. I actually have all 3 of them. I have hold on, Clint. I have the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey.
You know who Anton LaVey?
I have the Satanic Rituals, companion to the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey.
Yeah, but guess
and
what?
Then I have the Devil's Notebook. The third in the series of the Devil Bibles from Anton LaVey.
Yeah, well, guess who?
That does not mean I'm a Satan worshiper because I have the book.
Well, Anton LaVey, he says that he attributes most of his writings to stuff that he altered from Freemasonry. I speculate that his group was a group that was to teach New Age religion in a different form than the Christ consciousness New Age religion, but more in a nihilistic way, in a way. But like then there's like the case of that. What was it? There's you hear all these people and they're like disseminating this stuff where they claim that some kind of crazy shit happened and that they seen all this stuff. But
Kathy O'Brien.
I mean, you could interchange the whole some kind of program Satanism to like people possibly being hypnotized after supposedly seeing UFOs.
Stranger things.
That perhaps they never had seen a UFO and that they were hypnotized into believing it. And
the X-Files.
Well, I mean, there's various grades of UFO type stuff, but like the it seems like there's wannabe Satanists, then there's the students of quote unquote Satanism, which are basically preaching New Age religion bullshit, and then there's the real Satanists, such as Crowley, who are practicing the lower desires, greed and hunger and sex. And
if you listen to Occult Rejects, Clint.
Well, hold on. There's more. There's and then there's the what's his name, Alvin Boyd Kuhn type, where he says that the God in the lower form is Satan in the beast mode, basically similar to Crowley's, but they didn't actually exercise that lower form, quote unquote. But then it's like then there's the crazy Russian Satanists who seem to be full on every type of rumor you've ever heard about Satanists that they're doing. And that fucking
you mean like Alexander Dugin?
Well, I mean like I don't recall what he writes, but that it's like that hidden Masonic video from Turkey where like at the end of the video they were all wearing KKK looking uniforms, and then they were pentagram, and then they were what looked like they were draining a goat of blood, and that in American Freemasonry that wine is not real blood, and that there's dark stuff going on in Europe and Asia and stuff with the occult orders.
Well, when you take the sacrament, what do you think that is? Wine instead of blood.
Well, it's all just symbols of, like you were saying, potions earlier. It's a potion, and it's not what's in it. It's what the initiate believes it does, such as the bread that the Catholics eat with the wine.
Yeah, Mormons do the bread too.
Oh, do that.
That's the tastiest little bite of bread you ever got when you're sitting in church all bored to tears. This tray comes down the fucking line. And they're Mormons don't have these wafers like the Catholics, they're printed and stamped out like crackers. Somebody actually takes Wonder Bread. If you live in Utah, I don't know if anybody likes Wonder Bread. It's fantastic white bread. Wonder Bread. Sold since the 50s.
It's probably made by the government. No, I'm just...
It probably is.
Anyways,
it's no longer made from
the Mormons take a bag of that.
Made from 50 ingredients.
Yeah, that was real bread back then. Anyways, the Mormons take that, and before sacrament, some Mormon woman sits back. You never see her taking one piece of bread and peeling off a fucking some size piece. Fills a whole tray of it. Back in the 70s, and then they pass that tray down the line. And then there's this little tiny cup of water, the smallest little paper cup. You ever seen those symbol-sized cups of water? Symbol size? They had a tray that would hold 20 of those. And they pass it down the fucking line. Everybody takes this little cup of water and eats that little Wonder Bread. Some of the best bread you ever tasted in your life, this little chunk of piece of Wonder Bread some Mormon lady peeled off in the back room. Hope she washed her hands, but it's too late now to care about that, 60 years later.
My Catholic friend
made me go to his church. Their sacraments is just water, not wine.
Oh. Yeah, my friend made me go to his Catholic church once. And then he got mad because I went up there and got some wine and bread. He's like, "You can't do that. You're not a member of the Catholic Church." And I'm like, "Well, I'm here. I'm not gonna get skimped out."
Clint, how dare you? What we need to do is go collect some holy water from the Catholic Church. Fill up a jug of that in case the vampire invasion takes over. Get
spray
yourself
it on an OTO person.
No, spray it on Harry. Yeah, spray it on Harry.
That's a joke.
It's a joke. It's an inside joke. We love Harry.
We
love to kid Harry
Stop
and poke Harry.
including me.
How do we include you?
Stop including me.
Who?
This joint's like super resiny.
Anyways, is there chat out there? Is anybody in the chat? Can anybody see the chat that I'm talking to? You guys, Sabrina, Clinton?
It's been like 10 minutes since anybody commented.
Is there anybody out there? Who the fuck's out there? Chat.
Isn't that a song? Is there anybody out there? No, I don't know.
Who's chatting now? Who's chatting?
Man, fucking.
Who's chatting?
I was taking out the trash yesterday morning at like 5 in the morning.
Is anyone in the chat? Can you see the
somebody
chat?
said that LeVay was a Fed. I don't doubt it.
LeVay got a badge from the Los Angeles Police Department. There's a badge carrying member of the Los Angeles Police Department.
I forgot to bring up about Aquino. We were talking about earlier. The Satanist Aquino. There's investigation on him by a detective from the LAPD or something. No, not LAPD. What was it? I don't remember which city, but it was. Cooper has it in his book. He has a copy of the detective's report on Aquino, and the report was that the Temple of Set, which was Aquino's temple, was satanic temple, was injuring animals. And that this is relevant because if the Best Friends Animal Society, if they are doing something similar to the Temple of Set, and they are all some kind of secret process cult shit, or that I think it's connected because it's like, what was Aquino doing there with his first 2 lieutenants or whatever?
I told you my uncle said he was involved in some witchy groups right there in the 70s in San Francisco.
Think about it though. It's like the coincidence of
the Army. He's in the Navy.
Him and his first 2 highest commanding officers were his 2 highest priests in the Temple of Set.
Wow. Yeah.
And so then it's like, well, how many other, like, is
exactly, yeah,
some kind of military, like
what it sounds like is what JJ's been talking about, these weird special operations in the background. They've had their own like Colby's Queers groups that were set up to take advantage of America's belief systems, because that's what they were involved in over Vietnam, trying to convince them that use their beliefs against them.
They were involved in interrogation techniques as well.
They were using their beliefs in the supernatural, their spiritual beliefs, to try to convince them ancient spirits. They said, what do these people believe? Let's use that to trick them, to make them stand down. So they practice that in Vietnam, and then they bring it over here, and then some of it's real, some of it isn't. Let's start a serial killer spree. That's some of the darkest stuff.
Well, it seems like that. What's his name?
I don't know if you even want to go into the serial killer thing, because the minute you go down that road, guess what you're looking at? You're looking at serial killers. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the spookiest, darkest parts of the conspiracy.
Serial killers are my hobby.
But I'm talking about a programmed army of them, not just people going off for no reason. More like people being allowed to do it, maybe even encouraged and set up to do it.
Yeah,
that's the darkest part.
I suspect that that's true, that they were allowed to terrorize America in the late 60s, and then for sure in the 70s and 80s, because I think it was a high trust society back then.
Yep, they get away with a lot of shit.
Yeah, and then even now, if there's a serial killer I've never heard of, but he was killing in the 70s or the 80s or even the early 90s, I always look him up It's like, is there military in his background?
Yeah,
Why,
I always
yes,
look for that
9
too.
times out
My
of
wife's
10,
a
military.
serial killer expert and knows every serial killer. You name the name, I'll say, you know this guy, and she's like, tell me all these details. But I
Todd,
always
you
get
don't
two
know
for
what it is about
military.
women and serial killers.
I know it's like the generation of the women just they love to tell me more about the killings. What they every detail.
Well, I think if the serial killers are, I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch that are like controlled and stuff, but like the ones that are going crazy from.
I'm thinking it's a program again. These people don't let anything happen, rise or fall, without them being involved in it.
I think it could be a combination. I don't think it's a one size fits all. Yes, Phoenix program, right? I mean, people were programmed, but they also remember that the government invented IQ tests. So, and these personality tests that are still used by some corporations, they're used by potential employers. So they categorize your personality. You're given a score. Well, that's all designed by the government. And I'm just thinking of somebody, for instance, like Israel Keys, who was a prolific killer. And he was born right here in Washington State. And he didn't have a birth certificate. His parents were off grid. He didn't go to school. But this guy had a history of, I mean, he knew how to hunt and butcher an animal. And so he started killing animals, like for fun, right? So,
wasn't he going all around the United States too?
But the point I want to make about Israel Keys is, how the hell did that guy get into the U.S. military? Special Forces. No birth certificate, no nothing, no proof of who he is. Where I've read about him.
Is this 1970s? So this is like 1970 or late early or 70s or something. When
Israel Keys, I thought he was in the 90s or maybe early 2000s.
Well, no, when he's killing's in the 90s. No, he's 90s probably, if I remember right. I could be wrong.
I could be wrong too. I haven't thought about Israel Keys
killer experts. He's the weird one that was hunting. Wasn't he the one that would go to a remote area and let him go and say, see if you can get away, and he'd hunt him down? No, that wasn't him. That was somebody else.
That wasn't him. Yeah, I'm right. He was in the early 2000s. So, and what did him in was he killed a young gal in Alaska at one of those little coffee kiosks.
That's what I said, Alaska. Yeah, I remember.
And he produced a ransom picture, I think 5 days or so after he had her, but she was already dead, but he sewed her eyes open.
Jesus.
And you can find the picture.
Wow. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit. Yeah, you don't want to see that. I don't want to.
But this guy was pretty prolific. So the point about him is he already had that proclivity. You know what I mean, Todd? So I think the government and the military also sought people that had the proclivity, and then they could easily work them into whatever they wanted them to do, right?
What's kind of weird too is these movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There's a lot of rumors surrounding that whole thing, where that's what they were going to start encouraging. They're going to start. They'd already had shocking movies, but they were going to take it to the limit and then start pushing that and make that a norm on that, like how do you put it? Just expose people to.
Well, we have a generation of people who are desensitized to blood and gore.
Yeah. One thing that happened after World War I was a lot of atrocities were seen, I'm sure, by the troops. America was still pretty free. You can see that in the comics and their artwork and the fucking commentary at the time. I'd like to look at things through a comic book perspective because I love Mad Magazine. Mad Magazine in 1955 started out as a comic book. It only made 24 issues or so as a comic because people were getting mad at what was going on in the comics. So these religious groups got together and started this No more Tales from the Crypt, because Tales from the Crypt is one of those comics put out by the editors of Mad. And then they had all kinds of titles like Tales from the Crypt and just a ton of horrible stuff with pictures of heads chopped off and shit. And so they got these people together. They got so mad that they forced the government to clamp down on comic books. They could no longer show violent covers anymore or drug usage. That became illegal to show on a comic book cover. They came up with the Comic Book Authority Code. And after 1955, Mad Magazine had to go from a comic book to a magazine if they wanted to do political comedy satire. The government wouldn't allow a comic book that's like a child would want, but they would allow it in magazine form. So Mad continued on with their political comedic satire, if you buy that. Comic books themselves, though, for a period, couldn't show people getting their heads cut off and all these weird comics covers that they used to show. Like comics. Where's a great example of that? If I could pull one out, I'd show you like covers they don't want you to show, that you can't be shown anymore. But they got real puritanical in about 55, and they did shut down comic books, wouldn't let them publish things anymore. And then certain people realized that, man, you guys are authoritarians and you're Puritans, and art is going to be expressed whether you like it or not. And the stupid stuff that you're complaining about isn't really as bad as you're saying. And it went back the other direction. The pendulum swung the other direction. And by about 1970, comics were allowed to show people shooting up with heroin with a needle in their arm on the cover. Spider-Man or a few of these other stupid Batman comic books finally showed drug addicts in there. You couldn't even show a drug addict in the comics because the government didn't want to have children exposed in a comic book to the idea of you could be addicted to drugs. That's how weird things were back then. Those comic books that have drug use depicted on them, those are some of the most valuable ones because they're so weird. By the way, old comic books, anything like that. But I had one I could show you.
I'm just standing up stretching. Fucking my back hurts.
Oh, maybe. Is this one? Yeah. I think this has one. This is Wally Wood, Tales of Crime and Horror. Let's see, does it have a... It doesn't have the one, though. No, Wally Wood's one of those famous comic artists. But if I had one, I'd show you. If I could pull it out. Nope, I can't find it. Doesn't matter. Comic book artists from about the late 30s to the 40s realized that women, big-breasted women in comics, sold comics. So from about the 40s up to the 50s, they were always showing just beautiful women in the comics. They wouldn't allow that after the 50s. All comic art changed for a period after that for whatever reason. They clamped down on that kind of comics. So comic book artists called boobs headlights when they were talking to each other in code.
Yeah.
Do I have anyone? They're probably just buried. My books are just there's no order to them. Books I want to read, books I've read, mixed in. Really, I might donate my whole library to Clint. So, but that is an incentive to come and kill me, so you can get my library back. You might be the only person.
Well, I've already got too many books.
Oh, you got too many too, yeah. Everybody gets.
A lot of them I don't really care for though.
Tired of carrying books around.
Well, I mean, what is it?
That book. Boom! I found it. There we go. Comic book covers of the Golden Age from 1933 to 1945. Here's a great example. Can you see that?
I can't see it. Hold on. Okay. It's like somebody hanging upside down or something. It's hard to see. I'm pretty stoned.
Like a Ku Klux Klan guy
Okay.
stabbing a girl with Nazi armbands. Can you see it? No, you can't see it.
Oh, it was hard to see.
Maybe I got a light here. Maybe I got a light. I don't know. I don't know if this light will work. Light this sucker up.
Oh, let me just make that.
Yeah, it won't work.
Yeah, I can see.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it now. Yep.
What do you see?
Well, no,
a fucking Nazi armbands and Ku Klux Klan hoods and a woman gonna get sacrificed. Do you see it?
Yeah, well, I seen it for a second, but now I can't because there's
okay. I don't know if you can see it or not. Can you see it?
Okay, put it to your left a little bit more. Yep, right there.
Boom. Here we go.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. See it.
It's like that Spanish Vatican thing. Did Sabrina fall asleep?
I don't know. Can you see it?
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Well, I seen it for a second ago.
I don't know. Maybe it's out of.
Oh, there it goes.
Which part works?
It looks like a ritual sacrifice.
Yeah. It's been a ritual sacrifice.
I put the light right on it because it's got a slick cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ritual sacrifice.
It's like a group of people.
Like a bunch of Nazis, KKK Nazis, because they have swastikas on their armbands. It's one of the most valuable comic books in the world.
Well, that's weird.
That one with that cover. Yeah. Any crazy covers like that over the years, especially back in those days, became extremely valuable.
Yeah.
Plus the artist is Wally Wood. He's one of the most famous artists of all time. But
yeah,
Superman magazine.
Old cowboy comic books were worth a lot.
I got some of those old cowboy comic books. I got some of those, not 1900s because
they're 1800s
comic books.
Yeah,
I don't know about 1800s either. There might be some old pamphlets or something.
Cards like that. Cowboy cards, they're worth the most money out of any collectible card. So if you ever seen them at a garage sale, it looks like it's from 1800s.
Only reason I bring that up is if you look into the history of comic books, they use them in the United States to program society's minds. With Captain America and Batman and Superman.
Yeah.
1938, 1939, before World War II, this industry is created. Back in those days, their characters were fighting Adolf Hitler and the Japanese. The superheroes were fighting our enemies. They realized the value of comic books as a propaganda tool. And back then, you could be patriotic because, and please today still be patriotic. But back then, your world was shaped by comic books, not YouTube. Your world was shaped by black and white television, 3 television stations, not 10 million TikTok videos. So, different world. Are you still there, Sabrina?
Yeah, I'm probably going to say goodnight. I'll leave you guys alone.
Oh, I hope we didn't bore you to tears here.
Yeah.
I know I can get long-winded.
No, so, hey, both have a really good night.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you for being up here tonight with us.
Take care.
I'm just rolling another joint. Later.
Clint, you roll a joint, I'll smoke a gummy, yeah. Put a gummy in a frying pan and burn it. No.
Pretty burned out.
You're pretty burned out?
I smoked like a million roach joints.
We got to get you some fresh herbs.
Well,
roaches.
Got a little bit, but I'm saving it for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, smoke that up. Smoke them if you got them, son.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got like an ounce of some shitty outdoor that my friend gave me, but
Roll a big
it kind
chunk
of gave me
out
a
of
sore
that
throat when I smoked it.
motherfucker and let it rip.
Well, I'd rather just smoke roaches than get a sore throat from
So,
some kind of outdoor weed.
is there anyone in the audience? Is there any chat from anyone? Any chatter, quote? Anyone say anything? Hello out there, whoever the fuck you are. Wherever you are. Peace be with you.
7 minutes ago, Scorber was talking about the comic you held up. Talking about
Scorber?
Worm says, what's up?
Worms. Been missing you, buddy.
Yeah.
How you doing? Get your ass on here.
Shout out Puerto Rico.
Clint sent out the link. Pedro's going to come on here one day. Pedro! Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Yeah.
What a killer show. Jonah, JJ, Sabrina. Damn, that's an all-star cast. I'm down there at the bottom. Singing my Bob Dylan song. How I got the Bob Dylan impression. These guys are superstars.
It's weird smoking these roach joints.
One you love when he's standing in front of you.
That light mimics a window really well.
Lady,
looks like you got a window.
We got to get you, Clint, where you lay upon my big brass bam, bam. The light looks weird, looks bad, makes you look bad.
No, it just looks like natural light somehow.
Gives me an angelic presence, you know. Highlighting.
I got a light, but nobody can see it. It's if I had the camera pointed that way, it would look light in the room. For some reason, this way it doesn't.
While waiting longer for the world to begin, you can have your cake and eat it too.
Whoa.
Bow, 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 bow.
Whoa. Man. Yeah, some of these road joints like.
While waiting longer for the one you love, when he's standing in front of you.
Yeah, the
is it on my big bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, freaking
that's probably my favorite Dylan song. I do like Knocking on Heaven's Door. Everyone loves Knocking on Heaven's Door. One of the reasons Knocking on Heaven's Door works so well is because it's got that part that goes. Before he even starts singing, he's got some.
My chair keeps moving. I got the chair lock wheel things in. I got a wheelchair I'm sitting in.
The chair moved. My chair moved too. I put a rug under that fucker so I don't wheel off. When I was doing the show with you last year, I'd be sitting there doing the show and I'd sit and wheel backwards because there was nothing to stop me. And I'd realize I was 10 feet across the room to talk to you.
Yeah.
So I put a rug on the floor so it doesn't happen anymore.
I mean, I think if somebody could make some comfortable chairs, that they could make a lot of money. Just like a nice chair that's somehow comfortable, like, because everything's not comfortable. It's like, man.
I taught everybody, that LBRP lesson. Kind of figure I'm going to teach everybody one magical technique every program that I come on with you, Clint. I was going to look up the moon glance. I don't know if you've heard of the moon glance.
I mean,
helps if you're trying to find somebody to love, kind of like Jonah. A moon glance can help. Lonely, ugly. Maybe women aren't attracted to you. Maybe guys aren't attracted to you. Try the moon glance.
One of the books, I don't remember if it was Edward Waite or if it was Crowley, but I swear it was Crowley, but I could
Are you an unattractive man looking for a beautiful woman? Try the moon
I've already
glands.
got a girlfriend.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. Are you an unattractive woman? Ugly. Maybe a mole on your face. Try this on a man. A moon gland.
The whole, well, in the books they said the whole spiel of the whole ritual, quote unquote, was to simply make the initiate believe in the power of the psychic ability, and that. But the trick is that the person already has the psychic ability. It's just they don't have to. It's like their mind is just so fucked from language and culture, and it's like imagine like you're in the jungle and that you've got a bow and arrow, and that when you try to get some kind of deer or something, or like wild hog or something, like, or
maybe a
whatever,
javelina.
wherever you're stranded at, I don't know what but anyways, so and that you're in some kind of caveman times, and that you see
got some fur, some fucking palm leaves hanging off you.
Yeah,
maybe you have a leaf covering your groin.
You got like a suit
apron with a leaf.
It's like a tuxedo made out of tuxedo made out of raccoon fur.
Okay, I'm following. I'm following. There it is, rituals. So, leaf hanging over your junk.
Anyways, you see the food, you see the deer or whatever. You draw the bow and arrow, and you see the deer, and that fucking and that when you let go of the arrow, and then it just, you see it hit, and it's like that the arrow is gonna hit, and it's not about any skill or anything. It's about knowing it, and that
Are you there, Clint? Were you telling just too much information? It was just too much. You were just putting out too much. They shut it down. They shut him down. Holy shit. Clint finally revealed the secret. It's like 30 seconds away from revealing the secret of the universe.
It's like, imagine the can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but we missed the secret of the universe. The secret of the universe is written in your eyes.
Well, I've only been golfing a few times, but imagine you're at like I think it's called a 3-par or 2-par or something. You're at a 2-par golf course or a hole, and that it's one of those ones where you could hit it once and it could go right in. If you hit it just right.
I don't think there's any 2-pars. Maybe there's a 2-par.
Well, but what's telling you is you get the idea where it's like it's like a golf hole, and that you could hit it. You could hit the
like
ball
a miniature golf course
and make it in the hole and do a hole in one, and that just imagine that you're there and that you're not. I should be a golf coach.
Do you golf?
I've golfed with my friend before, but
you golfed once.
I'm not very good.
All right, I'm with you.
But so, anyways, so you hit the ball, and somehow it miraculously goes in. And then imagine it's just like some kind of NBA player. They can just make 3-point basketball shots all day long, and it's not like, and it doesn't seem to be about like how many repetitions of how many times they throw the basketball in. It's all about finding the perfect itch, and then being able to throw the ball in that itch, just like when you're bowling or something, you get a strike, and it's like
Clint.
It's like you gotta get the strike, and you gotta feel that. It's like it's.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. I have 2 hole-in-ones at 165 yards.
Oh wow!
With 4 witnesses. Same
That's pretty
hole.
amazing.
Yeah, same hole.
Wow. Yeah.
It's in the newspaper where I live because people witnessed it. Whoa.
Oh yeah.
I birdie all the time, but I mean I birdie on occasion and I like every shot, but I do have 2 hole-in-ones.
Well, golf
This goes into what we're discussing, what you were just talking about here.
Well,
Listen to me.
Well,
Have you ever played that game where you put 1/4 on your elbow and try to catch it in the air? Have you ever done that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You put 1 fucking quarter right there and go like this, try to grab it. And then what you do is you add another quarter and another quarter, and you get fucking a whole roll of quarters up there and see if you can grab the whole roll before it falls off your arm. You ever done that?
No, what we're just talking about.
What happens is you get better as you practice.
Golf. That's it. Yeah. So okay. Golf. So I'm sitting there with my friend. He's pretty good. He used to be able to do a 300-yard drive or some shit, and like, and I'm like sitting there, and every time and I was doing a lot of construction work at the time, and I'm like, every time I would try to physically like grunt the ball as far as I could, as hard as I could hit it, it would go nowheres, and then like. And I kept doing that for quite a few.
It's kind of frustrating. Definitely, that's frustrating.
Well, then like, fucking, and then it was like, I just stood there, and like was because we were smoking a ton of weed, and I got so stoned, and I'm just like, I just zoned out, and then I was totally zoned out, and then I just like, I didn't have a care in the world or any thought in my mind whatsoever, and then I just hit it. Like I was just fucking had zero thoughts in my brain, and somehow I hit it and it went like super far. And it was the best hit. I think it was like over 200 yards.
Best shot. Oh, there you go.
The best. It was at the driving range because that's usually what we do.
There you go. That's a lesson I learned a while back too. Is you don't try to hit it hard. The very best furthest shot you can make is the most relaxed, easy swing you can deliver with a driver. It's a weird concept. You think the harder I swing, the harder it's going to go. But it's not really about that. It's more the most relaxed swing. Boom, connects just right. There was one other thing that I learned a long time ago because I was super competitive. I started in baseball at a young age, and by the time I was in the minor league or whatever, I had the highest batting average in the league in my baseball league. I hit a home run every time I stepped up to the plate, and it was minor league, not major league. But I had the highest batting average in the league, and what it was is I figured out how to bat and catch it just right to send it over the fence every time. And what the coach learned, it was just like the fucking Bad News Bears, my early baseball thing. What the coach did is he would put me number 3 in the lineup every time, and he'd put the guys that could hit a ball and get on base. They didn't hit it to the field; they could get to first base and try to fill the bases. Then he'd bring me in, and boom, I hit a fucking home run every time. And the reason I was able to do that is because I practiced swinging a fucking bat for so long, because I come from a family that played baseball, that I found that zone where, boom, I knew right where to hit it, where I would send it over the fence.
Yeah.
I had a batting average of about 457. Yeah. I can't remember how many home runs I hit. My coach didn't want to tell me how good I was doing. He's like, I don't even want to tell you how good you're doing. It might jinx you. Speaking of jinxes, today's Friday the 13th again. Another Friday the 13th.
Well, it's 14th here, but yeah, I was going to mention that earlier.
I'm still bathing in the good luck of Friday the 13th. Yeah.
One time me and my stepbrother were playing baseball. He had his friends with him, and like they were all older. I don't remember where I was on one of the bases or something, and like he was pitching the ball. Somebody was pitching the ball, and the ball got hit back, and it like hit the dude right in the knee, and it was like, holy shit, it was crazy. He got fucking hit by the baseball so hardcore, and it was all on accident and stuff. It was like, it was pretty brutal. It was like, what the fuck? It was crazy.
I came from like a baseball family where they just fucking loved baseball and we played it, and I got into it. And I wasn't just playing; I was reading about it. I was reading the history of baseball as a kid.
I thought about
so into all these characters, Ty Cobb, and
I thought about the tryouts for the Detroit Tigers.
That'd be cool.
I mean,
I was reading the history of baseball, though, Clint. I was like, couldn't get enough of it. Because I always wanted to be in the top spot. I'm like, I want to be pitcher. So I tried to be pitcher for the team I was on. And it's like, had a fast pitch, but it wasn't quite accurate enough to be pitcher. This was the coach told me at the time. It's like, you ever tried catcher? Catcher, I don't know who else. He's like, listen, catcher gets the ball every fucking play. I thought about it. So I thought, and pretty soon I was like, catcher sounds good. So I became catcher, and I had the highest batting average in the league. And what happened with me as a catcher is I couldn't pitch it right straight, but I could throw that fucker hard, fast, boom. And so I would throw anybody stealing as catcher. I loved it. If you tried to go from first to second, steal a base, boom, I could throw that ball right where your foot's gonna go, so that you get tagged out by yourself. I got so good at that my team was first place during those years, and so it was crazy because the way I was batting and the way I was in my catcher position, we were number one. I was all star that year. All this crazy cool stuff. Yeah. The town I was in, Kearns, had a reputation for being one of the best baseball. Like, took the state of Utah for baseball back then. When I got a little bit older, my parents divorced, and I was a kid. And then when I went into high school, my parents were divorced. My life was kind of thrown up crazily. And so I didn't really get into baseball in high school, and I dropped out. Not of high school, but I dropped out of sports in high school.
I never got to play real sports.
Sheena is a punk rocker. Sheena is a punk rocker. Sheena is a punk rocker now.
I'm not familiar.
She's a punk, a punk rocker. Punk, a punk rocker. Punk, punk rocker. Punk rocker. You know that one?
I'm not familiar.
The Ramones. Sheena is a punk rocker.
We probably got that record over here somewhere.
You probably just didn't recognize it by my voice, yeah.
Pulling out records.
My voice through it.
What do I got right here?
You got a good record. You got some vinyl? You got some vinyl records?
Yeah, I'm sitting by a shelf.
That's cool.
What is this one?
I haven't had one of those forever. I had all those
these are the ones that I got to take to the store and trade.
Which rat do you got?
Oh, maybe I could just give them to you. Shit.
I don't got a player.
I've got two of them.
We got two what? Record
two
players?
Rat albums.
Oh yeah, I love fucking Rat.
No, I can just send those to you.
Because I'm a wanted. I can't play them. And I have nothing to do. Send them to someone that needs them. Send them to a starving child in Africa that hasn't heard some cool old heavy metal. And they'll love that.
For like $50 at Walmart.
I don't want to go back to playing records. I'll scratch them fuckers.
Yeah, but they really do sound better.
I'll be drinking and spill beer on
my record
and scratch it as I'm changing songs.
I compared all my records compared to the sound of like the Megadeth or whatever band, compared, and I could hear all sorts of weird shit in the background of Megadeth I never heard on the CD.
Oh, I love how it sounds. Fuck, goddamn.
Well, I was just blown
No wonder
away.
they got rid of. No wonder they got rid of record players because they didn't want you to hear music like that anymore. They wanted to digitize it.
Yeah.
Turn it into some weird computer fucking.
These are not my records.
Algorithm.
These are her records. Grateful Dead records.
I love that. I love that. Those Rat albums, though. The first couple Rat records were bad as hell.
Yeah. Well, you can have them. I mean.
Yeah. No, can't. I'll just go look them up on YouTube. You don't have to give me your record collection. A robot sends it to me on a computer nowadays.
Well, I found records.
If I say rat, it goes looks up rat. So I don't got to play a record. I don't need to scratch a record down anymore.
Is this Led Zeppelin?
I used to love records though.
I don't know.
Back in the 70s, man, people collected records. It was a big thing as kids. You went down to the store. They had full-size albums and then they had 45s. And then you had to have a little spacer if you bought the little 45 single so it could fit around the thing that goes around in a circle. Those were the days in the 70s. Music sounded 10 times better because it was this little needle scratching across the plastic disc before your eyes, not a damn digital light.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does sound different.
Bringing
I
it back with some
difference.
Psychological ill programming or some shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, I thought that was interesting what we were discussing with Archon Darul earlier. And it ties right into Cooper because, Cooper was the one that introduced me to Archon Darul. In Behold the Pale Horse, that infamous book, Cooper says something, secret societies in the New World Order. I'm going to go right to it. Let's see this. Page 67. I highlighted somebody else highlighted this shit because I bought this from somebody else. Secret societies in the New World Order. Can you see that? I don't know what's going on with this. Can you see this?
Yeah, I see that. That's
Is that
Cooper's
clear
book.
enough? Yeah. I'm not going to read President Woodrow Wilson supposed quote, where he says, "There is a power so organized, so subtle, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." Which is me and you, Clint, sitting here every night talking shit about these assholes.
Yeah.
Just what we need to do if you want to live a long life. Okay. Whew. This is something right here that stuck with me for a long time. History is replete. This is one of the rare parts where Cooper actually wrote something. Because most of the book is him showing you what other people published. Here's what Cooper says. History is replete. You can read along with this. Behold the Pale Horse, page 68. History is replete with whispers of secret societies, accounts of elders or priests who guarded the forbidden knowledge of ancient peoples. Prominent men, meeting in secret, who directed the course of civilization, are recorded in the writings of all people. Now here's the part that stuck with me. The oldest is the Brotherhood of the Snake, also called the Brotherhood of the Dragon. It still exists under many different names. The Brotherhood of the Snake is devoted to guarding the secret of the ages and to the recognition of Lucifer as the one and only true God. If you do not believe in God, Lucifer, or Satan, you must understand that there are great masses of people who do. I do not believe in racism, but millions do, and their beliefs and actions are based upon those. Their belief and actions played a significant role in the course of these organizations. Communication with the higher source, often divine, is a familiar claim in all but a few. The secrets of these groups are thought to be so profound that only a chosen, well-educated few are able to understand and use them. These men use their special knowledge for the benefit of all mankind. At least that is what they claim. How are we to know since their knowledge and actions have been secret? Fortunately, some have become public knowledge. I found it intriguing that in most, if not all, primitive tribal societies, all of the adults are members. That's a key word right there, a key sentence. They are usually separated into male and female groups. The male usually dominates the culture. Surprisingly, this exactly resembles many civilized secret societies. This can only mean that the society is working not against established authority, but for it. In fact, it can be said to actually be the established authority. So the process church is working for the government. The Temple of Set, Anton LaVey.
They probably all go under different names by now. I'm sure they've got some kind of new names and new MOs, and well, I'm sure the MOs are the same, but the new names. The cults seem to always move through. Once the organization is, public, it leaves, and then it lets members exist in it and continue some kind of profane version, and and then it builds a new thing which is more secret, and then creates the same organization with the same system but different names and different, I mean, that's what it seems like the Illuminists have done through time. The Illuminists claim really wild stuff like that. I still think about that Swedenborg. He was saying that he was saying that through one of the Illuminati rituals that he had somehow obtained some sort of fanaticism and ability to see and hear ghosts, and that he was like freaking out about it or something. Then he said he got it all under control by like not believing in it or something. I don't know. No. He said he didn't believe in what the ghosts were saying. That's what it was. And that fucking, and it seemed weird because it was like,
Hey, my handlers tell me I need to go get instructions for the next phase of our programming here this evening. I need to take a 5-minute break. You got some in search of? You got some fucking what's his name? Or you could just talk to people. What time is it? It is 2:30. 12:30. 12:30. So it's very early. Very early here. We're just getting up. 12:30 at night. Yeah, I'm gonna go smoke a joint. Okay, can I do that?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll wish you, like the best programming while I go do it, and then I'll come back and read some more Bill Cooper. Got some good stuff in there.
Something on and grab some
go take a break yourself. All right, go take a 5-minute break. Only the audience will know what the hell is going on, and we'll see you then.
No. Let's see. Yeah, I got the munchies like crazy. Fucking Okay, so I definitely got something here. Let's see here. Oops, wrong button. Let's see. Where's the folder? Yeah, I don't remember if it was if the internet got mad at me for playing the one of the sightings episodes. Nah, I got something else here. Let's see. Let's see. Well, I mean that one audio is definitely complex. Wait, put everybody to sleep here. Let's see. Jolly Grove. Let's see. Okay, I guess I'm gonna put this down for a second.
It's better to keep people occupied. You are now being it is, but behind governments throughout the world, and they have tied themselves in, and you see it right there, using churches, because Claremont School of Theology is a Masonic college. It's financed, organized, and directed by a secret society in Europe. Yeah, and but people don't realize that because it's a church. It has to be holy, and there's nothing holy about it. This is a very powerful secret societies operating throughout the world behind our government and behind governments throughout the world, and they have tied themselves in and set up what they call a religious establishment. And a religious establishment is nothing more than a front man for a very powerful secret societies operating in the world. So they may look holy, but you better do your homework. There's more to religion than meets the eye. Here's the King and Queen of England with the triangle and the circle above them. And incidentally, this is a whole different subject of the British royalty. The reason why we call them the royal family comes from Egypt. Osiris, Isis, and Horus were the original trinity in Egypt that was referred to in Egypt as the Holy Family, the royal family. That's where they get the royal family, because of the triangle, the pyramid of Egypt, with God's son, Horus, rising. And so there's nothing holy about these people at all, okay? And when the King of England, interesting, when the King of England becomes king, the Archbishop of Canterbury, like we have our religious, I don't even know who it is, but when the King of England is crowned king, listen to what the Archbishop of Canterbury has the king say in his inauguration ceremony. Prince Charles, if he becomes king, incidentally he won't, but if he did become king, would say upon taking the throne, the Archbishop says, "You are now being crowned King of England for Jesus Christ. You are sitting on the throne of David for Jehovah, the God of the Old Testament. You are, in fact, Messiah, waiting for, or Shiloh, who is waiting for the Messiah to come back. So you are going to rule God's kingdom until Jesus Christ comes back." That's what the king is told in his initiation rites. The King of England sits on the throne of the God of the Old Testament for Jesus Christ. He represents God's kingdom. And of course we understand that God's kingdom is going to unite the world in some wonderful paradise condition, and therefore the England is referred to as the United Kingdom. So this is it gets very, very interesting when you see where royalty comes from. They actually believe that God put them there. They're a holy family. But the whole thing is based on Egypt, pyramids, triangles. To give you an idea, El Salvador has the triangle, and they have the circle and triangle. Incidentally, let me go back here. There's a little thing, I'm going to have to get into that on my next one because I don't have any slides to really show you, but there's something called a Phrygian cap of liberty. It's a cap that the old French Illuminati Freemasons wore when they overthrew the French monarchy and the French Revolution. You'll read about in school the French Revolution, those guys who actually overthrew the French government and the French Revolution, they all wore a little cap. It was like a stocking cap, a red stocking cap. And that was a symbol of something called the Phrygian cap of liberty. It goes back to the ancient Roman societies in ancient Rome. And I'm not going to get into it because it's a very interesting subject on this Phrygian cap of liberty, and you'll see it many times and what it means. But the point I'm making here is that the triangle is within the circle even in Nicaragua. And, wait a minute, I'm missing something here. Nicaragua and El Salvador, right. And those are the two countries we had a lot of trouble with in war down in Central America. because of this symbol here. That's what is causing the war, is a symbol in the middle. It's called a Phrygian or Phrygian Cap of Liberty. Just shows you how the triangle and the circle is used. Here's another symbol of Freemasonry. On the Bible, you'll see the cross and the crown. The cross and the crown, of course, is the cross of Jesus within the crown of salvation or whatever. But if you go back to Freemasonry again, you'll see the cross and the crown. The cross and the crown is actually on a chart of Freemasonry, the Scottish and York Rite. We have two rites of Freemasonry in America. The two most important ones are the Scottish and York Rite. The York Rite comes from England, York, England. And when the York Rite came from England, and again I'm saying that this is like a shotgun effect. I'm just making you aware of some interesting little connections. We can get into all of this later. But the York Rite comes out of York, England, and the Duke of York. Prince Andrew is the Duke of York. The Duke of York, the York Rite Freemasons come to America. When America was founded, the first thing they did when the Columbians came over, the York Rite Freemasons came over. And they set up what they call New York. And New York is the Empire State. That's why we have an Empire State Building. New York is the Empire State because it's the new state of the empire, of the New World. It's the New World's Empire State. And the Empire Strikes Back. We get into George Lucas, Steven Spielberg with their Empire Strikes Back and all of that kind of stuff. Because there's symbolism in these Indiana Jones and all that, Star Wars stuff. But anyway, here's the Scottish Rite. They have 33 degrees. That's the reason why you have degrees of Freemasonry. See, the first, second, and third degree. That at the third degree, that's why, incidentally, when you're in court or the cops pick you up, they give you the third degree. Right? Reason because the police department is a Masonic order. They wear the Masonic symbols of power on their arm. Incidentally, that's why they call the armed forces, because they use their arms to beat your brains out. And here's the 3 layers of Freemasonry, first, second, and third degree. They're giving you the third degree. And then once you become a third degree Mason, you can either go into the Scottish Rite or you can go into the York Rite. The Scottish Rite is referred to as the Egyptian Rite. Everything that they teach and believe is based on Egypt. Or you go into the York Rite, and everything they teach and believe is based on the old York order, which is supposedly called Christian. Right? So at the here again, you have the Royal Arch Masons. Royal Arch is very important with the triangle and the circle, and there's the Knights Templar emblem again with the cross and the crown. The Order of the Red Cross is one of them, and here's the Order of Malta. When you're giving money to the Red Cross, just remember where it's going.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I've been here. Interesting. Is that Jordan Maxwell?
Yeah.
Of course. Going on about all this.
Yeah, I was just
some people
go and taking a lead.
Some people talk about Jordan Maxwell. Look at Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell almost looks like Bill Cooper looked at the time that it's coming out. Cooper looks, I don't know, a little better. Cooper's way, I don't know, it's a different energy, but they look similar in appearance if you look at them at the time. Yeah. I never even heard of Jordan Maxwell when Bill Cooper was going on the circuit, putting on lectures. There wasn't no Jordan Maxwell. Nobody heard. I didn't hear anything about that till
well, he was on one of the first shows. I think that
maybe he was around. I just didn't hear him. There was people, doing
the whole as Cooper.
Or pollen is outrageous here right now. Pollen.
Oh yeah. I'm just rolling up a cigarette.
Where I live in the city of Phoenix, they said they've admitted that they teamed up with the allergy medicine companies, and they planted all male trees in the city, so it would produce a pollen that makes people's noses and eyes run and sneeze and run all day long, so they could sell more medicine, allergy medicine. It's been proven that they made deals with these cities, so they plant male trees everywhere that sheds this massive pollen that causes your nose to run, everybody to be affected. And they exclude female trees. Go look it up. these cities work with the pharmaceutical corporations to produce this garbage.
It's not like looks or anything. I mean,
Make
the female
money.
trees look better, or the male
No, they
trees look
produce
better.
the female trees produce a less irritating pollen, or I don't know if they produce pollen.
Yeah.
Maybe the male trees just produce pollen. Female trees. I don't know how the birds and the bees work between the trees yet. I don't think I ever looked into that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and the stars up above and the book of love. Old 50s song.
Yeah. Yeah.
60s song.
Oh, one more cigarette.
Anyway, that's a pretty long show we put on tonight. You're going to try to quit cigarettes? At 12, almost 1 o'clock my time, I probably won't be on here much more than an hour. I don't know if an hour works for you. That's
pretty burned out. I can hang on as long as you can. So
it's like a challenge now. It's like Conan the Barbarian. Well, I would just what we're gonna do is just go on with what I was continuing. I had some stuff planned here.
Oh, yeah.
What was my next phase of thing I wanted to discuss?
Oh yeah.
So I read that little bit of Cooper's book.
Oh yeah,
talking about these.
Day 3 and no caffeine. Sorry, go on.
You are?
Yeah. Yeah, I figure if I can't sleep good and shit, better just quit the caffeine. I'm sorry, go on.
Oh yeah, yes. Okay, this is just Cooper, a little bit deeper, towards the end of his book, Secret Societies and the New World Orders. There's some valuable stuff right here. He says, you back up a sentence too. Belief in a plan to reshape the social system of the world by first taking control of individual countries one by one, and the belief that after reaching the 4th degree, one could communicate directly with the unknown supervisors who had imparted knowledge to initiates throughout the ages. Wise men will again recognize the brotherhood, because we were talking about the brotherhood of the snake.
Yeah.
Can you hear the echo of the Nazi Party? This is Cooper. The Communist Party, the extreme right and extreme left. The important fact to remember is that the leaders of both right and left are a small, hard core of men who have been and still are illuminists or members of the Brotherhood. They may have been or may be members of the Christian or Jewish religions, but that is only to further their own ends. They're always and have been Luciferian and internationalists. They give allegiance to no particular nation, although they have used on occasion nationalism to further their causes.
Yeah.
Their only concern is to gain greater economic and political power. The ultimate objective of leaders of both groups is identical. They are determined to win for themselves undisputed control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire planet. They intend to turn the world into their conception of a Luciferian totalitarian socialist state. In the process, they will eliminate all Christians, Jews, and atheists. You have just learned one, but only one of the great mysteries. Now that's Bill Cooper saying that.
He paraphrases it. It's not just those. It's all religions that aren't secular humanism.
He was a little extreme sometime in his views, and he leaned towards Christianity.
Well, they weren't his views.
They were. When you come up against these people, you feel like you need God because they are so ungodly and satanic. But
at the same time, they're hiding.
You think you need to run over to Jesus to help you? They tell you on TV all day that only Jesus can get the demon out of you. Now he goes on here, Clint. He goes on after that. He says. The Roshaniah. Yeah, the Illuminati.
Roshaniah. Yeah, I was bringing that up the other night because their wool coat thing was the same symbol in one of the Mason books as the clothes that the first degree initiate puts on. Go on.
Oh, okay. The Roshanaya also called themselves the Order. Initiates took an oath that absolved them of all allegiance except to the Order and stated, I bind myself to perpetual silence and unshaken loyalty and submission to the Order. All humanity which cannot identify itself by our secret sign is our lawful prey. The oath remains essentially the same to this day. The secret sign was to pass a hand over the forehead, palm inward. The countersign to hold the ear with the fingers and support the elbow in the cupped other hand. Does that sound familiar? The Order is the order of the quest. The cult preached that there was no heaven, no hell, only a spirit state, completely different from life as we know it. The spirits could continue to be powerful on earth through a member of the Order, but only if the spirit had been itself a member of the Order before his death. So this is weird shit these people believe in.
Yeah, it's a secret society.
Roshanaya are the illuminated ones, because Roshanaya means the illuminated ones. Or the Illuminati existed and still exists in everywhere. One of the rules was not to use the name and never mention the Illuminati. That rule is in effect today. I believe that it is the breaking of this rule that resulted in Adam Weishaupt's downfall. This is super. One of the greatest secrets of the ages is the true story of the Holy Grail, the robe of Jesus, the remains of the cross, of the crucifixion, and whether Jesus actually died or if he survived and produced a child. Many myths surround the Knights Templar concerning these relics, and most myths throughout history always have at least some basis in fact. I don't think Cooper gives his opinion one way or the other, but he says, I believe this to this day that my association with the Demolay Society may have been the reason for my selection in naval security and intelligence. That's how Cooper says they brought him in because he was a Demolay.
Yeah, he checked the Mason box because they didn't have a Demolay box.
Demolay is the young Masons too. That's the Masons before the Masons. That's like when you're younger, in your teens. Boy, he's got so much shit in here. In that, Behold the Pale Horse. There's something else I wanted to show here. This book, an old one on witchcraft, is published by G.P. Putnam and Sons in New York. It's called Mastering Witchcraft, a Practical Guide for Witches, Warlocks, and Covens by Paul Hewson. Here's the interior of that, like the opening page.
What year is that?
1970. It might have been published earlier, but this particular hardbound volume, 1970. It's another one that's falling apart. I've taped that fucker together.
What's it called again?
It's called Mastering Witchcraft
by
Paul Hewson. And it's not falling apart because I practiced witchcraft. It's falling apart because I've read it so many times. And it's from 1970. Yeah, it's got lots of interesting stuff in there. In here, it gives you a classic introduction to what we were just talking about earlier. Hyperesthesia. Techniques cults use to control people's brains. This book here is pretty potent. Paul Hewson is quite acknowledged as one of the big time source books on witchcraft.
Yeah.
If you want to learn some real shit, this is one of those books.
Just stand up because my back hurts.
Stand up and look at the cover of that. Can't really tell. It looks like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just want to read this part in relation to what we've been talking about. This is a book that's kind of introduction to witchcraft. Hey, you interested in witchcraft? Here's what we do, and here's what you can do, and if you're interested, here's how we do it. Having read the preceding pages, you now may be ready to take your first step, your initial practical commitment to the way of witchcraft. For your first step, it will be sufficient for you to make a token gesture. The traditional initiation rites we defer to, Chapter 7, is entitled The Coven and How to Form One. Here and now, it will be sufficient for you to make a symbolic gesture which will ceremonially demonstrate your severance from old restraints and inhibitions that in the past have acted as the main obstacles to development of the powers within you. Basically, these restraints can be symbolized as the yoke imposed by such established systems of irrational thought as organized religion, be it Christianity, Judaism, or Buddhism. Organized religion, let me emphasize. Of course, there are many other ironclad systems of thought without occult basis, which have been imposed upon the public mind from time to time, such as communism, fascism, or capitalism. But these at least function under the pretense of ministering to the bodies of mankind rather than the good of the soul, whatever that might be. Domain of witchcraft is the realm of the unseen and the point at which impinges upon man's psyche. It is in this very same area that the various churches have sought to dabble their fingers. It is with these institutions that we witches take issue. You're following?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just standing up, freaking stretching.
Turn the page here. Turn the page. Here I am. Up on Clint Show again. Reading some stupid book. Okay. In principle, ironically, you will find that all the innovators and founders of said religions were revolutionaries in their time, who took issue with their parent religions and were usually labeled heretics of one sort or another for their pains. So enough of all that cant, religious, political, nationalist, whatever. Overboard with a lot of it. And this is where your little gesture comes in. No, we are not going to ask you to burn a draft card or an American flag. The time-honored tradition of repeating the so-called Lord's Prayer backwards is all you have to obtain, or all you have to observe. Whether you are or were a practicing Christian, Buddhist, Jew, Mohammedan, Parsi, Hindu, whatever, makes no difference at all. As long as you are living in a Christian country, the gesture is most effective. It is a defiant relic from the days of the great witch persecutions. And though witches used not to be specifically anti-Christian, many of them become so, not unnaturally with the advent of that tide of religiously motivated oppression and bloodshed. It is a symbol of defiance towards the dead letter as opposed to the living spirit of organized religion. This is what you must do. When you are quite sure you wish to take the first step prior to going to bed on 3 successive nights, making quite sure you are not observed, light a candle, and address yourself to it with the following words. This gibberish is, in fact, the Lord's Prayer written backwards. It is somewhat
Wait, what happened after lighting the candle?
It says, light a candle and address yourself to it with the following words. This gibberish is, in fact, the Lord's Prayer written out backwards. It is somewhat difficult to pronounce, but struggle through as best as you can. It will be no more complicated than some of the peculiar words of power you'll encounter later. And it will be good practice for you. You should find it easier to say on each successive occasion. The third time you will be fairly fluent. I have written it phonetically. How kind of him. Hence the slight difference from the usual backward spelling. And then he has the Lord's Prayer backwards as it would sound if you read it. And I don't know if the audience can handle hearing that. Clint, what do you think? Clint's gone. He can't vote.
Just now, I just cut off for like 10 seconds.
Should I read the Lord's Prayer backwards on air live? It could curse the whole audience. Have some witch spell.
Is that what it's supposed to do?
That's what he's done. He's phonetically spelled out. Did you hear what I just read?
No, my audio cut out.
You didn't hear what I said either?
There's a storm or something.
Oh, well, it must be because the devil working somewhere in the background somewhere.
Well, it's because I moved the satellite thing lower because it was really windy out earlier.
How spooky is it, Clint, to read the Lord's Prayer backwards? Is that spooky to you? Is that idea spooky?
Well, I mean, it's like psychologically superstitious for people that are religious. I mean,
on a Friday the 13th.
Well, I think it's more of a psychological thing of what.
It's exactly what it is. The witch book is telling you how to open your mind, what we were just talking about, hyperesthesia. Imagine if you really believe in Jesus, and that's how you're going to get to heaven. And now all of a sudden somebody comes along and says, you got to denounce that guy and do this thing that's totally against him.
Yeah.
You can see how it works on the fucking mind. It's the whole point. All this. Coming into the conversation, I thought, yep, might as well go down that road again. Trying to tell people the importance of what they know about all of us. And they're using this on us, their knowledge. We can use this knowledge on ourselves if you think about it. Anyways, they go on to phonetically say how you would say the Lord's Prayer in reverse. I could read it like that TV show by David Lynch.
Yeah.
Twin Peaks. Yeah,
That's really what it
says. Never me, you know,
you've been practicing
never on you. And that's how it's phonetically spelled.
Yeah,
it says, as you chant the words. It says, as you chant the words, use your imagination to visualize great iron shackles struck off your hands and feet by sizzling bolts of lightning and disintegrating into molten shards to either side of you. Hear the whine and crackle of the searing flashes as they accomplish the work of liberation and consciously try to feel the burden of all your inherited guilt, all the awful shouts and shout nots, all that vast edifice of twaddle and claptrap sliding easily from your back. When it is over, blow out the candle, uttering the witch words, so mote it be. Should you feel any frissions of fear creeping up your spine during the performance of what may appear to you palpable blasphemy, it is all to the good. This is a process of purgations and catharsis, and often carries with it a certain echo of childhood fears. Don't worry, though. Any cold shivers only herald the fact that your deep mind is sitting up and taking notice. It is through your deep mind that you will develop your powers once you've cleared away the litter and debris that usually clogs it. As indeed it is generally the case of the ordinary man on the street. So that's how they start you in there. Get your little deep mind waking up. This is what we've been talking about. They know this stuff. They use this. Charlie uses this stuff. You want to blame me? You want to blame me for all you... What the man did, Charlie, I love those interviews. Look back on him now, and he's telling you exactly how the world works. I like what JJ says about Charlie Manson. I never seen a prisoner that could have a full face beard and come in wearing their hippie outfit.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems strange.
There's like a curriculum where you have to shave in prison. You don't get to look like a cult leader. Unless you're Charlie Manson, I guess. But one of the main things makes you think about, he's a plant, you know?
Oh, excuse me.
Anyways, I hope everyone enjoyed hearing the Lord's Prayer backwards. If you play that in reverse, it will be the Lord's Prayer, I guess. What is the Lord's Prayer? You know the Lord's Prayer, Clint?
Forward?
Forward. Yeah. My wife knows it. She's Catholic.
Well, it's interesting.
Very important to them.
It's like, Our Father who art thou
heaven, hallowed be thy name. His will be done. Thy kingdom come in heaven as it is on earth. That's what the Lord's Prayer is.
Well, that Aramaic translator says that those first couple words, Our Father out in heaven, was in Aramaic Abba Deborah Kia, which was the word for same word got mistranslated over time and turned into abracadabra.
Very powerful word, abracadabra.
Yeah, so the word abracadabra is simply
Like
mispronunciation of Aramaic, which is,
Oh man, this conversation calls for another gummy. I think one more gummy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're pretty stoned and get stoned with you with a gummy, like old people do now. It's nice.
Yeah.
So he made a prediction back in the 70s that they'd be selling marijuana out of, products out of vending machines by the year 2000. Didn't happen. It took 25 years later for some government or some states to loosen up on the ridiculous marijuana laws. The only reason marijuana stayed illegal, because organized crime knew exactly down to the last penny how much money it would lose if it was ever made legal. We talk about this all the time, Clint. What makes drugs expensive and valuable is their procurement. Some people can just grow a plant. I mean, anybody can grow a plant. But for a period, that was illegal.
And you don't even have to. It's cheaper just to go to the store.
Today. But that's today. Back then, they were throwing people in prison, increasing your sentence if you had a marijuana cigarette on you. You know my feelings on all this. So went through that. Was there anything else? Where to go? I had probably some notes. Let's see if I have any notes. Big war going on over there. Our best thoughts and prayers for our soldiers.
Yeah. Yeah, those radical Islams are crazy.
Well, it's crazy because we're over there fucking stirring up the hornet. They're like hornets. You just go over there and beat on their hornet nest. A lot of these fucking conflicts over there, we're responsible for them. So we helped overthrow Libya. That's big giant failed state.
Libya.
Libya. Gaddafi.
Yeah.
We made a big giant mess out of the Middle East. 20 years over there, making a handful of private military contractors, vastly wealthy, people you wouldn't invite to your barbecue. Got super rich off of whatever blood and treasure we have, and forever 20-year wars where maybe you did something that you're not telling us, but you're a bunch of scum for the way you let it drag out. And you know what? Bo Jiden has in his cap, what feather he has in his cap. He put an end to the Afghanistan, did the pullout. He pulled out, brought our troops home, left $88 billion worth of weapons, though, when he left. They were flying our helicopters and planes around the next day, going, "Thanks, Bo Jiden, we hate you." Now we're going back over there. Hopefully, this ain't another big con scam. No matter what happens, these guys always get rich. That's funny. Can't figure out how to feed the children of the world, but they can put a cell phone in everybody's hand and a 10 billion satellites above the entire Earth. Just can't solve those really important problems like eating and surviving, and fuck you guys that hold man down. That want your boot on man's neck.
Yeah.
You will go down as the worst scum history ever knew. You won't get away with your sick scum project. No, you think you are, but you know the people have on their side numbers. These scum have, the more numbers they have, the harder it is for them to do anything, because
then they
they're
got
a little tiny click.
Too.
That's why they want robots. That's the big push for robots.
In the virtual world, they've got armies of metaphorical armies of bots that can like or dislike or give a channel views or take it away.
I know. That's why they've been in the spiritual world messing with all this stuff too. They're not just in the physical world trying to manipulate it. They're in the spiritual world. It's a battle of magicians, between magicians. I've mentioned my thoughts on this before, Clinton. And it come down to evil magicians versus good magicians. And you can pray to your whatever all day long. All right. That's fine. Whew. But at the end of this is going to come down to a battle between good and evil. And I think it's good and evil people where we're at right now. I mean, spirit energies, sure.
Well, evil lives through man. Spirits live through man.
Exactly. There's more haunted people than there are haunted buildings or haunted houses.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh, yeah. I bet that's what's going on. These people have done stuff that they can't. I don't know. Does something.
Well, I mean, they claim that when you're a member of Brotherhood, that all the past members help you or something.
Yeah, I wonder if there isn't them sitting on the other side like the Poltergeist 2 movie. Bunch of creepy Masonic religious organizations sitting just on the other side of the spiritual veil, trying to trap all of our souls in their scuzzy heaven. It's really some kind of weird soul trap. I don't think that, but I've heard those theories before.
They feed you the Star Series.
And they feed you to the moon god eats you. Yeah, I don't believe none of that. Or I do and I don't. I believe everything and I believe nothing.
Yeah, they're rolling their roach joint.
Well, let's try. I just took a gummy, so drinking a bottle of water, slam another beer.
Yeah.
Get some inspiration. Legend lives on from the tip of
on YouTube that these crazy drinks. He had a beer that was 75% alcohol.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. 100%. Dude, that just drink Everclear at that point.
But it was beer, though. It was strangely some kind of weird shit from Scotland or something. Probably tastes like moonshine.
I found a bunch of ridiculous shit watching that Tom Cruise movie the other night for JJ's show. Just ridiculous stuff. You're like, oh my god, this Wikipedia telling you some just weird shit.
That movie was definitely had a lot of weird shit in it. I mean,
well, we talked about Tom Cruise. He, his family.
The time
his
jump.
Family, yeah. He, the show before. There we go. Tom Cruise was born July 3rd, 1962. He is 63 years of age. His full name is Thomas Cruise Mapother. His father is Thomas Mapother III. His mother is Mary Lee Pfeiffer. It's the Mapother name.
What if he's related to Michelle Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I thought that same too. I didn't look into that. I kept following down the father's trail. The father's last or middle last name, Mapother, that's an interesting name. That's a really unusual name. But when I looked into Tom Cruise's genealogy, it said this was from this genealogy website. It said the Irish Family History Center says Mapother made its first known appearance in Devon, several centuries ago, as the family had a seat as lords of the manor. So we're in England.
Yeah.
It says the Cruise family made their first appearance in Ireland in the 12th century. A Cruise was a knight who came to Ireland with the infamous Strongbow, whose invasion led to the English conquest of Ireland. Afterwards, the Cruises were granted land in North Dublin. They established themselves and remained there for many generations. So Tom Cruise's ancestors helped overthrow Ireland, and in doing so were granted land and a title as lords of the manor. How's that sound? There's a bunch of them over there, I guess, living probably on acres of land in one of the most beautiful fucking countries in the world, as thanks to their overthrowing of the Irish. That's what that's on their fucking archaeology or a genealogy website. That's not from a conspiracy site. That's from Genealogy USA or wherever the fuck it is. I wrote it down. History, the Irish Family History Center. If you want to go look it up, it's not a conspiracy theory site. It's bragging that the family still lives there, probably on acres and acres of land, just loving life. Maybe they get a stipend from the Queen, for all we know over here. You know, God, these people. You know, there's another thing today I just saw. You know, Edward Norton. You know, the guy that Hollywood kind of had a love affair with for a while. He was in Fight Club.
Yeah, he was also pictured on the chair, the crown chair in England.
Did you know he's a billionaire?
I didn't know he was that rich.
Yeah, his father. Billions. A billionaire actor.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to act. He loves to act.
Well,
okay, he loves it so much. With Brad Pitt, yeah. Go look up
that movie came out before 9/11, and it's like
go look up how much money Ed Norton has, and tell me he got into acting because he loved it.
The hair in my joint.
Yeah, that was something I did get. We shared on that first show with JJ. We sure appreciate him letting us come on there. Hopefully we didn't bore everybody. Cheers. Is there anybody out in the chat? Is there anybody out there?
Not at the moment. Well, I mean, there's 10 people, I guess.
Is there anybody out there? Who's out there? Who is it?
Oh, I think I smoked way too many roach joints.
Who is in the chat? I can't see it, Clint. Just tell me what weirdo is still listening to this.
30 minutes.
Of course, I'm teasing. Oh, no comments. Okay. Well, never mind. Clint don't even pay attention to anybody. All right. Well, they can listen to it tomorrow when they wake up from our contact buzz. It's fantastic. So, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Great show tonight. I appreciate you letting me come on and rant. Thank you, sir. Hope that wasn't too rude. Scorber 23.
Yeah, he wrote some kind of symbols. He says he's smoking.
Scorber's always got great content. He's always post common sense.
Some of these roach joints taste really good, but some of them don't taste good at all.
This water tastes good. I wonder if there's one other thing I wanted to read, because I'm thinking of a few books that kind of all tie into this idea of hyperesthesia, overexcitement. Tool had that song, Stink Fist.
Well, that's
where it says,
I mean,
constant overstimulation numbs me, but I would not want you any other way. That was Tool singing about, not enough, I need more, nothing seems to satisfy, I don't want it, I just need it to feel, to breathe, to know I'm alive.
Well, it's weird though, because
constant stupid stimulation.
My Catholic friend, his dad used to hang out with the lead singer of Tool, and that they did drugs together, bad drugs, and the dude was at a camp.
If only we had some of those now here. Of course, I'm teasing.
Well, the dude's definitely an occultist. I mean, that album, I think, was some kind of mind control album or something. That Lateralis. They
some kind of devil worship spell, yeah. Experiments on our mind. There you go.
Like their art with the they had the art that was mixed with the Alex Gray art.
Fuck yeah. They had that one record that you open up the CD cover and it had a video played inside the CD.
Yeah.
Did you see that one?
The Alex Gray art.
The alien in space is really fucking trippy.
Well, there's a temple that Alex Gray dude built, and that the temple has all this weird writing that they're supposedly seeing on the psychedelics, and that it's very similar to like Enochian type writing, you know. But it's like, I don't know what it actually says or anything, but they could just be going crazy or something, but they could also be seeing something, and they could also be meeting these entities, and that fucking it's very bizarre. More of because there's so many different 50 shades of, you know, all these different cults that are claiming some kind of contact with the ghost, alien, entity from a psychedelic realm. You know, the list goes on and on. Angel, a demon, etc., etc.
Hope everybody's learning as we're going along here, because it's about all you can really do is just try to flesh your way through this stuff. Cooper's book was a big eye opener a long time ago, because it introduced you to a lot of stuff you wouldn't have seen otherwise at that time. Protocols of the wise men of Zion. This is what Cooper says about that. The protocols of Zion were referred to in the late 1700s. The first copy available to public scrutiny surfaced in the early 1800s. Every aspect of this plan to subjugate the world has since become a reality, validating the authenticity of a conspiracy. Authors note this is an exact reprint of the original text. This has been written intentionally to deceive people. For clear understanding, the word Zion should be Sion. Instead of Zion, should be Sion. Any reference to Jews should be replaced with the word Illuminati. And the word Goyim should be replaced with the word cattle. That's what Cooper says. So you can go through the protocol and not hate Jewish people.
Well, there was previous statements in it that were by the Illuminati themselves, that was just simply worded slightly different. And then it's like they used they made it to put a scapegoat on the Hebrews, because to camouflage their trail, to make it so that the people would meet a dead end in the research and then never think twice about the real Illuminati that continues while everybody's chasing their tail, and that they've lost the trail of where the Illuminati went. You know, like, where's Waldo?
Yeah. Here we are again.
Nesta Webster has a section in her book discussing the subject as well.
There's that fucking picture right here.
That's for the
Here we are again.
Well, it's like, imagine if. Well, here's the thing. Imagine if
you see that picture?
I can't see it. Make it bigger. Or zoom in. Oh yeah, I know that picture.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
So
what we've been talking about the entire.
It's confusing, because people don't understand the British Israelism. The white Anglo-Saxon British Israelists, who are like almost a terrorist group, that they claim that they're the true quote unquote Jews, and so if they wrote the protocols, then that's another factor that nobody's ever brought up, because it's like, and that they might have been connected with the people in Moscow or Russia, because some of the documentation goes to Russia with the origin of that document, and that that it's like they Cooper goes over it, where it's like people in England believed that they were the true quote unquote Hebrews, but they weren't. They were white Anglo-Saxon, and then they were literally like making a shitty deal to try to pretend to save people from Germany and stuff, and that fucking and then it was really like this shady deal where there was this is where it comes into play of Pike's letter, because it's like that his prediction of the Second World War and then the Third World War, the Islams versus Israel, basically, and it's like his prediction is I mean, if it's real, then it's I mean, it's totally relevant to the Scottish Rite Illuminati conspiracy.
All right.
Yeah. The sorry.
I just listened to you and I just listened to you and thumbed through.
Well, so like the
there's a part or two that
like that thing about that
the
Palladian Rite, like that picture you showed on that comic book thing. It looked just like one of what you'd imagine the Palladian Rite would be wearing, and that a red KKK cloak, and that but it's not the KKK stole it. They didn't. They stole it from Spain, and it wasn't even in Spain. It's like all these. See that video, just the video of the Mason Lodge in Turkey where they're wearing those cloaks, and that looks like a goat or something, and they're like sacrificing it on a pentagram, and there's 3 or 4 people in the video, and it's like is this real? Is this, or was this added on to the Mason video, or is it real? Nobody knows if it's, because the person where the video came from was somebody wearing a hidden camera, and that. So then imagine the video. I could play it if you don't remember it, but the book of John J. Robeson saying that proofs of conspiracy that he was, this has everything to do with the Archon rule book as well, but like John J. Robeson says he was blindfolded, and then they put a dagger in his hand, and they told him that they were going to bring in a betrayer of the craft, and that
I heard you talk about this recently on another.
Then they brought in a goat. But John J. Robeson didn't know that it was a goat, and he was instructed to use the dagger on the goat, but he was told it was a betrayer of the Brotherhood, and so upon doing so, John J. Robeson was proving to that Brotherhood that he was willing to get rid of another member of the order who had betrayed secrets, and that video of that ceremony, it shows the same. There's a goat and there's 3 people there. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
All right.
The hidden. Yeah, damn it, where's it at? I just seen it. Let's see, the hidden.
Damn, Clint, how many hours are we on?
Oh yeah, we're on 6 hours.
6 hours? That's cool.
Damn it, I know it's over here somewhere.
Oh yeah, you know what I wanted you to do for me before we leave? Can we play fucking Beethoven and not get kicked off?
I don't know.
Can we play that or not? Just play it and we'll talk over it. The song was written 300 years ago. Actually 200. But
this video, if it plays, I mean,
you got
screen bigger.
Play some Beethoven for me, Clint.
Well, I'm just
Beethoven Moonlight Sonata. Just that one song.
for what I was saying at this end part here. Okay,
After
so this
you
part right
show
here,
this, look up Moonlight Sonata for me.
they're at a pentagram, and they're all wearing the KKK hoods, and then they're doing something on the pentagram, and I believe that it's a goat, and that it's something very bizarre, some kind of witchcraft, some kind of black magic. You can. It's kind of hard to see, but
I can see it. I mean, it's black and white. It's weird.
Yeah,
weird
they're
cloak.
doing something. I think they're holding a goat down.
Look at the checkerboard floor.
Well, I think they're doing what John J. Robeson had to do, where they're making an initiate kill a goat, but the initiate believes that it's not a goat.
Yeah, see if he'll do it.
Yeah, it's like
I love that one, Clinton, and you always talk about the other one where they would the initiates. They would tell them to step off the cliff and have faith that God will protect you, and there would be a net below for the ones that did it that they wanted to keep, and there wouldn't be a net below for the ones they didn't want to stick around.
Yeah.
You always bring up that one. As part of the initiation, like step off the cliff or step off this cave face, have faith that God will protect you, and they step off it, they fall in a net, and then they're saved and taken in. But if they didn't like you, they could just let you, they not put the net out, right? So you have faith, go step off, prove to you you're faithful.
Well, the person who doesn't step off doesn't get into the order.
Isn't gonna, yeah, it can't be in the order. Exactly. One that steps off when they don't even trust. But that would be a way to, find out who would do.
It's the same.
Find out who would do it, save them, or get rid of people that you don't want. Don't put a net down.
That are like leaps of faith, where they're trying to make the initiate. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this end part of the video, but I was just trying to show the pentagram part.
Did you show it?
Yeah. It was
All right, now try that Beethoven Moonlight Sonata for me, will you? And I'll pick a really creepy book to read as you put that on. Something really spooky. I got something spooky.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty burned out. I don't know how much longer I can.
Me too. It's only gonna last about 5 minutes. It's probably the end of the road.
Let's see.
What do I got? How can we make this work at the very end? Got something spooky. Beethoven Moonlight Sonata. Clint. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start.
Well, I might have deleted it. I don't know. I think it might have. I'm pretty sure that it.
Look it up. Let's look it up. Beethoven Moonlight Sonata.
I do have the where's that?
It's got to be copyright free because it's 300 years old. The song is fucking beyond any copyright, isn't it?
Audio. Well, I mean, it depends on which symphony
somebody played it. Some symphony played it. They own that fucking version of it.
Yeah.
You son of a bitches. Sneaking around.
Yeah, I can't find anything that's not really copyrighted.
I'll just play a few seconds and
we could play some.
Pause it, and we'll make a commentary on it. Play a minute, we'll comment on it.
The Zelda rap beat.
As long as you play Moonlight Sonata, I don't give a fuck if it's the Elvis downbeat.
No, I said Zelda.
I know, and I said play the Elvis downbeat. You said the Zelda upbeat.
Let's see here.
Might as well just start it, and I'll read some Lovecraft.
No, I mean, there's what we're discussing, though, some key elements of the occult secret societies.
Definitely.
The tricks of the tricks of making the initiate take some kind of leap of faith, or the goat thing.
Put their brain and that puts their brain in a hypersensitive stage. That's what
I mean, that's
we talk about all the
all
time.
reminiscent of the hashish because it's like if they were training these people to have complete and utter obedience, and then the people are completely obedient no matter what the words are, even if they instruct them to walk off a cliff, and then they fall and get caught in a thing of ropes, then because they have no previous knowledge of the ropes, and so they see these initiates who are tested and if they will what they will do, and then once they do it, they know that the initiates are one of them, quote unquote, and that they keep this secretive. They keep this. It's like an ultra secretive process of what they're doing. I mean, like there's one. I think it's like the 30th degree or something. It says you're like in the room, and there's some kind of. I don't know if it's it's like a plastic skull or something, and that it's on a table in the Mason Lodge, and that when you're in that degree, and then you have to. It's got wine in it, and then they drink the wine from the cap, and then there's some sort of dagger type initiation that is reminiscent of magic and mafia type stuff.
Just old secret society implements or tools that they've had for a long time. When we were talking about the Golden Dawn earlier, that was a magical fraternity that was more kind of based around Masonic stuff, but not so regimented in its approach to magic and that. More free spirit and libertarian, if you want to look at that from the outside.
Well, they're all schools of magic, but it's just that
Masons are open-minded too. You can be any religion.
Well, I say that magic isn't to be understood; it's to be taught. So when you're talking about doing ceremonial magic, if the initiate knows that it's all a hot wiring of the psychic mind doing the initiation or to believe in it, that it wouldn't work. But that's why it can't be understood. It can only be taught, and that so then when the initiate draws the circle and believes in the ceremony, the psychic powers of the initiate are exercised through kind of like a training wheels on a bicycle with the power of pure belief and intent, and the where it's but like damn it, there was more to that, but I lost it. This road sure tastes like
it's not hard to do, especially if you're smoking some roaches that taste like grenadine.
No, wintergreen.
Wintergreen, that's even worse. Like
tobacco or something.
These old chewing gum.
But so like
some wintergreen tobacco got mixed in with it. Yuck. God damn. Come on, audience. Let's get some higher grade of marijuana.
There's something about magic, though. I don't know about.
There's something about magic. Believe. Do you? If you believe, yeah.
Well, I mean,
true believers. The believers.
Yeah, the thing about it being taught, not understood, where it's like, it's like that's I can't remember which book I read that in, but it was like, it was so. Imagine like how that Nick dude was trying to explain it. He was trying to perfect some technique of having some kind of psychic vision, and that but it's like, to the great masters of the orders who practice this stuff, they know that it's not about the ritual itself, but the matter of pure belief. And it's like the magi that wrote fucking weird cartoons and shit like Peter Pan, like they just had to think happy thoughts to fly, and it's like that the people are in the occults are practicing this pure intent belief system where, and that, I mean, that's more of a, well, it's just interesting because it's like, it's like you ever wonder about those hippies and stuff that claim that they were supposedly all looking at a cloud and made it go away or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've heard that, manipulating clouds.
Well, so then imagine that you have all these initiates all over the world or some shit, and you've got them all doing some sort of meditation or something, and that you've got them thinking all on one thing, and
Art
that
Bell did some radio experiments where he asked all of his listeners to pray for rain in a place that never rains to see what would happen, because he had thousands of listeners to think all at once, visualize rain occurring in a desert spot. Supposedly it worked, but I don't know.
Well, so that's what the secret societies. It's like they've got the collective consciousness that they've created through the initiatory systems, and then that they're using the what is that phrase? Something prayer, something the group mind prayer or some shit to. It's interesting because Cooper goes over some of the UN New Age religion prayer stuff that was all happening all around the world with the New Age religion, and it was all very suspect, and
the Holy Vem. You want to hear something interesting? The group known as the Holy Vem. Vem is spelled V-E-H-M. Here's something interesting. The Holy Vem. Westphalia during the Middle Ages was subject to very little law and order. But in the middle of the 13th century, a mysterious and powerful... This is from the Archon Rules book again. Sorry, folks, I love this book. It says, but in the middle of the 13th century, a mysterious and powerful society, eventually to have at least 100,000 initiates, rose and claimed revenge in the name of society for wrongdoing of almost every kind. The secret courts of the Holy Vem are surrounded by an extraordinary degree of mystery. Nobody knows what Vem is derived from, or when it was first used. Some say it is from the Latin fama, fame, or repute.
Fama,
others that
like fama fraternatus.
Yep.
Fama fraternatus rex Mundi.
Something like that. F-A-M-A. Fama. How do you say it?
Yeah. Fama. That's one of the signatures. Fama fraternatus rex Mundi.
It is a corrupted form of the German Fahne, a flag standard. The men who had been through the rites of initiation called themselves the wise, and hence some have seen in the word pronounced Felem in German. The Arabic fem, wisdom, imported during the Crusades by the Germans who went to fight in the Holy Land. Certain it is that the methods of trial and execution were as summary as anything that might have obtained under the special and lawless conditions of the Crusades, when no mean proportion of the participants were dissolute adventurers at best, at worst they were criminals. Here's the interesting part. In spite of the paucity of documents about them, there is sufficient information available to show that justice was in its early days generally adequately dispensed, although the cruelty with which it was applied is alien to our present-day thinking. Popular novelists such as Sir Walter Scott are said to mainly be responsible for the general impression that the tribunals were held in dark and subterranean places, that the whole proceedings were shrouded in great mystery and danger, that the populace was terrorized by the sinister figures behind the movement. But it should not be forgotten that there are folk legends still surviving which accuse them of strange barbarities, just as much as there are those which paint the venomous with the rosy colors of chivalrous knights. It seems very possible that both types of story are in part true. There is a tradition that some tribunals put their victims to death in a singularly unpleasant manner. Quote, the victim was told to go and kiss the statue of the Virgin, which stood in a subterranean vault. The statue was of bronze and of gigantic size. On approaching it, so as to touch it, its front opened with folding doors and displayed its interior set, full with sharp and long spikes and pointed blades. The doors were similarly armed, and on each, at about the height of a man's head, was a spike longer than the rest, the two spikes being intended when the doors were shut to enter the eyes and destroy them. The doors having thus opened, the victim by a secret mechanism was drawn or pushed into the dreadful statue, and the doors closed upon him. There he was, cut and hacked by the knives and spikes. In about a half a minute, the floor on which he stood, which was in reality a trap door, opened and allowed him to fall through. But more horrible tortures awaited him, for underneath the trap door was 6 large wooden cylinders, 3 pairs. The cylinders were furnished all around with sharp blades. The distance between the uppermost pair of parallel cylinders was such that a human body could just lie between them. The middle pair was closer together, and the lowest was very close.
Well, you still there?
I am still here. My wife just opened the door rudely and shined a light in on our dark conversation.
Yeah, it reminded me
I'm
of the.
finishing how the Holy Rim killed their people. I'll be right in, Lovey. We're almost done. All right. Hello. Anyways, right in the middle of my paragraph here. Should go on forever. It says, the uppermost pair of parallel cylinders was such that a human body could just lie between them. The middle pair closer together, and the lowest very close. Beneath this horrible apparatus was an opening in which could be heard the rushing of water. The mechanism opened the doors of the statue, also set in motion the cylinders, which turned towards the inside. Hence the victims were already fearfully mangled and blinded. They fell through the trapdoor and fell between the upper pair of cylinders. In this mutilated condition, the quivering mass fell between the second and more closely approaching pair of cylinders, and was now actually hacked through. And the lowest and closest pair, which it was reduced to small pieces, fell into the brook below and were carried away, thus leaving no trace of the awful deed that had been accomplished. So I'm being told by my handler that that's enough information
Oh, yeah.
to reveal this evening.
I'd stand back up.
I hope you had a good time. I always do, Clint. We got a show coming
I
up.
remember that chapter, that bizarre chapter.
We got a show coming up on Wednesday over on JJ's, and next the Friday after next, which should be cool. So, you carry on.
Well, we've been on here for like six
as long as you'd like. As long as you'd like. I'm jumping off. It's always a good time with you, Clint.
My back hurts.
All right, sir. Well, thank you for having me on again as usual, and we shall see you soon. We shall speak soon.
Peace out.
Peace.
Let's see. Yeah, what time is it? 5. Yeah, I probably would pass out too. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to send those vinyls to Todd. I got 2 vinyls. I probably got some more vinyls that he would like. The Motley Crue one. He'd probably like that one. Motley Crue. 2 Rat ones. Yeah, let's see here. I have to go through all the collections later. I think this side is. I can't tell what's what over here. There's too many vinyls. All right. Well, I'm gonna pass out. Yeah. There's a lot that I would suggest everybody listen to. The Lost Light series by Cooper. The later broadcasts. Let's see here. Yeah, if you like scroll down, some of the later broadcasts, or put the link in the chat. They definitely got a lot more juice to them than the earlier broadcasts. Some of them. There's a lot of, some of them are just random episodes and stuff. But I mean, some of them have some really good information. Sometimes you got to sift through them, the stuff about this mental alchemy stuff that Cooper is talking about in his last couple episodes, the Fulcanelli Mysteries of the Cathedral book and other various books on the subjects, that the way that they say their surrealism is, the occultist is so concealed that even the highest depths are, that fucking only the high adepts can, and that I'm not saying that I am a high adept, but they admit that the Theosophists admit that they made that Wizard of Oz movie as some kind of brainwashing, basically. And it was all a symbolic story which was concealed. The whole Nirvana, the Samsara stuff. They created propaganda. The Wizard of Oz was propaganda for the New Age religion. That's how long they've been at it. They didn't just. This whole New Age religion is not something new. This Wizard of Oz movie is a large start of a giant propaganda campaign against Americans with these New Age religions, which, keep in mind, I don't have any religion, but that the New Age religion is part of the New World Order, and the internationalist occultists who believe that we're all profane, and that we're and because it's Cooper tells a story. He says he knew a dude whose father was Mason, and that the dude overheard his father and his friends, who were all Masons, and they said they were talking about some guy that moved into town and started a business, but the dude wasn't a Mason, and they're like, let's run this dude out of town, you know. They were like, we're not. They fucking basically, he said his dad, who was a Mason, his Masonic friends were like, nope, we're not. Nobody's gonna. You know, they just totally boycotted and, you know, told the dude to leave and shit. And like, there's all these different brands of collectivism, and that to be an individual and to not succumb to the peer pressure of all these different mainstream ideologies, models of reality, religions, political notions, all this stuff. That, because I mean, you know, a lot of people think that because I'm pro Constitution that they know what that means. Well, it means to simply study the law and understand what the founding fathers believed in, and simply to promote knowledge and try to spread knowledge of what the Constitution, you know, what the founding fathers were, what they wanted us to have, which is freedom, and that well, it seems as to be, what was I going to say? There's no other place in the world where people, you know, well, I mean, there's no other flag in the world where anybody really gives a fuck about it. I mean, it's like Cooper talks about this UN flag and stuff. He's like, you think people are gonna, you know, that it's hard to explain. It's like America is, if America was never started, then there'd be so much fewer innovations that the American way of life was created by people that, well, I mean, it's all engineered. I mean, technically, back in the late 1800s, they started huge propaganda campaigns to get people to buy products because all the people in America were all farmers, and they didn't buy nothing really except for new plows and stuff. And the simplicity of life somehow made massive prosperity. And that you know, like, imagine if you grew enough food like pumpkins and squash and all this stuff. You grew enough food to, in the summer to somehow last all winter. And I mean, think about the money that would save. I mean, that's what I'm gonna try to do this summer, is grow a bunch of pumpkins or something. Fucking, well, no, I don't know if I can eat. Well, I don't know what I should eat. Carrots. I'm gonna grow a bunch of carrots. Carrots, they go good with soup. Carrot soup. That shit's pretty good. Carrot soup with some ham hocks and split peas, and fucking make sure it's like super cooked, you know. And then you gotta pick all the bones out, which takes forever. But and then you throw the ham hock skin to the cats or whatever. I mean, you could eat it. It's pretty good. But like, you definitely want to let it cook for like a million fucking hours. It has to be smoked. Can't, if it's not smoked, it's not gonna taste good. I don't usually eat that too often because it's so fatty and acidic, and it's really delicious though. Fucking carrots and freaking how was I gonna? Yeah, make sure you put a ton of carrots in there. 'Cause it's like when I was a kid, that split pea soup. Excuse me, soup in a can. There'd be like one little tiny little piece of carrot. Be like, what the fuck? Just make it all carrots. Fucking have like a little tiny little split pea, you know. I mean, you don't even have to season it. You like put some cayenne pepper on it, or fucking that's what I would just, a little bit of spice, you know. spicy soup. I mean, you could, I don't know. Man, I got the munchies. I like to get the Chinese food or the Japanese food, and then get the spicy soup, and then take the chopsticks, and then I dip the food into the spicy soup, and then eat it. And it's always so good. Plus, it like gets all the grease off it, because like if it's really greasy and then you dip it in the spicy soup, all the grease floats to the top of the soup, and then it's like you're washing the grease off the Chinese food. I mean, usually I drink the soup. No, I usually give the soup to the cats. Well, I don't get Chinese food, but like maybe once a year or something. The what was I getting at? Chinese food. All right. Yeah, that soup is pretty good. I can figure out how to be healthy. I quit the caffeine. Day 3, no caffeine. And I just quit cigarettes because I just put my last one out. And I don't need money to buy cigarettes. And so I got the definitely gonna quit. And then what else? Yeah, I've been trying to cut back on meat, fat. I mean, I could eat beef every day, but definitely it's not good for you when you get old. The there's all the uric acid in your body builds up. That's how people get arthritis and shit. It affects certain people different. So like the because I mean like if you I mean technically gout's caused from uric acid buildup in your body, and that like fucking. I mean, if you like, imagine you ate like steak all day or something, and you just didn't. I don't know. That's how you get it real quick. Eating a lot of bone broth, or no, I don't know. Bone broth is pretty good. Yeah, there's like the TV show Bizarre Foods. He goes on this one place. They say, what does this say? They say you have been. They wanted him to eat certain stuff that was really bland or something, and that he was in the Bizarre Foods dude was in China, and they're like, eat this bland shit. We want you to eat this and purify yourself and stay away from certain foods or something. I mean, the body is like a complex machine that our ghost walks in every day. The I mean, it's like I don't know. I take these nettle. Well, I took some of this graviola earlier. Fucking, I got a bunch of resin on my fingers from breaking up roach joints nonstop. Uh, yeah, graviola. This is like an anti all sorts of shit. Fucking I mean, technically it's an anti-cancer plant too, but it also gets rid of all sorts of sickness or like the nettles. Yeah, the nettles. Take some of those Momola water. Vitamin C. Yeah. The let's see. Well, I'm probably gonna pass up. I just forget I got this fucking I got this Native American artifact. Some kind of bell or something. My old lady got it from some kind of powwow or something. Bless the show. Well, I don't actually. I'm part native, but I don't know any of the words really. Uh, the yeah, I'm going to sleep. All right, well, take it easy. Probably won't have a show for a couple days or something. Just pretty burned out. The yeah, freaking found out before the show started, like right before the show started, that my friend's little cousin perished, and It was I was just pretty sad before the show, but it was definitely fun hanging out and chilling. You know, made the sadness go away. But it's I mean I haven't seen the dude in like 20 years, but it was just sad because it's whenever somebody hears somebody passing, it's always a horrible thing. Especially when they're only like 40, and it's like, man, poor dude, fucking I don't know. Just make sure you like always ask your friends if they're okay. You know, make sure that your friends are okay. Make sure your family's okay. Make sure everybody's not going through some kind of mental struggle or some shit. Because that's what my friend's cousin was going through, and it's like it's a tough world out there, and sometimes it's even tougher to ask somebody for help or something. Just make sure you always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Try to make sure they're okay and shit, because fucking you never know. It's just fucked up. All right, well I'm going to sleep. I got some research that I've been that. All right, I'm going to sleep. All right, peace. Hasta luego, if that's pronounced correct. What's that say? Yeah. Thank you, coming out, hanging out, or coming out and hanging out. I'm fucking dyslexic. Yeah, listen to the Cooper. It's definitely some intense research, and may seem like it's old research, but some of it really is relevant to modern times and stuff. All right, peace out. I gotta get some water. All right, good night.